Our tale begins in a charming, petite flower boutique nestled in the heart of the city. The shop's windows showcased a myriad of exquisite floral displays, available for purchase. Amidst the tranquil and serene vista of diverse blooms, the disgruntled voice of a young man resonated from within. The discontented sounds clashed with the peaceful ambience. He immersed his face, framed by azure locks, in a textbook. He appeared poised to abandon his scholarly pursuits entirely. His frustration was understandable, however. Encircled by a towering stack of academic volumes, anyone could feel overwhelmed, particularly if studying wasn't a favored pastime. The young man's mother observed him intently. She recognized that her mischievous son had already begun procrastinating. After a mere 5 minutes of perfunctory book handling, following a hasty meal, he was undoubtedly testing his mother's patience. She even drew an unfavorable comparison to a certain Xiao Ling, a child from Annie Wong's household, who attends supplementary lessons for 2 hours midday. He's a slacker in comparison to that youngster. Mother desired to reach a middle ground. If this lad couldn't tolerate perusing texts, he could assist by hanging floral arrangements on the shop's displays for the time being. However, he must ensure the cord is fastened tightly. The metropolis has experienced unusually strong gusts recently. Regardless of the chore, it was undoubtedly preferable to immersing himself in academic volumes. The suspended flora were meant to be undemanding, requiring only hydration and solar rays. Yet his mother always repositioned them. Gazing intently at the container from time to time, the youth yearned to be a plant himself. Plants merely soak up the sun's warmth, absorb moisture, and flourish abundantly, essentially living an idle and tranquil existence. Despite him utilizing a rather tall ladder, his mother appeared far more apprehensive about her greenery tumbling than about her own offspring. Apparently, his method was flawed, and she preferred to handle it personally. Upon reconsideration, what ensued was the formidable, almost divine, slaying power of every mother in existence. The relentless onslaught of maternal guilt trips commenced for his perceived laziness and lack of ambition. She asserted that even if this child metamorphosed into a plant, he would likely remain a good-for-nothing. The city's hustle and bustle offered a welcome respite, a stark contrast to the floral shop's mayhem, precipitated by the dreaded Momzilla. Enduring his mother's incessant reprimands invariably induced excruciating headaches for the young man. He currently strolls through the streets, lethargically yawning while perusing another book half-heartedly. He genuinely can't fathom the origin of his mother's endless tirades. Once she gets started, her words flow like an unstoppable torrent of verbal ammunition. Or, considering her profession, perhaps a pea shooter is a more fitting analogy. While preoccupied envisioning his mother as a Plants vs. Zombies character, something significant, a dramatic shift, incited by the city's changing atmosphere, was imminent. A potted plant, resembling a peculiar Venus flytrap, was toppled by a gust of wind and hurtled towards his head. With the full force of gravity, he was utterly oblivious, lethargic and weary, failing to register his surroundings, particularly an incident unfolding too rapidly to comprehend. Truck Cohen was absent, enjoying a respite. Thus, Secret Agent Patni-san assumed the mantle and executed the task with remarkable efficiency. One moment, our protagonist lived the unremarkable existence of an ordinary, unremarkable student. The next, crimson stained the pavement, a grim testament to his fractured skull, mingled with grime, foliage, and ceramic shards. Passers-by were astonished by the savagery encountered during their perambulations, en route to their destinations, workplaces, schools, or elsewhere. A pupil felled by a mere flower pot. The blood-soaked sidewalk presented a macabre spectacle. Within the young man's wavering consciousness, he vaguely envisioned a magnificent feast of flawless dinner, complete with savory meats, vibrant vegetables, and decadent dessert. He recalled sharing this incredible meal with his parents. He even commended his mother on her consistently delectable cuisine. The young man enthusiastically sampled the rice, as is customary in such dining arrangements. However, this white rice possessed a peculiar taste. Snapping back to reality, his mother and father were nowhere in sight, and in place of the delectable, multi-course meal were countless plates of repulsive soil. Now he realized his mind might be deceiving his senses. Upon awakening, he found himself in a strange locale he couldn't comprehend. Darkness enveloped him, yet a curiously agreeable aroma filled the air. Oddly, his limbs felt bound. Further examining the vacant area, He discerned something green to the side and a light directly overhead. Perhaps he'll ascend to get a clearer view of that light. It proved effective, inching toward the faint luminescence. He felt liberated, as if reborn into existence. It was as though he'd breached the Earth's surface to embrace the elements. That sensation was accurate. It mirrored reality. A tiny sprout had pierced the ground. It reveled in the sun's warm radiance. Above, he wished to wipe away the figurative perspiration. However, he lacked discernible eyebrows. Nevertheless, emerging from the abyss felt remarkably pleasant. Upon reflection, this entire arrangement seemed profoundly peculiar. Glancing sideways, he desired to raise a hand to his face and brow. Yet his sight perceived only a single leaf. It was connected to a slender stalk. Observing his entire form, he undeniably looked and felt markedly different from his prior self. Furthermore, he was amidst enchanted vegetation, in the midst of nowhere, encompassed by towering peaks. This was completely unforeseen. Frozen stiff, he was utterly bewildered. The nurturing sun's rays shone down upon him. He was surrounded by other burgeoning sprouts, just like himself. One fact was undeniable. He had somehow metamorphosed into a small flora. The notion was utterly absurd. His mind vehemently rejected the reality of the situation. Perhaps it was all a hallucination. He strained to recollect the events leading to this predicament. He recalled having lunch and attending school. Then, a flower pot plummeted from an impossible height, striking him. The irony was palpable. He'd just been lamenting about caring for his mother's hanging planters. He desperately hoped he hadn't met such an ignominious end. Amidst the midday throng, it would be mortifying. But now he was gradually accepting the truth. He truly had been reborn as a tiny seedling, a newly sprouted seedling. Mere hours prior, he recalled, lamenting his academic pursuits and yearning to be an idle plant living a life of ease. Perhaps this was it then, the fulfillment of his desires, yet a potential catastrophe. Simultaneously, the divine being, or whoever governed this realm, was excessively earnest and literal, simply because he uttered frivolous words to postpone his responsibilities. The higher power took it to heart. Now, he could only plead and implore for the restoration of his prior existence. As his melodramatics subsided, a critical detail resurfaced in his memory. This could potentially alter the course of events. In web novels and manhwas, it's common knowledge that protagonists experiencing reincarnation typically acquire a personal system. They then embark on a journey to attain godhood with extraordinary powers. However, if that were true in his situation, where was his exceptional system? Wasn't there supposed to be at least an alert tone? He pleaded relentlessly for the system to activate, but to no effect. The other flora from his cohort regarded him with bewilderment. After a week, he reluctantly acknowledged the possibility of a system's absence, despite tirelessly summoning it with unwavering dedication. Perhaps he was merely a common plant destined for an unremarkable existence. Fortunately, he wasn't simply a blade of grass. Unfortunately, he was once a robust young man, reincarnated as a peculiar-looking bloom. Mercifully, he materialized in fertile, dark earth. It was abundant in nourishment, emitted delightful aromas, and possessed a strangely agreeable flavor. He sensed he could thrive in these surroundings. The downside was the somewhat cramped quarters, reminiscent of his prior world's gifted program. There, everyone relentlessly competed for advancement. An unwelcome event unfolded today. The sunlight disappeared. There were no clouds obstructing the sun. The heavens were impeccably clear. The dilemma was, the neighboring flora had overshadowed him, leaving him grounded. Their growth had become so prolific, they choked the terrain. They even obscured the firmament. It felt utterly unjust. These were plants that should have been content to simply exist. For some inexplicable reason, this evoked a familiar scenario from his academic days. Everyone seemed relentlessly determined to make an impression. This time, he wouldn't allow these ostentatious displays to steal his sunshine. He would persevere. He wouldn't permit these blossoms to disrupt his basking time. After considerable exertion, he finally broke through. He opened his eyes to the radiant world he had grown fond of over the past week. His spirits immediately soared. At last, he could sense the warmth of the sun on his surface. He could feel it on his petals, leaves, and every part of his plant being. Today was a day of extraordinary events. He now towered above everyone else to soak up the sunshine. He noticed a creature approaching the flower bed. This goofball saw a magnificent alpaca strolling by and mistook it for a wild stallion. In his previous life, his parents were constantly preoccupied with their careers, never finding time to take him to a zoo, not even a single visit. This was his first encounter with a fantastical being. It certainly lived up to expectations. The supposed wild horse was quite charming in its own way. He froze, suddenly recalling a crucial detail. These animals grazed on plants. A terrifying thought arose. What if the quadruped was approaching to devour him? To sink its teeth into his flesh? The alpaca opened its jaws, and saliva sprayed everywhere. His worst nightmare seemed to be unfolding before his eyes. He frantically tried to shield himself, desperate to survive. But then the beast's tongue began wrapping around the flower stems, deeply embedded in the ground. It had miraculously spared him. The grand alpaca simply gazed at him with seemingly wise eyes, as it leisurely munched on the blossoms. As it commenced its rotation, he remained as the solitary bloom in the formerly vibrant flower bed. Mercifully, this quadruped creature took only a single nibble, and it appeared he wasn't the alpaca's preferred meal. But prior to fully pivoting and departing, the creature wished to bestow a final present upon our hapless hero, a steaming mound of firm, gray excrement. He was rendered silent. He inwardly questioned the unfolding events. He observed the heap of dung, then shifted his focus to the fertile earth, where his roots were anchored. Beads of perspiration materialized on his face as he gradually grasped the ramifications of the creature's customary, yet repulsive conduct. Once he accepted the reality, his surroundings became muted and lifeless, devoid of vibrancy, resembling the drab hue of a refuse heap from which the fertile, dark earth derived its nourishment. Despite his transformation into a plant, his origin as a flower amidst horsetail remained unsettling. It was a reality he struggled to accept. The mere thought that he once considered this very same dark soil appetizing was unbelievable. He had found it delectable and tender. The situation was so repulsive, it induced nausea. Nearby, the surviving flowers, mere inches away, basked in the sun's warmth, content and flourishing. Naturally, our friend had bloomed as well, but a peculiar change had occurred. Tooth-like protrusions emerged from his pistil's center. The surrounding flowers would occasionally cast eerie glances in his direction. Because of this unusual feature, they made no attempt to conceal their shared revulsion for our verdant companion. Then unexpectedly, a gigantic looking glass materialized before him. It was a spectacle straight out of the manhwas he devoured. The reflection revealed a sight both peculiar and dispiriting. This was his current state, a blossom with a gaping maw. He abruptly recalled his former existence. His only source of amusement had been sporadic gaming sessions with companions. Even then, he possessed little gaming prowess. He vividly remembered perishing to a Venus flytrap countless times. Misfortune seemed ubiquitous, inescapable. It was no surprise he was subjected to strange glances. Within this secluded floral patch, he was not only dwarfed by others, but also radically different in appearance. Preoccupied with his insecurity and unusual physique, he only belatedly noticed the truly bizarre occurrence. A looking glass materialized before him without warning. This must signify something, correct? Cautiously, he prodded the object, reacting to his gentle touch. The mirror seemingly dissolved from existence. In mere seconds, a mystical message appeared. It declared that the identified host had matured. It had reached its adolescent phase. The floral system engaged autonomously. Finally, the positive development he eagerly anticipated arrived. His system had finally manifested. It would facilitate and guide him through the journey. The aesthetically challenged system companion, Ruhwa, was dispatched to assist the valued user. Our botanical buddy's moniker is Wussin. Currently, he's a youthful, 0.3 meter tall, garrulous bloom. He's classified as a common plant. He possesses neither unique traits nor protective capabilities. Possessing no unique abilities and only one offensive maneuver, Devour. Perusing his enumerated attributes filled him with dread. Even the descriptive text, a blossom rooted in alpaca excrement, felt like a blatant affront. This whole Ruhwa situation was unsettling. Wasun suspected the system had made a grave error. He was destined for global supremacy, wasn't he? Amidst his incessant grumbling and grievances regarding the injustice of this newfound arrangement, alerts regarding his status as the chosen one, accumulating 1.1 evolutionary units per minute of sun exposure, and 1 unit for assimilating terrestrial nutrients, inundated his interface. These were promising developments. This system had potential after all. Perhaps it wasn't as dreadful as he initially presumed. Constantly and effortlessly accruing evolutionary units was a significant advantage. There was only one logical conclusion regarding these points. They were the designated medium for self-improvement and augmentation, and they were accumulating rapidly. Wu-sun reveled and chuckled, having already amassed 100 evolutionary units. Effortlessly. The ultimate carefree sovereign with a built-in advantage. This lifestyle might be within reach. These inferior seedlings should abandon their attempts to rival him. They can't compete for the nourishing sunlight. As he reveled in the radiance of impending triumph, Ruhwa materialized once more. Picking her nose, she addressed Wu-sun as master and inquired about his desire for self-improvement. He could select one of his 6 core components to augment: the stalk, foliage, roots, fruit, or seeds. His theory proved correct. He could undoubtedly advance and enhance his physique without delay. He opted to upgrade his stem, aspiring for increased height. This would optimize his sunbathing efficiency. Investing 100 evolution points to immediately enhance his stem allowed him to experience the growth in real time. It felt as though his form was being elongated. The stem enhancement proved successful. His stature increased by a meager 0.003 meters. A paltry 0.003 meters indeed. All that boasting and ridicule directed at the surrounding flora only resulted in insignificant growth. An increase not even comparable to the length of a minuscule insect. 100 points merely yielded a 3 millimeter gain. It was practically imperceptible by any measurement standard. He reverted to his previous conviction that he'd been saddled with a subpar system. Ruhwa, still engrossed in picking her nose, reassured him that this was merely the initial enhancement of many. Moreover, 100 evolution points are insufficient for any substantial augmentation. Despite receiving the system for self-improvement, he might struggle to outgrow the towering neighboring flowers. As he incessantly grumbled and complained, a wasp gradually approached the flower bed. Dejected and disillusioned with his present condition, Wu-sun listlessly observed the insect and timidly cautioned it against stinging. Wu-sun's dissatisfaction with his predicament rapidly shifted from despair to mounting rage. He unleashed his pent-up frustrations on the nearby wasp. He hadn't even acquired any nectar yet. The insect's incessant buzzing surrounding him was infuriating. He simply wasn't in the frame of mind for this. Wu-sun continued his furious outburst. Unexpectedly, the insect inadvertently flew into his gaping mouth. Nothing silences a person faster than unintentionally swallowing a wasp whole. A blend of terror and astonishment washed over Wu-sun's face. He gradually comprehended the accidental ingestion of a large insect. At 17 years of age, he'd never consumed uncooked food, much less a giant hornet. Regaining his composure, he began probing his mouth and frantically searching his mouth to expel the insect. His efforts were futile. He seemed to have gulped it down entirely. Surprisingly, it didn't have a foul flavor. In fact, upon reflection, he found the taste somewhat agreeable. He enjoyed the taste of earth as well. Perhaps plants simply possessed a peculiar palate. Subsequent to his unintentional consumption, Ruhwa materialized once more, enthusiastically proclaiming his success. He had accomplished the alleged first devouring. His prize was a mystery treasure chest, a blind box. Unlocking its contents required 10,000 evolution points. The reward inside was arbitrary, varying from evolution points to botanical genetic material. Apparently, consuming living organisms yielded loot boxes. This prospect presented intriguing possibilities. However, there was a harsh stipulation. Accessing the chest demanded 10,000 evolution points. His system proved more parsimonious than a miser. At this pace, accumulating a single evolution point per minute felt utterly inadequate. Nevertheless, Wu-sun had no recourse but to persevere. For 5 full days, he diligently basked in the sun's rays. He absorbed every ounce of sustenance the earth offered. At last, he amassed precisely 10,000 evolution points. His exhaustion dissipated today. With exhilaration, he summoned the system to unlock the coveted chest. Ruhwa eagerly emerged to utilize the accumulated points. The mystery box's contents would soon be revealed. She celebrated Wu-sun's acquisition of a B-rank vine gene. It was compatible with his stem, ready for integration. Only his consent was required. As the vine gene merged with his stem, a possibility arose. Perhaps he could become one of those fabled tentacle creatures seen in certain dubious recordings. Furthermore, AB rank seemed quite impressive for an initial plant gene. This potential unlocked a new system feature. All 6 core components, along with their corresponding capabilities, were meticulously displayed. Wussin hesitated no more. He commanded the fusion process to begin. With a resounding cry of verdant radiance, brimming with life force began to radiate from the system, enveloping his entire form. In mere moments, the prompt offered its congratulations on the successful integration with the celestial gene. The spark of life had seemingly ignited within Wussin. This B-rank gene significantly amplified his stem's potency. It became more robust and versatile thanks to the vine gene. His once diminutive stem could now morph into thick, resilient vines. Wussin could utilize these to lash at adversaries or for binding play, whatever that might entail. Henceforth, Wussin desired to be known as the tentacle monster. However, reality proved different. Upon accessing the vines, Wussin became utterly captivated. He was completely enamored with them. Their supple and pliant nature fascinated him. It felt akin to manipulating fingers on a human hand. Consequently, he struggled to find a more fitting purpose for them than manipulating them into aerial shapes. However, this wasn't their most effective application. After perusing the details, he discovered a future potential. For launching surprise, subterranean assaults, he could ambush adversaries from below. Instantly, he envisioned himself decimating approaching wasps and subsequently capturing their matriarch. A nearby wasp's buzzing disrupted his daydream. It seemed to taunt him as it flew past. It circled again, its buzzing incessant. The drone irritated him with its persistent hum. The wasp reappeared, prompting Wussin to suspect a nearby nest. He deemed this a prime opportunity to hone his skills. He needed to master his newfound vine control. He propelled the vine towards the wasp with incredible velocity. Emerald lightning enveloped the vine, inspiring Wussin to christen it. He employed the lightning whip technique. Sensing imminent peril, the wasp pivoted and observed the vine before it. Bathed in an emerald luminescence, it extended to ensnare the insect. For a fleeting moment, the wasp's demise seemed inevitable. The reach of Wussin's whips had attained its utmost limit. Consequently, despite his strenuous efforts, he remained beyond its grasp. Dejectedly lowering his whip, the protagonist sought solace. He rationalized that subduing the large hornet wouldn't be simple. Regardless, he concluded that awaiting its approach was the optimal strategy. He then pondered if he could augment the vines with the previously witnessed enhancement. Perhaps he could increase their girth and length. Meanwhile, the wasp remained suspended in mid-air, regarding Wussin with a supercilious smirk. Its expression conveyed a message of derision and defeat. Utterly incompetent, this haughty conduct wounded the hero's pride. Yet he persevered, displaying no outward distress, for he understood that patient endurance would lure the wasp closer. The creature would inevitably lower its guard and approach, and then he would exact full retribution for his shame. When the opportune moment arrived, and the wasp was within striking distance, Wussin bellowed, vowing this time it wouldn't escape. He propelled his vines toward it with tremendous velocity. To Wussin's astonishment, however, his tendril failed to connect with its intended prey. It was intercepted at the last moment by another. This unforeseen development stunned not just the protagonist, but the wasp as well, leaving it bewildered and confused. Consumed by rage, Wussin unleashed a torrent of unrestrained insults. Every curse in his vocabulary was hurled. The offender was a golden gecko, which held the wasp firmly in its jaws, and gazing at the protagonist with a smirk. Such audacity infuriated Wussin. He had absolutely no desire to share his meal with anyone. In a flash, his eyes ignited with fiery rage. With a ferocious roar, he unleashed his whips, crackling with emerald lightning towards the protagonist. He bellowed that since the protagonist was stealing his food, he should bear the consequences. Whirling around, the gecko was bewildered to discover its tail ensnared by a peculiar vine. It was held fast, refusing to release its grip. The gecko struggled and attempted to break free, but the tenacious vines held it firmly in place. Escape was impossible. Observing the lizard's frantic struggle to flee, Wussin tightened his grip on its tail. With an exasperated tone, he declared its efforts pointless. He wouldn't relinquish his hold so readily. However, in the blink of an eye, An unforeseen event caught the protagonist completely off guard. The section of the gecko's tail, held by his tentacles, abruptly detached from its body. Due to the considerable strain, the tendrils recoiled forcefully. They struck him squarely in the face. As the protagonist recovered from this self-inflicted blow, the gecko, seizing the opportunity, hastily retreated from the perilous plant, which happened to be our hero. Wooson was simultaneously enraged and bewildered, recognizing his own blunder. He'd overlooked the lizard's ability to shed its tail. Yet he did salvage something from the encounter. The appendage remained clutched within his tentacles. He concluded that fretting over it would be futile. He devoured the remaining portion of the tail, muttering that it was preferable to acquiring nothing at all. After lingering there dejectedly for a moment, he awaited the system's notifications, hoping for the reappearance of the treasure chest. Not a single notification had he received. Meanwhile, however, Wu had a realization. He deduced that, to obtain the treasure chest reward, consuming an entire organism was required. Scratching his head in contemplation, he grumbled in a monotonous tone, lamenting the scarcity of insects in the vicinity. Even ubiquitous pests like flies and ants were conspicuously absent. A week later, an unsuspecting beetle scurried by. A verdant tentacle materialized abruptly, seizing it. In an instant, it vanished into the protagonist's maw, who gaped maw and devoured the insect without mercy. Meanwhile, the blossoms in the backdrop shifted from a state of perplexity to one of awe. Suddenly, a gilded coffer materialized before Wusan. A disembodied system voice accompanied it, commending the hero for consuming the scarab and thereby acquiring the treasure chest. It declared that 1,000 evolutionary units were necessary to unlock it. An accompanying message within the emergent notification window further indicated certain ceremonies that could enhance the likelihood of obtaining a valuable reward. Upon reading this, the protagonist was enraged, as fulfilling these requirements was impossible. Given his current floral form, bathing was out of the question, nor could he ignite incense or alter his attire. Furthermore, the disgust of having ingested a dung beetle intensified his fury. He opted to disregard it, though. He was merely a loudmouth bloom, one that sprouted from alpaca droppings. Composing himself, he instructed the system to allow her to unlock the container. Upon opening, the chest radiated a brilliant golden luminescence. The system spirit, Ruhua, materialized abruptly and informed the protagonist. This time his reward was substantial. 200,000 evolution points. The protagonist, still perturbed from consuming a dung beetle, irritably questioned the spirit. Why did he need to evolve if he was already worthless? The spirit clarified it was a plant-based system. The stranger the consumed nourishment, the greater the likelihood of obtaining a valuable item from the chest. After processing Ruhua's explanation, Wusan was speechless. He currently lacked the inclination to dispute with the system spirit. After a moment, the foliage near Wusan swayed, and in a flash, the silence was shattered by the appearance of the transgressor. It was the familiar golden lizard encountered earlier, but now it appeared visibly terrified, as if fleeing from a pursuer. Ignoring the lizard's evident fear, the protagonist, a wide grin plastered across his face, demanded to know how it dared return after stealing his quarry. Then, vowing retribution for the creature's transgression, Wusan lashed out at the gecko with a tendril. He unleashed his lightning strike ability, but a tongue-like appendage materialized behind the fleeing gecko. The panicked reptile was rapidly approached by the appendage. Despite being trapped between two threats, both the protagonist's whip and the unidentified creature, presumed owner of the appendage, the gecko miraculously evaded capture. However, the lizard no longer held Wusan's attention. His attention now fixated on the creature, from which the gecko was frantically escaping. He focused on the possessor of the long, flickering tongue. His eyes widened in astonishment. The protagonist observed as the entity withdrew its extended appendage. A spike-covered head then emerged from the shadows. It turned out that before him stood a gigantic toad, its hide bristling with sharp spines. Its eyes glowed menacingly, emitting a crimson light. The amphibian launched itself into the air, charging directly toward our hero. He was paralyzed, rooted to the spot. Snapping out of his stupor, he frantically questioned the reason for the colossal toad's assault. There was no time for despair, however, as his survival hung precariously in the balance. Furthermore, he was perplexed. by the frog abandoning its pursuit of the gecko and shifting its focus to him. It clearly mistook him for an easier target. In a flash, he snapped out of his daze. With a mighty heave, he lashed his tentacle at the colossal amphibian. He roared, commanding it to depart immediately. It somersaulted through the air, landing on the earth with a resounding thud. Yet in an instant, it regained its footing. A moment later, it stood firmly on its legs. It glared at Wu Sun, its eyes blazing with fury. Crimson eyes burned with unmistakable wrath, refusing to allow the frog to recuperate and strike. Our hero opted for a preemptive strike. He swung his tentacle with fierce determination. His tentacle transformed into a whip for this assault. True to aim, the whiplash found its mark. The anticipated devastation, however, failed to materialize. Upon impact, the frog merely narrowed its eyes. With lightning speed, the toad seized Wu Sun's tentacle. This unexpected turn of events caught him off guard. He was unable to retract his appendage in time. Meanwhile, our protagonist struggled desperately to resist the frog's pull, which had already commenced yanking forcefully on his tentacle. He contemplated how the amphibian so effortlessly deflected his assault. The impact felt akin to striking solid stone, but further reflection was impossible. In a flash, the frog extended its enormous tongue, ensnaring his stem. The amphibian's maneuver bewildered Wu Sun. He was utterly perplexed by its intentions. Suddenly, everything became crystal clear. The frog had seized the protagonist's stem. It commenced ripping it from the earth, roots and all. The realization that his newfound existence was in jeopardy sent Wu Sun into a frenzy of panicked screams and desperate resistance. Having secured a firm grip on the stem with its tongue, the frog exerted a powerful tug. Our floral protagonist began a gradual separation from the soil. As his roots snapped, a cry of pain escaped him. It hurts, an agonizing pain, as if his very being were being ripped asunder. A crucial question now arose in his mind. Could flora experience suffering like fauna? His roots remained firmly anchored to the earth. Tears welled up as comprehension dawned upon him. He understood the plight of the countless plants, the blossoms and blades of grass, upon which he had unleashed his fury in his previous existence. Suddenly, the torment he endured felt like divine retribution. It was punishment for the agony he had inflicted upon the vegetation. The relentless amphibian tugged with increasing force, wrenching him free along with a clump of soil. Wu swiftly grasped the gravity of his situation. His demise seemed imminent. Being torn from the ground would likely prove fatal. Death's icy grip loomed close behind him. He hadn't anticipated encountering it again so swiftly. Just as all hope dwindled, he discerned something, or rather someone. The sight evoked both astonishment and trepidation. A golden lizard of familiar presence materialized on the bough above the frog. He couldn't decipher the little lizard's intentions. Was it seeking retribution for its lost appendage, or offering assistance with the amphibian? To maintain its element of surprise, the gecko, careful not to alarm the frog with his digit, signaled for silence, urging discretion. Wu Sun was astonished by this unexpected development. How was the gecko familiar with such complex communication? And why did it possess such an intelligent demeanor? What extraordinary realm had he stumbled into? Every creature here seemed remarkably astute and wily. This could pose a significant challenge should he survive long enough. The gecko, without hesitation, launched itself from the branch toward the frog. It landed squarely upon the amphibian's head, between its hideous yellow eyes. Before the frog could recover from the unexpected assault or dislodge its attacker, the gecko aimed its fanged jaws directly at its eye. Following the bite, crimson fluid erupted from the frog's eye. The frog would have shrieked in agony if it were capable. Instead, it emitted an unintelligible croak and convulsed in place. It was compelled to withdraw its tongue, releasing the toothed blossom. The amphibian landed on its back, intending to squash the irritating lizard, but it escaped by leaping away just in time. As long as the frog remained clear of the flower, this was his opportunity. Wu Sun exhaled, weary and aware of his near-death experience. Time was of the essence. He promptly commenced his attack preparations and brandished his combat whip. He swiftly ensnared the injured frog, binding it firmly. Before it could even croak, he intended to hurl it forcefully and gouge the clearing's earth with it, which he subsequently executed. He commenced whirling the frog, slamming it against the ground and then rotating it once more. This disoriented it, causing its tongue to protrude. However, the amphibian had a secret weapon in reserve, particularly in circumstances such as these. She secreted a slick, foul-smelling fluid from her hide. Upon contact with the whip, the amphibian slid free, plummeting to the earth. Caught off guard, our floral friend couldn't react swiftly enough. A moment of bewilderment followed. He'd assumed the frog was securely captured, escape impossible. Yet due to its cunning maneuver, the frog had successfully evaded the unfortunate flower's grasp. This caused him considerable distress and frustration. Instead of a simple meal, the flower made a final attempt to ensnare her with his whip. His efforts were in vain. The frog was already retreating into the distance. This enraged the sharp-toothed flower. He had been so close to permanently subduing the frog. Her agility and deceptive tactics had saved her warty skin. At least she wouldn't dare approach him again after this. Then he recalled the agonizing pain of the frog's attempt to uproot him and recognized his own fragility. As a plant, his existence relied on hydration, sunlight, and fertile ground. Immobile and delicate, he was perpetually susceptible to harm. A common amphibian nearly ended his life. He despondently wondered if he'd ever revert to human form. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerged. Following the amphibian encounter, he gained a companion, a tiny, golden lizard. The lizard, unable to vocalize, offered a greeting. It wagged its remaining tail fragment. Flower, disapproving, grew rigid with tension. He inquired about the lizard's intentions. Was it seeking atonement for leading the loathsome frog there? The lizard offered no verbal response. Instead, it used its claws to gather dirt clods. It then used the earth to conceal the exposed roots. The flower watched in astonishment. Was soon berated the lizard, calling it a mischievous imp. First it caused trouble, then attempted to rectify its actions. It was a perplexing sequence of events. But as he experienced solace from the cool dampness and shadow embracing his roots, he felt a surge of empathy for the creature. With a wide, toothy smile, he declared that because the gecko had aided him with the amphibian and the earth, he wouldn't harbor any anger towards it. The gecko appeared immensely relieved at not being driven away. The gecko diligently continued to loosen the dirt surrounding the flower's base, and our protagonist was utterly astonished that the gecko seemed to comprehend his speech. He pondered if it was common for geckos to grasp human language. Did it possess the knowledge to utilize its surroundings for defense against adversaries? Did it know how to employ the soil for nourishing the vegetation? If that were true, the subsequent question became, what tongue was he currently employing? Was it the language of men, or the dialect of flora, or perhaps the speech of fauna? Once the gecko completed enriching the flower, it pivoted and prepared to resume its activities. However, our hero wished to ascertain if it truly understood him, so he called out, since it was departing, to at least allow him a proper farewell. The gecko, however, appeared to ignore his words. It continued its journey. A sigh of disappointment escaped his lips. He had believed he'd finally encountered a conversational companion. To his surprise, the gecko hadn't ventured far. It halted at the perimeter of their grassy clearing. After a brief pause, it detected motion within the blades. With a swift flick of its long, adhesive tongue, it snared an insect. A contented grin spread across its face, like a canine presenting a ball to its owner. It began to return to the flower. The gecko scurried to the flower and tapped his cheek with its tongue. Confusion washed over him. He couldn't comprehend the reason for the slimy tongue prod. He began to express his disgust, explaining the unpleasantness of a slobber-covered tongue touch. Then, the gecko revealed the insect clinging to its tongue. It was apparently a gift. Unintelligible sounds emanated from it. He gestured towards the bug with his finger, as if extending an offering. Our floral friend was famished. Comprehending the gecko's proposition, he gaped, gesturing towards the insect. But their nonverbal exchange faltered. A misunderstanding arose between them. The gecko withheld the bug. The flower inquired about the gecko's intentions. Did he fear the bug would be consumed along with his tongue? Apparently so, as the gecko nodded enthusiastically. He believed such an intelligent lizard couldn't be tricked. Even if deception was intended, he had a solution. Thus, he proposed the gecko place the bug on the ground before him. He would then handle it himself. Distrust was evident. The gecko, however, misconstrued the situation. He seemed to decide the flower was trustworthy after all. He approached, bug still on his tongue. Our flower was perplexed by this turn of events. His second moment of bewilderment was fleeting, as he recalled the familiar adage, "Accept gifts offered, flee from impending strikes." He snared the insect with his whip, flinging it into his gaping maw. He envisioned it catalyzing his evolution. Remarkably, it did, immediately after consuming the creature. Ruhua's spirit and informative displays materialized before him. They lauded him for acquiring the subsequent arbitrary prize chest. This was attributed to devouring a living insect. Once more, he was required to amass 10,000 evolutionary units to unlock the container. Furthermore, after accessing a specific quantity of crates, he would be eligible for a supplementary bonus. A humorous message cautioned that, prior to unveiling a treasure chest, one should cleanse themselves thoroughly, don fresh attire, ignite fragrant incense, and invoke every known deity. This ritual was believed to enhance the likelihood of obtaining exceptional items. However, its efficacy remained dubious. Following the announcements, the system would inquire if he wished to access the chest. His accumulated points were sufficient. Ruhua observed the yellow gecko with curiosity. Noticing his gaze, our protagonist introduced the gecko as his newfound companion. He had encountered it during the confrontation with the intruder. Wusun then addressed his new comrade. He inquired if it would assist in unlocking the treasure chest. It would be a recompense for its aid. The gecko merely fixed him with a quizzical stare. This conduct displeased Ruhua. He sat upon the chest, scowling. Our floral friend recognized his misjudgment. He had overestimated the gecko's intellectual capacity. He opted to simplify the situation drastically. He presented two options: access the chest or decline the chest. Surprisingly, the elated gecko vocalized something akin to open. Our hero was gratified by the advancement in their interaction. He consulted his system's spirit companion. Ruhua instructed him to unlock the container. Even the lizard, after all, had suggested the same. A notification window materialized. It announced his acquisition of a valuable item, a B-rank vine gene capable of merging with the stem. It inquired if he wished to utilize it immediately. Beneath the vine's image, its attributes and advantages to the plant were detailed. Having already integrated a vine, the system presented him with two gene fusion alternatives. The initial choice involved enhancing the current vine's potency. The second option was to introduce a supplementary vine. Furthermore, he was granted the ability to select a developmental path for the chosen option. Our protagonist was elated by the advancement prospects. He eagerly shared his excitement with those nearby. He caressed his docile gecko, expressing gratitude for its contribution. Thanks to the gecko, he'd acquired a high-level item, yet a challenging decision loomed. Should he augment his existing vine or acquire an additional one? Lost in thought, he contemplated the specifics of his battle with the amphibian. He realized he was nearly uprooted. His insufficient number of vines was the cause. This prompted his selection of the alternative option. Upon hearing his response, Ruhua produced his enchanted wand. He proclaimed a fusion of the stem would commence. The protagonist was enveloped in emerald energy currents, merging with a novel gene. Subsequently, the system interface materialized. The floral protagonist received congratulations on the successful assimilation of another gene. This newfound ability enabled him to transform his stems into whips for combat. He could now effectively lash out at adversaries. It could now legitimately claim the title of Tentacle Behemoth. Admittedly, it possessed a mere 2 tentacles. Regardless, Wusun anticipated something grander. He grew discontent with the slender, diminutive whip he received. He yearned for something more substantial and aesthetically pleasing. Ruhua countered that not all processes are instantaneous. There exist no expedited routes to achievement. He had already amassed a considerable quantity of evolutionary points. He expressed confidence in the floral protagonist's potential. Grow in length and girth in the foreseeable future. A universal aspiration, one might say. Wusun was irritated by the trivial whines the system provided. He questioned the system's spirit's seriousness. He requested legitimate enhancements instead of this ridicule. However, Ruhua's system spirit was resolute in persuading his young master that the system operated with utmost sincerity. This was the path of progressive development. Our protagonist discerned the futility of arguing. He simply lacked the energy to engage. Thus, He instructed him to vanish and cease his bothersome presence. Having dismissed the irksome system spirit, he shifted his focus to his newfound companion. He resolved to propose a mutually advantageous arrangement. He had facilitated the gecko's escape from the large amphibian. The gecko, in turn, had offered sustenance and appreciation. This demonstrated the small creature's capacity for gratitude. He intended to exploit this for his personal gain. Wasun proposed a bargain to the gecko. He stated that going forward, should any danger arise, the gecko could seek his protection without hesitation. In return, there was only one stipulation. A daily insect offering was required. He internally mused that this arrangement was ingenious. Immobile and with whips of limited reach, a nimble insect-catching ally was precisely what he needed. He could rapidly ascend in power. The gecko appeared wholly unimpressed by the proposition. It fixed him with a skeptical stare. Wasun attempted to elucidate that procuring insects wouldn't solely benefit him. It would advantage the gecko as well. Enhanced strength would allow for superior guardianship. His own increased power would ensure the gecko's safety. The gecko seemed content with this rationale. Its disgruntled expression softened. It appeared to acquiesce to the terms. Wu quickly breathed a sigh of relief, reassuring him. Since we made a pact, I won't disappoint you. He then inquired if he could address the gecko as Little Yellow. The gecko appeared less than enthusiastic about the suggestion. Observing his displeasure, Wu felt offended and questioned. What's the matter with my choice? Do you dislike your new moniker? He attributed every slight to his dung-colored complexion. Back in my day, he lamented, I was a stellar student, a top performer in high school, a star pupil, and now you dare complain about the name I bestow upon you. Several days passed. After amassing sufficient evolution points and consuming another insect, he managed to unlock the container holding the B-rank plant gene. The system designated the seed as the fusion location for this gene. It then prompted him to initiate the fusion process. The gene originated from a common annual herb. The plant's seeds possessed barbed thorns, capable of clinging to the fur of passing creatures. Wu was elated that his little yellow companion had assisted him in acquiring the new plant genes so swiftly. Yet he pondered how he could utilize this genetic modification, especially after the merging process, considering its presence within the seeds. At his behest, a system entity materialized. It promptly facilitated the gene amalgamation. The integration proved triumphant. The system commended him for acquiring the novel gene. Now he possessed the ability to launch prickly kangaroo projectiles. He could bestow upon his adversaries a comprehensive body rubdown. Moreover, the invigorating flavor of his seeds would remain etched in memory. The system then cautioned him against reckless conversation with companions and rivals, lest he inadvertently unleash a barrage of kangaroos upon their faces. Nevertheless, upon learning the origin point of the barbed seeds, our protagonist felt a distinct lack of enthusiasm. He inquired if these seeds posed a threat to his own well-being. The Ruhua service entity displayed no urgency in addressing his query. Instead, it engaged in nasal excavation, finally extracting a golden nugget. He promptly launched it at the agitated Wasun's head. Despite his actions, Ruhua addressed him as his young lord and guaranteed everything would be all right. He simply needed to open his jaws a bit wider and produce a gagging noise. All the seeds would emerge. It's as effortless as picking one's nose. Wasun attempted it. Unpleasant noises resonated through the glade. Ultimately, he expelled numerous prickly seeds. He immediately started coughing afterward. Through his coughs, he began nearing the spirit. How could he violate his confidence? While not the sharp agony of a slit throat, the scratching left his throat feeling seared. The spirit responded casually, stating that immense strength carries a steep cost. Young master, he suggested, disregard the throat discomfort. Experiment with Kangaro's might. Ultimately, mastering this ability was his only recourse. He opted to graze the seeds with a single vine. Despite the kangaroo vine's prickly appearance, he discovered they caused him no discomfort. His own vine felt no sensation upon contact. To his astonishment, there was no pain. This was attributed to his vine's increased resilience and thickness post-upgrade. Emboldened, he could now unleash his imagination. He could put his audacious concepts into action. He had already devised a method of entertainment using the seeds. He presented the gecko with a withered leaf and instructed it to retreat. The gecko clutched the dry leaf in its claws, its expression filled with inquiry. It seemed perplexed about its purpose, but Wasun urged him onward. impatiently questioning his inaction. Observing the gecko's skeptical stare, he reassured it, dispelling any apprehension. He promised he wouldn't deceive it. Once the gecko reached a sufficient distance, our hero signaled it to halt. With a grin, he declared, "Observe this." A small, airborne whip appears. He launched the spike, targeting the withered leaf clutched by the gecko. His aim was off. Instead of the leaf, he severed the gecko's tail once more. The gecko remained oblivious to the incident. The lizard only sensed something amiss when its detached tail twitched behind it. Wu swiftly recognized his error and offered an apology. He reassured the unfortunate creature it was unintentional. His remorse couldn't restore the lost appendage. The gecko's expression conveyed its displeasure. The look angered our protagonist. He angrily yelled, "What's with that disdainful glare? How dare you look down on your elder brother?" he demanded. He resolved to rectify his blunder with another attempt. He was certain the previous mishap was a fluke. This time, success was guaranteed. To everyone's astonishment, he struck a leaf, just not the intended one. Gecko acknowledged his utter ineptitude. It was merely a question of time before further damage occurred. It became evident that every barbed projectile he'd launched had completely missed its intended mark. Instead, they struck the shrubs with marksman-like precision. The plants didn't stand a chance. Such exceptional service clearly warranted a reward. Wisun undoubtedly merited the lizard's carcass. Master Metal's silhouette emerged. Yet he persisted. He rationalized that his aim was simply a tad off today. This was acceptable as dedicated training would undoubtedly hone his throwing abilities. He would become a true ninja master of precision. Several days elapsed in this manner. Gecko continued his insect pursuit, plaguing the local arthropod population. Judging by the insect count in his maw, his endeavors were quite fruitful. Concluding his hunt, he commenced excavating a cavity within the decaying timber. Within the hollow of the trunk, rainwater had gathered. Once the cavity was formed and grimy water flowed from it, the lizard proceeded to decant it into a dish. The little creature was perspiring profusely from the constant toil. Yet, he hastened towards his companion, Flower. Meanwhile, the lizard was diligently laboring. Flower, on the other hand, was simply soaking up the sun's rays and consuming leftover insects. He lamented his challenging existence. He grumbled about Little Yellow's tardiness. His stomach rumbled with hunger. He pondered why he still experienced hunger despite being a plant. However, the instant he detected a rustling from the shrubbery, he instantly dismissed all his musings. Upon seeing a lizard with a container in its claws, he mused that speaking of someone often led to their sudden appearance. He believed in the saying, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." But all his vexation vanished when the lizard offered him a vessel filled with water. It even poured water into his mouth and showered him with a makeshift downpour. Wowzen commended Little Yellow, declaring his intelligence. He was a quick learner and even knew how to utilize a receptacle for water. However, it appeared his ingenuity failed to encompass insect transportation. He stored them within his saliva-filled mouth. Upon expelling them onto the ground before our blossom, they were drenched in his unsavory fluid. Thus, Wu promptly suggested utilizing tree bark for future insect captures. This method, she explained, would be considerably more sanitary. But his hunger overshadowed such minor concerns, and he commenced consuming the insects. After devouring several bugs, the unsightly system entity materialized before him once more. It commended him on acquiring another reward for consuming the green-headed fly. Unlocking this prize required 1,000 evolution points as customary. Ruhua inquired if he wished to access it immediately. However, Wusun opted to postpone. He currently had no need for enhancements, as he hadn't mastered the art of Kanga utilization. Furthermore, the earth beneath the blazing sun had become parched. He requested Little Yellow to retrieve some water. This would promote more robust growth, quenching his thirst and manipulating his prickly seeds. Wu quickly found contentment in his existence. He declared this the tranquil life he desired. Having a provider brought him satisfaction. After hydrating, he attempted to launch the barbed kangas once more. Despite the gecko now gripping 3 leaves simultaneously, he remained unsuccessful. Even the subsequent barrage proved futile. He failed to strike a single target. This only solidified his reputation as the least accurate sharpshooter in the Wild West. Not one target was struck, yet his spirits remained undampened. He possessed ample time and insect treats for continued practice. He commanded his tiny golden companion to gather and retrieve all the marsupials. Wusun remained blissfully unaware of the close observation he was under. His sworn enemy, seeking retribution, was a large amphibian. It patiently awaited the opportune moment to ambush an unsuspecting quarry. The target was a lizard. The lizard was gathering the marsupials dispersed across the glade. Just as he had completed his task and prepared to depart, the amphibian abruptly emerged from the shrubbery. Even Wusun's warning shouts to the lizard proved futile. With its elongated, adhesive tongue, the amphibian ensnared the helpless lizard. Our hero could only observe as his miniature golden companion vanished into the amphibian's gaping maw. The unfortunate lizard let out a final shriek before disappearing. The amphibian snapped its jaws shut. The lizard's grim destiny appeared sealed. Wusun struggled to accept the swift demise of his companion. He wailed in anguish and despair. Little Yahello persistently attempted to reach the toad with his whips, but any action was futile. It was too late. The gecko found himself in a dire predicament. Although alive, he was trapped within the toad's belly. His survival in this state was precarious and short-lived. The unfortunate creature was confined within the monstrous stomach, which contracted periodically, causing him further distress. Despite his capture, he still clutched the barbed seeds tightly. These prickly seeds offered a glimmer of hope for his escape. Demonstrating remarkable resourcefulness, he grasped a few thorns with his paws. He then commenced a furious assault, stabbing the toad's insides with the sharp thorns. The toad's eyes bulged in agony. This was the first time its prey had retaliated from within. The creature thrashed wildly within its stomach, causing excruciating pain. Unable to endure the torment any longer, it prepared to expel its prickly meal. The toad violently regurgitated the entire contents of its stomach, ejecting the gecko along with a torrent of foul slime. Wusun had already resigned himself to the loss of his companion, and was astonished to encounter him once more. He was baffled as to why the amphibian expelled him. Was he as unappetizing as his fecal-hued appearance suggested? With a single swipe of its limb, the toad flung its pungent and spiky quarry from its tongue. Observing this entire spectacle, Wusun recalled an internet video he'd seen of a toad ingesting a flatulent insect and promptly disgorging it. Apparently, when toads consume something toxic, they vomit their stomach contents to cleanse it. He cheerfully deduced that little Yahello was the cause. As he was clutching the marsupial, he hastily returned the gecko, along with the barbed seeds. However, burdened by the seeds in his forelimbs, his pace was significantly reduced. The toad had already re-swallowed its stomach. The toad's eyes blazed with fury and indignation as its meal escaped. With the prey vanishing before its very eyes, the toad couldn't let it go, and leaped once more, jaws agape, poised to devour the hapless lizard yet again. However, this leap brought it within striking distance of our flower's tendrils. Unfurling his whips, he challenged the toad, demanding to know her audacity in returning. Had she forgotten the previous encounter's outcome? Now wielding two whips simultaneously, he vowed to prevent her escape. The toad, anticipating the initial strike, evaded it. It even seized one of the whips, mirroring its prior tactic, and extended its tongue towards the flower's core, intent on uprooting it. But things deviated from its plan. The flower's vines had grown considerably, surpassing the toad's tongue's reach. It was now beyond her grasp. Wusun mocked her futile efforts, questioning her expectations. Employing the same maneuver twice was foolish. Had she failed to observe the transformation? The flower's vines were now significantly elongated, more dense and robust, and were already starting to ensnare the helpless amphibian. After binding her more tightly, he commenced dragging her towards himself. The creature fought back with all its strength and struggled valiantly, but its destiny was sealed, for she was utterly at the mercy of our floral captor, and now he could effortlessly hoist her into the air, removing any grounding beneath her, and then with tremendous force slammed her back down, face first, so that the rocky earth was flung in every direction from the impact. The toad's vision went black, and she fainted. Observing the toad's immobilized state, Wusun condescendingly remarked, "Don't assume your petrified state makes you invincible." He then posed a mathematical query. proposing that if he expelled 5 marsupials daily, what would be the total number of marsupials ejected after a 10-day period? The solution was close at hand, where a mound of his prickly burrs lay piled. Predictably, without pausing for the amphibian's reply, he ensnared it with his tendrils and launched it directly towards the heap of barbs. He smashed it into the thorny mass once. It appeared his fury from past torments consumed him, for he didn't halt there. He continued to pummel the hapless toad relentlessly. Even the lizard was aghast at this brutality, and anxiously envisioned himself in its predicament had he not befriended this demented bloom. Wu's sun eventually subsided, only when the entire glade was shrouded in dust clouds, and the toad exhibited no further signs of animation. Resembling ground meat, he mockingly inquired, "No rebound this time?" Following such a thrashing, dismembering the deceased toad was effortless for the flower. As he detached the toad's limb, he vaingloriously lauded himself for vanquishing such a formidable adversary. As it happened, he hadn't anticipated his thorny projectiles would prove so lethal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have consumed such a large one. Wu soon was generous. He opted to share his spoils with his astonished companion. Observing his hesitation, he encouraged him, "Come on, pal. We share the good and the bad. Let's feast together." Upon hearing this, the delighted gecko eagerly devoured the meal. Wusun partook as well, and acknowledged the toad was quite palatable. He pondered if the system would grant him a reward. Would consuming the toad piecemeal yield a treasure chest? Previously, devouring a portion of the gecko's tail had yielded nothing. He wouldn't have to wonder long. In a flash, a repulsive system sprite materialized with 2 coffers. Wusun disregarded the spirit's appearance, ecstatic to obtain 2 prizes simultaneously. A reasonable inquiry arose. Why were there no rewards when he consumed the gecko's tail previously, or when he devoured a single portion of the giant toad? Now, unexpectedly, he received 2 chests simultaneously. Observing the gecko's voracious appetite, Ruhua remained uncertain about the flower's fortunate circumstances. He responded definitively, explaining that the system seemingly deemed slaying the colossal beast and consuming the initial morsel as adequate criteria for reward acquisition. However, the reward mechanics differed slightly. For diminutive creatures consumable in a single gulp, a reward was guaranteed in such instances. Regarding larger creatures requiring mastication, each bite presented a chance for a reward. Nevertheless, fortune played a significant role. With unfavorable luck, even devouring an entire toad to the point of stomach rupture might yield only a single reward. Following these elucidations, Wu promptly resumed consuming the toad. And quite literally, with his very next mouthful, he struck gold again. Ruhua was utterly displeased with our protagonist's extraordinary fortune. Meanwhile, Wusun was beaming with joy, eager with anticipation for the potential treasures within. He then smugly inquired, "Does acquiring so many chests signify exceptional luck?" "After all," he boasted, 3 boxes in a mere 3 bites? System spirit Ruhua only begrudgingly grumbled in acknowledgement, offering a less than sincere wish of luck for subsequent attempts. Wusun failed to grasp the implication, but sensed underlying ill will. He retorted, suggesting Ruhua focus on his own unattractiveness, rather than offering biting commentary. After a short while, our floral friend and the gecko were satiated, unable to consume another morsel. Yet, throughout this entire period, our flower hadn't obtained any further chests. This naturally infuriated him. He attributed all the blame to that wretched system spirit. Perhaps it had orchestrated everything intentionally. Ever since he uttered those words, even exploding his stomach didn't produce a single chest. Yet, Ruhua, picking his nose, easily rationalized his actions. He claimed it was merely a matter of misfortune. Fickle fortune was beyond his control, he insisted. Finally, he inquired if he wished to open the chests immediately. Right away, Wusun declined. He explained his lack of interest in opening them at that moment. He still had plenty of food to consume. At this time, despite their utmost endeavors, he and Gecko had only managed to devour half the toad, a considerable feat given their size. However, the remaining half needed attention. Without proper handling, Such a substantial quantity of flesh would undoubtedly lure predators, whose powerful paws could obliterate our flower with a single swipe. But Wussin was cunning, and a brilliant scheme materialized in his mind. He contemplated how to manage the toad's remains, and simultaneously maximize its utility. Recognizing consumption wasn't limited to oral intake, our hero deemed burying the carcass an ingenious solution, transforming it into natural compost. This would enable gradual nutrient absorption through his roots, unimpeded by rivals. Since his childhood, he recalled his mother interring meat and fish in the earth. To his inquisitive queries about her actions, she explained that soil microbes break down deceased fish into carbon dioxide, water, and inorganic compounds. These elements nourish the fruit trees, promoting accelerated growth and yielding more flavorful harvests. Yet, our protagonist faced a dilemma. His vines weren't equipped for excavation. After pondering the situation, he deduced a simple solution to this predicament. The key was locating implements to secure the vines. Yet, the secondary obstacle was the shovel. Excavation tools were improbable discoveries in this locale. His sole hope resided in his golden companion. He promptly requested the gecko to seek sturdy branches and rugged stones. He fashioned his vines into the desired configuration and presented the form to the lizard. The gecko observed with focused attention. Moments later, the gecko departed in a specific direction. Observing the gecko's departure, the protagonist hoped for comprehension of his request. Eventually, various sized branches materialized, along with a modest rock lay before him. The gecko, having delivered the items, regarded him with joyful anticipation of commendation. However, Wussin displayed little gratitude for the gecko's endeavors. Effortlessly snapping the branches with his vines, he declared them unsuitable due to their fragility. Their slenderness made them prone to breaking. Scooping up a handful of dirt with his leaf, he remarked on the earth's loose consistency. He required something slender, yet resilient. Observing this, he gazed intently at the fractured twigs. After a period of silent contemplation of the snapped branches, Gecko appeared to comprehend. He gave a firm nod and scurried away. He failed, however, to retrieve the appropriate implements. Initially, he returned with a single leaf and a clump of earth, neither of which possessed sufficient rigidity. Despite his exhaustion, he dragged back a massive log, leaving Wussin perplexed. It was practically immobile due to its weight. This, unfortunately, was not what Wussin required. He began to suspect he'd overestimated his yellow companion's intellect. He questioned his friend's cognitive abilities. Abruptly, though, two items plummeted before him. A honed bone and a fragmented arrowhead lay on the ground. Astonishment filled his eyes. Retrieving the arrow didn't bring him satisfaction. Despite its fractured and corroded state, it fulfilled his requirements. Its composition was ferrous. This hinted at the presence of other sophisticated beings on this landmass, beings possessing knowledge of tool utilization. Securing the bone and arrowhead with his tendrils, he promptly adopted a menacing combat posture. He declared these pointed implements as potential armaments. Should another amphibian assault occur, he could effortlessly disembowel it. Commending the gecko for procuring the necessary item, he relinquished the bone, announcing impending tasks. They commenced excavation together. Eventually, a substantial cavity materialized in the earth. Removing perspiration with a vine, Wu addressed the fatigued gecko. He declared it was time to relocate the amphibian's remains into the pit. The gecko instantly initiated the transfer. After depositing and interring the carcass, he compacted the earth by jumping upon it. Inhaling deeply, he detected the absence of the blood scent. Thus, predators had no incentive to linger. He pondered why. As a flora, he could perceive aromas while absorbing water. Sunlight and nourishment revitalized him. He observed that no visible alterations had occurred. However, he recognized his impatience. Microscopic organisms required time to break down the amphibian's remains. He acknowledged this approach was less efficient than direct consumption. He recalled the 3 unopened containers acquired earlier. They remained untouched, summoning the system's ethereal guide. He expressed his desire to access their contents. The spectral entity materialized instantly, explaining that, due to the trio of receptacles, each had been assigned a sequential identifier. It inquired which he preferred to unlock first. Addressing the lizard, the protagonist sought its preference. It instructed him to simply select a digit between 1 and 3. In response, the gecko extended its limb, displaying the numeral 2. Upon hearing this, Wasun instructed Ruhua to unlock the second treasure chest. The moment the chest was unsealed, the system's spirit promptly felicitated its master on acquiring a B-ring. Botanical enhancement known as spikes. It was a superior modification that could be incorporated into his tendrils. Gently stroking the contented gecko's head, Wusun affirmed that the gecko's choice was indeed optimal. Eager to evaluate his newfound capabilities, he directed Ruhua to implement the integration. Instantly, his vines became adorned with thorns. Coupled with his combat posture, this presented a formidable sight. The system interface indicated that the thorn enhancement augmented his vine's thickness, length, and resilience, encasing them in razor-sharp barbs. The notification playfully declared that he had become a rose with thorns. Regarding his vines with a mischievous grin, he proclaimed that he finally possessed genuine lightning whips. Resolved to assess their potency, he commenced brandishing them with remarkable velocity. The impact upon the leaves instantly produced perforations. The outcome surpassed his anticipations. Its potency was sufficient to inflict grievous wounds upon even the horned toad. He resolved to persist. He requested his golden companion select from the remaining numerals. The response was number 3. The unopened coffers contained twice the rewards. Observing them, Wusun remarked, predictably, the likelihood of obtaining an ability was 33%. He added that the lizard remained superior. Despite having unsealed 10 containers, nothing worthwhile had emerged. He opted to dismiss his disappointment. He chose contentment with his acquisitions. Due to the novel genetic enhancement, broken arrow and bone, his fighting prowess had dramatically escalated. Now, he merely awaited the opportune moment to utilize it. After an interval, the stillness was disrupted by rustling foliage, prompting Wusun to yell. He urged the gecko to maintain its pace. Action spoke louder than words. It seemed the giant toad was in hot pursuit, leaping after him relentlessly. He was more than just keeping pace. He was desperately fleeing. But deliverance was imminent. Once within striking distance, the protagonist unleashed a barrage of thorn-covered vines. They shot out with incredible velocity. Upon contact, the vines swiftly ensnared the amphibian, inflicting further injury. The razor-sharp barbs pierced its hide. A seasoned movie enthusiast, he knew to ensure the enemy's demise. Wusun delivered a decisive blow, slamming the creature into the earth. Momenslate. He butchered the toad with his fragmented arrow. He beckoned his golden companion to dine. Following that, they savored the succulent, nourishing toad meat together. Abruptly, something seized the protagonist's focus. His gaze shot upwards as he noticed the system spirit Ruhua materialized. She appeared unexpectedly, as if from thin air. With exuberant joy, she celebrated his acquisition. He had obtained the coveted treasure chests. This time, the reward was even greater. Upon hearing this, the protagonist beamed and replied. He had eagerly awaited an upgrade opportunity. Finally, that moment had arrived. After savoring the last morsel of meat and letting out a satisfied belch, he proclaimed his satiation. Settling down with a pleasantly full stomach, he gleefully declared his impressive haul. He had acquired a remarkable 5 chests. Since the gecko warrior was unable to perform its usual duty, the task of selection fell upon him. He instructed Ruhua to open the central chest. Radiating a brilliant golden aura, the chest sprang open, revealing its contents. The prize within was a B-level sweet potato gene. His system spirit promptly offered her congratulations for this impressive acquisition. The system interface displayed information indicating that sweet potato roots were categorized into 3 distinct types: fibrous, woody, and tuberous. It further detailed that the primary purpose of tuberous roots was nutrient storage and propagation. Upon reviewing this data, Wu contemplated the necessity of this gene. Addressing the system's intelligence, he inquired about the advantages conferred by this gene post-fusion. The system's intelligence promptly provided an explanation, stating that simply interring food remnants in the earth for decomposition was a protracted and inefficient process. Conversely, the sweet potato gene enabled the preservation of processed sustenance within the roots. Upon hearing this, the protagonist responded with disbelief, questioning the utility of roots that concealed nutrients. He wondered if excavation and consumption were truly necessary during times of hunger. However, Manhwa countered his hypothesis, asserting that direct nutrient absorption from the roots would ensure survival during periods of scarcity. Furthermore, it would facilitate injury healing and rapid recuperation. Upon hearing this, a vivid picture instantly formed in Woosen's mind. He envisioned the recovery potion in his grasp as his own life-sustaining roots. This image caused his eyes to sparkle with heightened anticipation. Eagerly, he urged the spirit to commence the fusion process without delay. Mere moments later, a brilliant emerald light enveloped the protagonist. Simultaneously, the system interface displayed a confirmation of successful integration with the red potato gene. This newfound ability enabled him to rapidly convert food into nourishment. These nutrients could then be stored within his roots. The accompanying message indicated that his mother would no longer need to fret over his nutritional deficiencies. However, to his astonishment and perplexity, he perceived no discernible alteration within himself. Observing his confusion, Manhwa instructed him to attempt mentally controlling his roots. He should try directing them to absorb and retain sustenance. Upon hearing this, Woosun fixed his gaze upon the toad. Yet, in the ensuing moment, his attention remained unwavering. As if reciting a mystical chant, he mumbled something about preserving provisions. A moment later, he sensed the tendrils. They surged upward immediately. After erupting from the earth, they promptly started entwining the amphibian's form. Witnessing this, the hero couldn't help but feel elated that his plan succeeded. And with such swiftness, too, he distinctly perceived the root network encasing the nourishment. They transported it to the main root for safekeeping. It was remarkably practical. Now, excavating pits and fretting over scavengers was unnecessary. He no longer worried about attracting unwanted notice. During a subsequent expedition, he resolved to evaluate the saccharine root's revitalizing properties. It was comparable to a vial of restorative elixir. It was practically a lifeline, and if the root could be enhanced, his chances of survival would multiply, and his odds of survival would dramatically improve. The chance to utilize his newfound ability presented itself swiftly. Moments later, a colossal crimson serpent ambushed him. The serpent lunged at our protagonist without hesitation. However, he was resolute in his refusal to be defeated. Commanding his thorny tendrils, he managed to halt its advance. Yet, he pressed his advantage, capitalizing on the serpent's momentary pause. He ensnared the creature with his vines and hurled it to the earth. Observing that the serpent still clung to life, Wu swiftly employed his signature technique. He unleashed the frenzied bone assassin, a lethal maneuver utilizing skeletal fragments. With blinding velocity, he plunged a bone shard into the incapacitated serpent's flesh. After a brief interval, the dust cloud generated by the struggle began to dissipate. Upon the ground, the lifeless serpent's body twitched in its final throes. Wu promptly commended his golden companion, declaring their partnership formidable. He then shifted his attention to his tendrils. They bore the clear impressions of fangs. He observed that although the serpent possessed venom, it posed no threat to him. Serpent venom is ineffective against flora. Venom typically works by entering the circulatory system. It assaults the nerves, musculature, cardiac, and pulmonary functions. Luckily, their floral companion lacked these vulnerabilities. Suddenly, his root emitted a vibrant emerald luminescence. This signaled the commencement of the healing process. Momenzlate. Upon examining his vine, all injuries had vanished. He proudly declared the root's regenerative capabilities exceptional. Yet, nothing surpassed the importance of their meal. With delight, they grasped their makeshift utensils. They promptly commenced their feast. As they savored the serpent's flesh, somber clouds obscured the heavens, and precipitation descended. Manhwa perched upon the thorax, sought refuge beneath an umbrella while the hero and the lizard were left exposed to the elements. But Wasun swiftly rectified the situation by interlacing his vines to form a protective cover. He shielded himself and his golden companion from the downpour. Gazing at the content reptile, peacefully slumbering and nestled close, he mused to himself. His connection to his domain deepened with each passing moment. He now possessed sustenance, refreshment, and an adorable little companion. He wistfully remarked, for a fleeting second, that a female presence was all that lacked. A foreboding sense of imminent peril abruptly shattered his reverie. He gazed ahead with a puzzled expression. As it happened, an amorous system spirit floated directly towards him. Outstretching his arms, the spirit inquired if he was his beloved. Nevertheless, a volley of thorny projectiles swiftly resolved the matter. Having repelled Ruhua's assault, who now lay unconscious, our hero pondered seeking a large, feminine blossom. Should he desire to find a female companion, that is, yet, the mental image that materialized was not particularly appealing. Thus, he opted to postpone the endeavor. More than a month had elapsed since our protagonist's floral transformation. In this interval, he had successfully cultivated an additional spiked tendril, along with 2 supplementary roots, equating to 2 extra vials of restorative elixir. Tossing the prickly sphere skyward and retrieving it, Wusun contemplated the prolonged absence of his golden companion from the hunt. However, the unexpected sound of rustling foliage behind him abruptly snagged his attention. Whirling around, he pondered if the lizard had finally concluded its hunt. But the sight before him made him stop dead in his tracks. A man stood there, a knapsack secured to his back. A satchel for herbs hung from his shoulder. As the man scanned his surroundings, Wusun was overjoyed to discover other individuals inhabited this realm. Seeking to garner attention, he vigorously waved leaves and boisterously shouted with glee. He exclaimed he had at last encountered living beings in this forsaken world. But in a flash, he recognized he was merely an unusual blossom with a gaping maw. His sole shared trait with humans was the capacity for thought and speech. Thus, he opted to initiate contact with a greeting. Lacking knowledge about this world, he intended to bombard the man with inquiries. He instantly erupted in a loud shout. Yet, he remained oblivious to our hero's presence. The man strolled past, observing the figure hunched over on the earth. Wusung was perplexed by his failure to detect him. He wondered if his small stature was the cause. But his current activity piqued Wusung's curiosity even more. Abruptly, the sound of roots tearing from the soil filled the air. With a grin that appeared almost sinister to our protagonist, the man gleefully exclaimed his surprise at discovering such a rare, purifying herb. This spectacle led our hero to 2 immediate realizations. Firstly, the man was foraging for botanical specimens. Secondly, drawing attention to himself was the gravest error of his life. After plunging a small trowel into the dirt, the man commenced unearthing the blossom. Clutching it, he declared with elation his incredible fortune in finding such a bloom. It was, he explained, the key component for the elixir of longevity. Our hero, conversely, observed the scene with unease. His gaze shifted towards himself. Panic surged within him. He lamented being the sole remaining blossom in the vicinity. A glimmer of hope remained. Perhaps he wouldn't be plucked for medicinal purposes. His wish, however, went unfulfilled. The man placed the flower into his satchel. He scanned his surroundings. He surmised other precious botanicals must be nearby. Wusun's eyes widened in terror at the man's utterance. His fleeting hope evaporated instantly. He knew his demise was imminent. As anticipated, the man swiftly located him. A sinister grin spread across his face. Yet he refrained from immediately plucking it. Lost in thought, he pondered his lack of knowledge about this particular bloom. Retrieving a book, he consulted its pages for information on the flower. Much to his dismay, his search yielded nothing. This piqued his curiosity immensely. A wide, enthusiastic grin, like that of an explorer making a groundbreaking discovery, spread across his face. Believing he had stumbled upon a novel medicinal plant, the man clutched a spade. To the protagonist, this tool seemed akin to a deadly weapon. He extended his hand towards Wusun, aiming to unearth it for later examination. Our floral friend froze in terror. He could only helplessly watch the approaching hand. He silently pleaded, "Don't touch me with those grimy hands." Fortunately, his innate survival mechanisms activated. Instinctively, he lashed out with a thorny vine. The man's hand unexpectedly encountered the prickly barrier. As pain registered, he yelped in agony and abruptly retracted his hand. Examining his torn glove, he pondered the unusual flower's numerous thorns. However, their presence only amplified his fascination. He resolved to persist. But now, proceeding with greater caution, a sinister grin spread across his face as his hand moved. He lunged toward the protagonist once more. This time, Wusun truly grasped the imminence of his demise. Even his thorny vines proved futile. They inflicted only superficial damage. Terror contorted his features. He succumbed to despair. He accepted his helplessness against overwhelming force. The man's hand was on the verge of seizing him. A sudden sound from behind diverted his attention. He whirled around. A figure emerged from the shadows, approaching them. He identified his companion. He inquired about his partner's premature return. A large, rose-colored egg was cradled in his arms. The man's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. He questioned the speed of his accomplishment. To his utter confusion, the man sprinted past him, wordlessly, as if pursued. Whirling around, he frantically urged his companion to flee. The dragoness had discovered the stolen egg, he exclaimed. Terror and disbelief washed over him. Perspiration instantly beaded on his brow. Meanwhile, the egg thief continued his desperate flight. His accomplice glanced skyward. A massive form rapidly descended upon them. It was an enormous dragon. Its temperament was as formidable as its physique. Despite the dragon's presence, the man remained fixated on unearthing the peculiar bloom. His friend declared him insane. He bellowed that it was an inappropriate moment for such endeavors. The protagonist shared his companion's displeasure. He inwardly cursed his friend's stubborn refusal to escape. Despite the perilous circumstances and his friend's urgent cries, he wavered. Even this avaricious individual valued his pathetic existence. He yielded and followed his companion. Turning back, he vowed to return at the first available opportunity. Upon hearing these remarks, Wussin was consumed by rage. He couldn't jeopardize his own safety, nor could he allow them to retreat and later complete their objective. His sole recourse was to engage in combat. Fortuitously, at that precise instant, victory was within his grasp. He wasn't alone in his animosity towards them. A dragon was at his side, a formidable ally, with ferocious cries demanding retribution, ensuring they wouldn't dare to venture back. He unleashed his barbed vines towards them. In a flash, the vines ensnared the legs of the fleeing individuals, immobilizing them completely. Sensing the restraint, they gazed down in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the situation. They were enraged by the thorny tendrils. The vines held their legs fast, baffling them with their strength. They exerted all their might to break free. Although the protagonist possessed extraordinary abilities, he was but a fragile blossom at this stage. The combined might of the two men proved overwhelming for him. Despite nearly being uprooted, he refused to yield. With a defiant roar, he clung to their legs. Fortuitously, his strength held. The two men tumbled to the earth with a resounding thud. A sizable rose-colored ovum slipped from their grasp, vanishing into the undergrowth. Simultaneously, the enraged WIRM, its crimson eyes blazing, was rapidly gaining on them. The dark-haired man was perplexed by the sudden interruption. His companion, however, was preoccupied with the missing egg's location. They had no opportunity for contemplation, for in the next instant, the man lifted his head and shrieked. The dragon loomed directly overhead. Cries for assistance filled the air as they fled with utmost haste. Their efforts were futile, all hope lost. In a heartbeat, the beast's massive, taloned paws descended upon them. The dragon seized the terrified men without mercy and unleashed a ferocious roar, leaving no doubt about his immediate intentions. Despite being trapped in the dragon's grasp, the fair-haired youth, though bewildered and terrified, refused to surrender. Grinning and drawing his blade, he vowed resolutely to fight until his last breath. With a mighty swing, his sword struck the colossal beast's claw. A piercing shriek erupted from the creature as pain surged through it. In a flash, the brunette realized the dragon's grip had loosened, but this offered no solace. An instant later, he and his companion plummeted earthward. A fatal impact seemed imminent. Yet, the she-dragon's fury was far from sated. Enraged, she wouldn't grant them such a swift demise. In the blink of an eye, she lunged toward them, jaws agape, with terrifying velocity. Seconds later, the screams were silenced. They were reportedly never seen again. Observing the settling dust, appearing incredulous, the protagonist pondered whether those individuals were deceased. The realization of his indirect, yet still culpable, act of homicide induced perspiration and tremors. His response was understandable, considering that for someone his age, taking a life was a terrifying prospect. Nevertheless, he recognized his lack of alternatives. Their escape would guarantee his demise. Their return would mean certain death for him. Wu Sun opted to dismiss the thought. He rationalized his actions as pure self-preservation. He was not to blame. However, a new predicament arose. Another potential issue emerged. The dragon egg. hastily abandoned, lay in close proximity. The dragoness's eventual return was inevitable. She would eliminate anyone nearby. Suddenly, he perceived an imminent threat from behind. This prompted him to swiftly swivel around. As anticipated, a female dragon was soaring low to the earth. Fortunately, she remained oblivious to both the egg and his presence. As she glided past, her form diminished. She dwindled into a minuscule black speck. Wu observed this with mounting dread. He watched until the very last moment. The dragoness vanished entirely, allowing him to finally exhale. But his relief was short-lived. His focus immediately shifted. The rosy-hued egg protruded from the shrubbery. Meanwhile, the recipient of the dragon egg appeared less than thrilled. Exasperated, he bellowed after the dragoness. He angrily questioned why she abandoned her offspring, and if she had no need for it. Predictably, his outburst was futile. Mopping his brow, he rationalized that this was likely her inaugural experience with motherhood. However, even this failed to justify her disregard for her progeny. He retracted his barbs from the tendrils, careful not to harm the delicate egg. Our hero extended his hand towards it. Unfortunately, it was just beyond his grasp. Luckily, his golden gecko companion materialized. He ambled back, a dish clutched in his tiny claws. Approaching, he glanced at the protagonist with a perplexed expression. His gaze then shifted to the egg. Spotting an opportunity for some unpaid assistance, the protagonist addressed the gecko. The little lizard, still utterly baffled, received a request to nudge the egg forward. With gusto, he commenced pushing. Despite his best efforts, the egg remained stubbornly immobile. At last, he succumbed to fatigue. This reptilian Sisyphus couldn't even shift his boulder. Recognizing the futility of the situation, Wu beckoned him closer. Using his vines, he illustrated a concept. He elucidated the mechanics of leverage. Given the gecko's limited comprehension, he instructed him to simply comply. Adhering precisely to our floral companion's directions, he located a sizable rock and positioned it next to the egg. He promptly commenced his task. Procuring a sturdy branch for leverage, he strained, exerting his full force to push. With the protagonist offering moral backing, he provided encouragement as best he was able. Through their combined exertion, the small lizard, sustaining a forehead contusion in the process, nevertheless succeeded in displacing the egg. The egg briefly hovered, then rolled directly toward Wasun, who joyfully declared the endeavor a triumph. Upon its approach, his tendrils swiftly enveloped it. Despite his utmost attempts to elevate it, he lacked the necessary strength. Its considerable size prevented absorption as well. Even his cavernous maw wasn't sufficient. The notion of shattering it was instantly dismissed. Should its contents spill onto the earth, it would be practically inedible. Grasping his head, he exasperatedly pondered its fate. He lacked the means to consume it. Currently, at least. Yet, a crackling sound disrupted his contemplation. Momentarily, it perplexed him. He questioned its origin. A moment later, though, observing a fissure in the egg, a dragon's emergence became apparent. Our hero envisioned a tiny, adorable rosy-hued dragon hatchling. He believed it was about to enter the world. Suddenly, the upper shell fractured completely. A radiant golden luminescence engulfed the surroundings. Much to our protagonist's astonishment and disbelief, the creature that emerged from the egg was entirely unexpected. A small, plump child with horns appeared before him. Wasun was astonished because the egg had hatched into a seemingly ordinary little girl. This was completely unforeseen. Furthermore, she was born fully clothed. Gazing at the tearful being before him, he reminded himself that he shouldn't be amazed. After all, he had transformed from a human into a blossom. He observed the little girl more closely. She had ceased her weeping. He noticed her dragon-like horns and tail. Yet, her body appeared human. Considering these attributes, he deduced she was likely a dragon child. Abruptly, the little dragon girl grasped the eggshell with her small, plump hands and began gnawing on it with her tiny, sharp teeth. Witnessing this, the protagonist panicked and tried to intervene. He urged her not to consume the eggshell, but then he reconsidered. He paused. In his human life, he devoured countless fantasy novels. They often described how a dragon, upon emerging, immediately consumes its shell. Considering the possibility of inhabiting one of those fictional realms, a notion supported by considerable evidence, he opted to leave things undisturbed. The hatchling had consumed all nearby shell fragments, and now fixated on the last piece beneath her, emitting the typical incomprehensible noises of newborns. She grasped the shell. Then, with a strained breath, she exerted all her strength to extract it. She succeeded, but lost her balance, tumbling onto her back. Observing this, Wu Sun scoffed, deeming the creature rather foolish. Having lost track of the final shell fragment, the tiny dragoness scanned her surroundings. Her attention was immediately drawn to our blossom, which in turn perceived her observation and recoiled. The infant dragoness promptly and gleefully scuttled towards him. Addressing him as Mom, Wu Sun was utterly astonished by what he heard. He anxiously glanced at the gecko, inquiring if he had also heard her use the maternal term. Once he regained some composure, he contemplated the potential explanations for her actions. He recalled a theory about avian behavior. They identified the first being they encounter, upon emerging from their shell, as their mother. However, he never considered this applicable to dragons. Moreover, what kind of maternal figure could he possibly be? He was merely a young man. Yet this reality, coupled with the prickles, didn't appear to faze the little dragoness in the slightest. She instantly lunged at him with embraces and joyous exclamations of "Mommy! Mommy!" Her persistence and weight were undeniable. The delicate bloom was barely clinging to the earth. Its roots were its only anchor. He tried to reason with her, to explain she was mistaken. She had it all wrong. He was not her mother. His stem was starting to fracture under the pressure. His roots were gradually being ripped from the soil. Yet the tiny dragoness persisted. She continued to call him Mommy and lean her full weight upon him. The hapless flower suspected she was doing it intentionally. She was going to rip him from the ground, roots and all. He pleaded with her tearfully to release him. To his astonishment, she let go. Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He still lamented his near disintegration. The silver lining was, the little dragon girl appeared to comprehend his words. However, her need for affection was not satisfied. She had already selected her next target, a gecko who, upon seeing the expression in her eyes, he realized he was in a predicament. It appeared he was destined to become the little girl's stuffed animal. Besides his duties as a pest exterminator and water fetcher, based on her wails, however, she had confused him for her father. Wusun was displeased with the current situation. He vehemently corrected her misunderstanding. He asserted his paternal role in the scenario. He clarified he was the dad, not the mom, and the gecko was akin to a pet canine, certainly not the father figure. The little dragon girl scrutinized him intently. Yet, she persisted in her embrace of the unfortunate gecko. She seemed to comprehend his explanation, though, as she placed the terrified gecko on the floor, only to immediately retrieve him and hug him tightly once more. She affectionately called him Doggy. The poor creature seemed quite discontent with this assigned role. His expression conveyed his feelings more eloquently than words. Wusun was relieved she grasped his meaning, and now recognized the gecko's true identity. Praising her intelligence, he inquired about her perception of his current identity. However, she remained silent. Releasing the tormented lizard, she gazed at him fixedly. Then, she unequivocally conveyed her hunger. She desired sustenance. Wu Sung wasn't enthusiastic about sharing his meal, yet his opinion was disregarded. Immediately after noticing a withered leaf teeming with insects, she proceeded to consume them with reckless abandon. She ignored the disgruntled flower's indignant protests. Within moments, every beetle vanished. She devoured the last one. Only a desiccated leaf remained. Apparently, post-meal, slumber beckoned. Wu Sung didn't care where she slept. To his astonishment, she crawled towards him. She nestled near his roots. Instantaneously, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Like a true infant, she exuded undeniable charm, even captivating the gecko. Indeed, the perpetually grumpy flower couldn't raise any objections, and she slumbered peacefully until the following sunrise, when the dawn's early light roused her from her sleep. Moments after the infant dragoness awakened, she emitted piercing cries, demanding immediate sustenance. Her hunger was ravenous. Wusun instantly attempted to soothe her, urging her to hush and cease her weeping. He promised to dispatch their canine companion for nourishment. Our floral friend entrusted his loyal hound with a crucial mission: to swiftly gather as many beetles as possible. Echo already clutched a leaf in his paws, prepared for this vital assignment. As he embarked on his hunting expedition, Woosun endeavored to pacify the young one, assuring her of their faithful companion's imminent return. With an abundance of provisions, yet the little creature remained inconsolable. He now grasped the challenges of childcare, and how the incessant wailing induced a throbbing headache. Finally, the gecko concluded his quest, bearing a multitude of insects. The infant promptly commenced devouring them, thoroughly relishing the experience. Meanwhile, the equally famished flower and gecko could only salivate. Woosun even implored her to save some, to leave at least a single insect for her father. However, it became apparent that those insects were insufficient. The moment they were gone, she resumed crying, demanding more sustenance. Woosun was bewildered by her audacity, devouring everything, leaving everyone else ravenous, and then requesting additional provisions. The unfortunate gecko had no alternative but to resume his hunt, while the small flower was left to contend with the wailing child. He acknowledged a fear of her voracious hunger. He worried she might desire greens after her insect feast. Eventually, the gecko returned with an assortment of insects. Woosun had noticeably diminished in size. With quivering leaves, he cautiously reached for a beetle. The weary gecko mirrored his actions. His efforts had yielded no personal reward. Exchanging glances amongst themselves, they understood that consuming them would leave their offspring with insufficient sustenance. They themselves were struggling to survive. Regardless of their needs, they were resolute. They concurred, acknowledging a parent's duty to provide for their child. Their responsibility was to give her everything she required. Yet, their weary and drained countenances betrayed their inner struggle. Observing her devour one insect after another, Woosun pondered her nature, dragon, bird, or a hybrid creature. He contemplated her growth rate on an insect-based diet. A horrifying realization dawned upon him. As she matured, her appetite would escalate. The gecko would be relentlessly searching for insects, driven to exhaustion. His own immobility rendered him utterly helpless. Action was imperative. Unexpectedly, the gecko proposed a solution to their sustenance predicament. He suggested a toad-catching strategy, using himself as lure. Initially, Woosun was reluctant to consent to this proposition. The peril was too great, and he couldn't bear the thought of losing his canine companion. However, the lizard persistently reassured him that all would be well, provided he carried some prickly seeds for protection. Equipped with a handful of thorns, he embarked on his hunt with unwavering confidence. He disregarded the blossom's cautions to exercise prudence and refrain from boasting. Woosun observed the insect-consuming young girl and contemplated the arduous undertaking of child-rearing. He finally grasped the sacrifices his mother made. She had single-handedly brought him up. Her culinary creations were unparalleled in his eyes. After some time, the lizard reappeared, accompanied by others. He narrowly evaded his pursuers. Our floral friend was astonished by his swift return, and he hadn't brought back a toad, but rather hostile and menacing wasps, an entire colony of them, buzzing ominously, in relentless pursuit of the trespasser. It appeared the lizard had. He devised a clever scheme to rapidly acquire a substantial amount of food. He launched projectiles into the wasp nest, provoking them into pursuing him relentlessly. Fortunately, he reached his protector just in time. Otherwise, his skin would have resembled a punctured surface. Now, it was Woosun's opportunity to demonstrate to the wasps the capabilities of his enhanced spiked whips. The wasps, appearing resolute, launched an immediate assault. However, Woosun had anticipated their aggression. He countered with a barrage of sharp projectiles. His countless hours of training had yielded results. He now possessed remarkable precision, striking each wasp with remarkable accuracy. The wasps plummeted to the earth, forming a growing mound. Yet the wasps persisted. Disregarding the demise of their comrades, they relentlessly advanced. Woosun exhausted his entire supply of barbed projectiles, accumulated over several weeks. This was inconsequential, as it wasn't his primary armament. It served merely as his initial line of defense. He had his barbed whips at the ready, anticipating the approaching wasps. As the wasps drew near, he unleashed his barbs with ferocious intensity. He instantly skewered the remaining wasps, creating a gruesome spectacle. After a few more moments of intense combat, the final wasp succumbed. Woosun finally exhaled, a wave of relief washing over him. The ordeal was concluded. A mound of lifeless wasps lay before him. This should suffice for the young dragoness for the present. The gecko and the baby dragoness emerged from their sanctuary. They rejoiced in having such a formidable and steadfast protector. The baby dragoness darted towards him, exclaiming joyfully, "Daddy's the best!" They gazed inquisitively at the carnage, the ground strewn with wasp carcasses. Observing their hesitation, Wasun suggested they gather the wasps and their prickly seeds. He was confident these wasps would adequately sustain the little one. For several days, Gecko commenced the gathering process, and the little one desired to assist him. After some time, they amassed a considerable mound of wasps. Even Wasun was astonished by the sheer quantity of wasps. Finally, they could feast to their heart's content. The responsibilities of fatherhood no longer felt so daunting. An added benefit was the numerous treasure chests Wasun acquired. Surprisingly, even Ruhua appeared less aesthetically displeasing. Although, truth be told, he remained irredeemably unattractive. After observing the young girl's continuous consumption of insects, Wasun contemplated that raising their daughter on a diet solely of bugs was unconventional. They should procure some meat and nourish her properly. Gecko shared this sentiment. To obtain meat, they devised a plan. They employed their well-honed hunting techniques, utilizing live prey as a lure. Several hours later, the gecko located their prospective meal. This meal was quite sizable and ravenous itself. It instantly commenced pursuit of the gecko, attempting to ensnare it with its tongue. The oblivious toad stalked the gecko, gaining ground with its powerful jumps. But the gecko expertly feigned vulnerability, deftly leading the toad into the snare. As the toad was on the verge of capturing it, the gecko abruptly spun around and mimicked firing a weapon. The toad, anticipating devouring the audacious gecko, failed to detect the approaching emerald energy bolts. Before it could react, the thorny tendrils lashed out, ensnaring it in a vice-like grip. With a single, swift strike of another whip, Wasun terminated its life. Dark toad blood sprayed in every direction. Its lifeless form hung limply amidst the thorns. With a series of rapid whip movements, the toad's remains plummeted to the earth with a dull thud. Wasun felt a surge of satisfaction for vanquishing the toad with such ease. Tonight's meal would be amphibian, a welcome change from their usual insect fare. The newfound asphyxiating capability of his whips also filled him with glee. This newfound power would enable him to triumph over adversaries, far more formidable than mere toads and serpents. They didn't squander a moment. They promptly commenced butchering the amphibian's body. Little Yellow, in particular, displayed remarkable dexterity and swiftness. Toad flesh was sent flying in every direction. The small dragoness consumed it all with a voracious appetite. Each morsel vanished into her maw, leading Wu to believe he might never satiate her hunger. He might never provide sufficient sustenance. Days turned into weeks, and the gecko consistently delivered fresh prey. Each victim was dispatched with swift precision using his whips. The adversaries varied. Sometimes toads, other times snakes, but each creature met the same fate. The gecko tread a precarious path, jeopardizing his very existence. A single misstep could spell his doom. One wrong move, and it would all be over. This reality deeply troubled our protagonist. He refused to let this situation persist. Furthermore, the young girl was developing rapidly. Within a month, she had attained the size of a 5-year-old. With her insatiable hunger, these diminutive creatures no longer satisfied her appetite. Devouring yet another toad, Wasun contemplated a strategy to hunt larger game. However, their size needed to be manageable enough for him to subdue. This presented a formidable challenge. An idea struck him as the gecko gazed at him quizzically. The gecko was perplexed by Wasun's actions. Instead of placing the toad on the earth to dissect it, he hoisted it and began transporting it elsewhere. Wasun clarified his intention to utilize the toad's remains. His goal was to lure more substantial prey. The toad succumbed to his relentless blows, its life extinguished. And as expected, a few hours passed. Its remains caught the attention of a new creature in the local ecosystem. Detecting the scent of blood and decaying flesh, it couldn't let such a feast go to waste. A black rat, enticed by visions of roasted amphibian, couldn't resist taking a nibble. Oblivious to the danger, the rat sunk its teeth into the carcass. It even began dragging it towards the undergrowth. But then primal instinct kicked in. It sensed a threat and quivered with apprehension. It frantically tried to extract its teeth from the deceased toad, but it was too late. Thorny tendrils were already ensnaring the rat. The rat had swallowed the lure. Finally freeing itself, it leaped away. The escape attempt proved insufficient. The flower's prickly whips had it firmly bound. All avenues of escape were severed. The rat gnawed at the vine and clawed at it desperately, but all struggles were in vain. It was defeated. The predator effortlessly hoisted it into the air. The rodent emitted a high-pitched squeal. That shriek was its final breath. Retribution for its audacious bite was swift. The vine ensnared it instantaneously. He repeatedly and forcefully slammed it against the earth. Dust billowed. Now, two lifeless bodies lay before them. The lizard acquired them without endangering himself. They rejoiced. Wasun believed that day he could adequately nourish his young daughter. Their elation proved premature. A noise from above seized their attention. It startled them. A raptor descended upon them, wings fully extended. Before they could respond, it snatched the rodent. Stunned, they merely tracked its flight with their eyes. When Wasun regained his composure, it was too late. He could only hurl insults at the brazen pilferer. His fury was boundless. The audacity of this oversized bird to pilfer his meal. Retribution was undoubtedly in order. Wasun's fury was uncontainable. He refused to pardon this impudent, gigantic fowl for absconding with his quarry. He bellowed at the soaring raptor to return. "Curse you!" while simultaneously launching quills. He flung them in rapid succession. His pointed projectiles hurtled towards their destination with blinding velocity. It appeared the miscreant was about to face righteous consequences. His feathered posterior was destined for a thorough thrashing. However, the eagle soared too high and merely scoffed at his feeble endeavors and spines. They simply fell short. He was rather self-satisfied, having seized the spoils from another inferior being. It was a remarkably fruitful endeavor. Moreover, what could these pitiful, flightless terrestrial beings possibly do? This only intensified Wasun's rage. However, he was helpless to intervene. The eagle soared too high for him to reach. His inability to act only fueled his frustration. But the ensuing events astonished our protagonist even further. The eagle faded into the periphery. The tiny dragoness, having observed her supposed father's display, resolved to emulate him. She flailed her tiny limbs, angrily yelling, "Bad eagle!" Wasun observed her futile efforts and suggested she cease. The eagle had already departed. Her actions merely disturbed the air. But she was a mischievous and extraordinary child. She managed to astound her father figure. She continued her tirade against the wicked scoundrel of an eagle. Simultaneously, she began to radiate a brilliant golden aura. A dramatic metamorphosis seemed imminent, and indeed it was. The tiny tempest commenced her transformation into something far more formidable. She was no longer a sweet little dragon girl. In an instant, she morphed into a magnificent white dragon. Despite its diminutive stature, it was resolute in its pursuit of the eagle that dared pilfer their meal. Our floral and reptilian companions were astonished by the metamorphosis. They were utterly incredulous at the sight before them. A genuine dragon stood there, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the beast that had slain the two foreigners. Wasun now began to fear for his own well-being. The newly formed dragon quickly gained momentum and launched itself from the earth. Instead of a graceful ascent, however, something was amiss. The dragoness struggled to control her wings and tail, barely managing to remain airborne. Drenched in perspiration, she trembled uncontrollably. Her spasmodic movements foreshadowed a single, inevitable outcome. The dragoness realized with dawning horror that her flight would be short-lived. An imminent collision with the ground awaited her, and so it transpired. As she accelerated following her brief airborne struggle, she crashed painfully back to Earth, planting her face firmly in the earth. It became evident that even magnificent and uncommon beings like dragons require instruction and honing of skills. Even they can't effortlessly take to the heavens. Observing this spectacle, our floral and reptilian companions were bewildered. Their once serene clearing now resembled a ravaged war zone. Dust billowed outward in every direction. Wasun, however, deduced that this was her maiden flight. She lacked fundamental aerial expertise, but she would undoubtedly master everything eventually. An impact crater formed at the point of impact. Within its depths, a brilliant golden glimmer reappeared. Woo-sun requested the gecko to investigate. He should check if their little one had sustained any injuries before the gecko could react. Wailing resonated throughout the clearing. The little one sobbed uncontrollably. She was already rushing towards her father. The innocent aspirations of the poor creature lay in ruins. Immediate action was required to soothe her. In that moment, the young girl raced around the open space, shrieking. Sobbing, she lamented to her father about her pain. Their protector was at a loss, unsure how to console his child. He was inexperienced in such delicate situations. Regaining his composure, he attempted to pacify his daughter. He implored her to cease her tears, vowing to avenge her against the wicked eagle. Retribution would come, but patience was necessary. Yet, her weeping persisted, unabated. Concluding that further attempts to comfort her were futile, Wu resolved to determine her dragon lineage. Recalling her transformed state, he hypothesized a resemblance to Ying Lung, a creature from the classic of mountains and seas. Observing her, he anticipated her rapid growth. A name was needed soon. Constantly referring to her as daughter was insufficient. Such a generic term wouldn't suffice. He needed to devise a fitting moniker for her. Drawing inspiration from her draconian features, he christened her Yin Yuan. With the naming formality settled, he could address more pressing matters. Recalling how avian parents tutor their fledglings, leading by demonstration, he pondered his next course of action with his little one. While little Yin Yuan's flight was still underdeveloped, she required training, but the method remained elusive. After all, he himself was merely an unappealing blossom with a volatile temperament and a penchant for loquacity. He was immobile, for crying out loud. How could he impart the art of flying without practical instruction? He resolved to first gauge her opinion of her newly bestowed name, Yin Yuan. He began by creating some distance and declared with gravitas that she had reached maturity, thus warranting a personal appellation. He inquired about her feelings regarding Yin Yuan as a paternal designation. The name resonated with her. It possessed an agreeable quality. Afterwards, she finally regained her composure and resumed her dragon form for another attempt. And our floral friend finally deciphered how to guide her. To illustrate, he devised a plan using his vines, intertwining them in a specific manner. He visually conveyed Yin Yuan's required actions. The young dragoness was initially startled by this display. She worried her father intended to discipline her for misbehaving. However, he simply gestured to indicate his commitment to assisting her training. From that day forward, he would help his daughter learn to fly. He decided to teach her how to flap her wings and maintain mid-air stability. To achieve this, he beckoned her closer. He instructed her to perch upon his hand. She complied, awkwardly clambering onto his appendage. She trembled with the strain and exertion. Our floral companion was amused by her efforts, but he continued to encourage more vigorous wing movements. He urged her to persist in her flight practice. Immediately, Jin Yun complied, and with just a couple of wing beats, she ascended rapidly into the heavens. Initially, it appeared she would undoubtedly triumph. However, this was a mere illusion, for in the air, the little one struggled. Her jerky and disconnected movements lacked the grace required for sustained flight. Our floral companion offered enthusiastic encouragement, urging her to persevere and to boldly look and soar ahead. A poignant memory surfaced in Wasun's mind, his mother, instructing him on the art of bicycle riding. The resemblance was now strikingly apparent. Teaching a dragon to take flight, back then, his mother had advised him to maintain the bicycle stability, preserve his equilibrium, and proceed without fear. He now grasped the magnitude of his mother's efforts and regretted not expressing sufficient gratitude. Regrettably, it was too late for amends. The past was immutable. A whistling sound jolted him from his reverie of the dragon commencing its descent. He urgently implored her to exercise caution and maintain her grip. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. The velocity she had attained on the precipice eliminated any possibility of recovering her equilibrium. With each passing moment, the ground drew nearer. Fortunately, she wasn't at a significant altitude. Her airborne trajectory concluded abruptly in the adjacent shrubbery. She landed with a resounding thud. Wusun, fearing for her well-being, immediately began to call out. He anxiously inquired about Yin Yun's condition. The gecko also sprang into action. It raced towards the impact site with remarkable speed. They were deeply concerned for the child they cherished. They prayed she had emerged unscathed from the harsh fall. At last, there was movement within the bushes. However, the movement suggested a struggle. Our flower frantically continued to question her daughter. She pleaded for information about Inyun's state. But silence eventually prevailed. The undergrowth became still. Inyun emerged from the thicket, a serpent clutched in her jaws. She proudly displayed her catch to her father. Covered in scrapes and bruises, yet beaming with joy, she returned to their blossom. He anxiously inquired if the venomous snake had harmed or bitten her, but Inyun calmed his fears, assuring him there was no need for concern. She had followed his instructions precisely. She had bitten the serpent first, rendering it harmless. Wow! Sun was radiant with delight. His daughter was finally old enough to hunt serpents independently. He and the gecko could finally relax. Their worries about feeding her were alleviated. This was undoubtedly the day's most welcome news. He could finally enjoy the rest he had longed for. Within a few days, Inyun had fully acclimated to her dragon form. She mastered flight, no longer landing face first. Now, she perpetually soared above Wusun, as if safeguarding his territory. Their blossom gazed at her with rapture. She marveled at the grace and ease of her flight. With each passing day, her aerial prowess improved. He felt a pang of envy, grounded by his lack of wings. He yearned for the same unfettered flight, to soar with her effortless grace and freedom. The gecko observed, jaw agape, his awe unmistakable. Noticing her increasing distance, Wusun signaled her return, urging her not to venture too far, but his pleas went unheeded. He pondered, believing that with the limitless sky before her, she disregarded the insignificant creatures below. His assumptions seemed validated. As Inyun vanished from view, only the azure expanse dotted with clouds remained. Words failed to capture their disillusionment. They felt callously forsaken. The audacity! How could she simply soar into the horizon without a single word of gratitude for their efforts? After what seemed like an eternity, 5 minutes later, they finally snapped out of their trance. Wu Sung nervously inquired of the gecko if he suspected she had embarked on a quest to locate her birth parent. Had she deserted them, leaving them behind for good? Only the desolate whisper of the wind and a deafening silence answered his plea. 20 more minutes crawled by, enveloped in a heavy quiet. Their floral companion grew, increasingly certain his hypothesis was accurate. Her continued absence only fueled his anxieties. He pondered how swiftly she had matured and departed from his care. Perhaps this mirrored the sentiment of parents, he mused, as their offspring venture out to pursue higher education. On the verge of utter despair, a shadowy figure with wings materialized against the distant sky. Upon seeing it, they were filled with elation. It was their beloved Inyun, who had opted to come back. But upon closer inspection, their jubilation evaporated, replaced by apprehension and unease. It wasn't their daughter after all, but that blasted eagle. Little Flower couldn't comprehend its return. There was nothing for it to pilfer. Did it crave gnawing on the roots? That wasn't the case. The eagle appeared frantic, fleeing from something in terror. The source of its fear was right behind, closing in. It was Inyun, with a deadly serious expression. She had flown out specifically to confront this eagle and pluck its feathers. Witnessing her arrival, Wusun beamed with joy. He declared he always believed little Inyun wouldn't abandon her dear old dad. He also marveled at her vengeful spirit, relentlessly pursuing the eagle for retribution. "That's my girl. Well done." Capitalizing on the eagle's approach, our protagonist landed several precise strikes. The eagle was hit, dazed and confused. Shedding feathers, it plummeted earthward. Wusun was impressed by his daughter's ingenuity. She had intentionally lured the audacious eagle towards them. It presented a formidable challenge. Collaboration was essential. Though the adversary was struck, it proved insufficient. It had already recovered its bearings and resumed its escape. However, our protagonist refused to let it flee. Moreover, he was keen to test and refine a new aptitude. In a flash, a multitude of barbed seeds ascended skyward. They hurtled towards the eagle with remarkable velocity. Although our hero wasn't a marksman in his previous life, his proficiency appeared to be honed nonetheless. His precision was otherwise inexplicable. Suffering another blow for its transgressions, the eagle shrieked in agony. But as it soon became apparent, the thorns were not the sole, nor the most dire, of its predicaments. Few things were more terrifying than a dragon's immense, a talon claw poised to snatch you by the skull, imminently. In the ensuing moment, the eagle's demise seemed inevitable. Our young one had triumphantly seized him. However, matters proved to be more intricate. The eagle revealed himself to be a far more formidable adversary than anticipated. Even amidst his struggle with the dragon, he refused to yield. In a flash, he sank his powerful beak into Inyun's finger. Our little one was caught off guard. After all, she was merely a child. As pain surged through her, she shrieked in agony and released the avian. The eagle was astonished by the success of his defiance. Before he could process the shock, he plummeted earthward. Shedding feathers under normal circumstances, he would have likely recovered in time for liftoff. But this instance presented a far greater challenge. For beneath the eagle's imposing form awaited the stinging lashes of our protagonist's weapon, which promptly surged towards him with great speed. Though the young girl hadn't fully vanquished the eagle, there was little cause for concern. Her father was present, ready to resolve her predicament. The eagle, in a brief moment, had felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing the barbed whips, quickly realized its folly. Nothing was more formidable than an enraged parent. In a flash, Wasun erupted in a furious roar, chastising the creature for daring to harm his child. He slammed the eagle into the earth. The impact's force and resulting blast clearly demonstrated our hero's intense anger. As the dust from the collision settled, our hero observed the eagle lying still upon the ground, seemingly lifeless. Triumph was undeniably theirs. Yun sprinted toward the flower, beaming. She was elated to have contributed. She proudly proclaimed her newfound hunting prowess. Wusun swelled with pride and joy for his daughter. He affectionately stroked her hair. He remarked on her maturity and self-sufficiency in hunting. Basking in her father's commendation, the little girl hummed with delight. Having conquered a formidable foe, Wusun proposed a celebration. The gecko and the young dragoness were overjoyed at the prospect. It was their first opportunity to savor fowl. It promised to be a delectable experience. A month had elapsed since the eagle's defeat. Observing the quantity and variety of Inyun's catches, Wusun couldn't help but acknowledge his daughter's significant growth. She now resembled a 10-year-old human. However, she favored her draconian form. Furthermore, hunting became her daily ritual. Thus, the gecko was no longer required to jeopardize his well-being as lure. Delivering her quarry once more, the young girl proudly recounted her accomplishments. They showered her with well-deserved accolades. The gecko and Wuzing instantly commended her with enthusiasm. This commendation was entirely warranted. The little one had truly achieved remarkable feats. Her aerial and predatory abilities had dramatically enhanced during this period. Owing to this progress, they now enjoyed nourishing meals daily. They no longer fretted about consuming unpleasant insects. They had finally attained culinary liberation. As Wusun offered Ingjun another morsel of meat, she anxiously inquired why he wasn't partaking. Our protagonist responded that the piece was intended for her. She needn't concern herself, as he was already satiated. He observed his little girl's continuous growth. Soon, a diet solely of frogs would prove insufficient for her. Serpents and avians that constitute her current quarry. He endeavored to enhance her strength in every way possible. However, this soon became unnecessary. His concerns on this matter dissipated. Inyun herself started to find this sustenance insufficient. She commenced pursuing larger game. Her initial significant capture was a sizable bobcat. His little dragoness ensured its demise. Witnessing such a substantial prize, Wusun was astonished and incredulous. Initially, he couldn't fathom her capturing an actual lynx, recognizing the formidable adversary his offspring had confronted. Our protagonist anxiously inquired about her well-being. Inyun proudly declared her strength and self-sufficiency. She assured him she possessed ample strength and resilience. However, Wusun's astonishment didn't conclude there. Inyun subsequently brought a striped hyena. Our hero was utterly astounded. He gazed at her quarry in stunned silence for several moments. His eyes were wide with disbelief. Regaining consciousness, he instantly called out to Inyun, exclaiming that he'd explicitly warned her against pursuing such large quarry. Furthermore, hyenas were especially perilous. They traveled in packs and possessed remarkable cunning. But our protagonist's greatest fear was whether his young daughter had sustained any injuries. Upon landing, the little dragoness assured him of her well-being. She recalled every lesson he'd imparted. She emphasized her adherence to his instructions, explaining that she ambushed the hyena while it was isolated. Yet, upon closer inspection, our hero instantly detected a bleeding laceration on her leg. Like any devoted parent, he immediately urged her closer to assess the damage. While examining the injury, he inquired about the incident. Jin Yun hastened to reassure her concerned father. It was merely a superficial scratch, she claimed, sustained during her hunt. The hyena reacted swiftly, managing to nip her. After hearing her account, Wu quickly responded that the injury wasn't superficial. The laceration was still hemorrhaging. Despite Yin Yun being a dragon, she was still quite young and lacked extensive experience. Consequently, our flower couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Moreover, when pursuing substantial quarry, a single blow wasn't always sufficient to bring it down. She had to seize it and hurl it from a significant elevation. This presented a hazard because the prey, even when wounded, could retaliate and inflict grievous harm. He instantly recalled his own childhood experiences, returning home with scrapes and abrasions from tumbles. Each time his mother would tend to his injuries and caution him to exercise prudence. However, he was merely a child then, and he yearned to emulate his peers and leap from the flower beds. His mother recognized this, so rather than forbidding him from playing entirely, she resolved to instruct him in the art of proper landing. This would enable him to mitigate the impact of the fall. She advised him to flex his knees upon impact. Maintaining a low center of gravity was crucial. He should envision himself as a spring during the landing process. Agility and pliancy were also paramount. Wu Sun responded with cheerful enthusiasm, confirming his understanding. He vowed to adhere to her guidance. Turning his attention to his daughter's leg wound, he observed that the bleeding had ceased and healing had commenced. This sight reinforced his belief, once more, that she truly deserved the appellation of mythical beast, for she possessed identical potent restorative abilities. Nevertheless, even this couldn't fully ensure her well-being. Therefore, it was imperative he educate her in survival and self-preservation techniques. Thus, in times of peril, she could safeguard herself, just as his mother had instructed him in his youth. The dilemma, however, was that imparting hunting skills to Yin Yun presented a challenge. He lacked the aerial prowess of a dragon, unable to demonstrate their hunting methods, nor did he possess the knowledge of a mature dragon's hunting techniques. In that instant, our protagonist grasped the profound difficulty of fatherhood. Yet, even amidst formidable obstacles, our ingenious protagonist invariably discovered a solution. This instance proved no different, for a brilliant notion soon materialized in his mind. Although Wasun was unfamiliar with local dragon hunting practices, being a newcomer from a foreign realm, he possessed one crucial piece of knowledge. The most secure method for an aerial assault involves deploying explosives and launching ballistic weaponry. In the ensuing moment, he commenced executing his strategy to instruct his young daughter. Addressing the bewildered Yin Yun, he instructed her to retrieve a sizable boulder, enabling unhindered flight. Conversely, Gecko received the command to etch a sufficiently large cross upon the earth. Equipped with the fractured bone, Gecko successfully accomplished his assigned duty. All preparations for the exercise were finalized. Upon completion, Wu Sun instantly bellowed for him to flee, which he promptly executed. An instant later, a magnificent dragon silhouette materialized in the heavens. After procuring a suitable rock, Yin Yun came back. Wasun promptly commenced providing her with directions. He clarified that her initial objective was to aim precisely, then descend swiftly upon the designated spot and hurl the stone at it. Although it presented a formidable challenge, Yin Yun had no alternative. These proficiencies were essential for safe hunting practices. Thus, after focusing and aligning her aim, she propelled the stone skyward. It plummeted earthward, striking the ground with a thunderous crash. As anticipated, however, her initial attempt missed the mark. This was unsurprising, as such accuracy demanded extensive practice. Unlike her daughter, who perceived it as a setback, Wasun was elated and beamed with pride at her accomplishment. Despite being her inaugural toss, she nearly struck the intended target. Her progress was significantly swifter than his own. The distinction of Lizard Outliner Master would undoubtedly remain his. Yet, she couldn't cease her efforts. Our protagonist encouraged her continued training. Initially, she must master hitting stationary objects. Subsequently, she would progress to mobile targets. Upon flawlessly striking every target, she would attain the status of a legendary pitcher. A fortnight passed. A clan of hyenas slumbered serenely amidst the arid terrain. Blissfully unaware, their drowsiness was well-founded. The gnawed remnants of a carcass nearby indicated a recent feast. Moments earlier, one hyena emitted a contented yawn. Life was idyllic. Then abruptly everything shifted. A whistling descent from above startled the hyena, causing it to lift its head. Its primal instincts screamed danger. However, upon seeing the massive rock hurtling towards it, the hyena froze, bewildered and disoriented. It was paralyzed with indecision. Hyenas rarely experience cranial impacts from boulders. Its response was predictable. Instantly, the hyena perished, leaving only a crimson splatter beneath the stone. The remaining pack members scattered immediately. Kicking up dust, the unfortunate recipient of the rocky blow finally expired. Its remains were swiftly seized by enormous, pale talons and hauled skyward. It was little Yun, significantly larger after a fortnight. Young ones mature rapidly, but dragons developed much quicker currently. She was pleased with her accomplishment. How spectacularly she'd pulverized that hyena with a boulder. All credit to her father, who had suggested such a potent hunting technique. Employing this covert assault strategy, Yun avoided prematurely alerting the hyena clan. She could select her desired hyena, without fear of injury. Returning to her father with her quarry, an object on the earth caught her eye. Her curiosity was piqued. Directly below her lay the dispersed fragments of two skeletal forms, and their meager possessions, which held no interest for the wild creatures. Unlike their flesh, amidst the chaos, a sword with a gilded handle particularly glistened. Yun herself couldn't quite decipher its nature, yet its radiant sheen captivated her attention. As is widely known, dragons are enamored with golden treasures. Upon closer inspection, she surmised it to be a human implement of war, a blade her father had once described to her. She also recalled her father's fondness for a damaged projectile. He would undoubtedly cherish a similar offering. Dismissing her uncertainties, she resolved to retrieve the weapon. She aimed to present it to her father, bringing him joy. Descending swiftly, she seized the blade and soared homeward. Transporting the sword, and the hyena's remains concurrently proved challenging. Yet, she persevered, and the carcass landed precisely beside their blossom. It landed not in some random meadow. The flower instantly recognized her accomplishment. A direct cranial impact proved immediately lethal. The formerly small Yun had become a truly divine hurler. This particularly astonished the gecko, eager to devour the hyena. The colossal Inuan figure finally descended. Landing nearby, once more, Wasun found himself awestruck by the little dragoness's rapid growth. In under 3 months, she had already attained such a size, not only in her draconic form, but also in her humanoid manifestation. Bathed in a golden radiance, she commenced her transformation into a young maiden. The light intensified, obscuring everything from view. A mere glimpse of this luminous figure was sufficient for our hero to blush crimson with mortification. Yet he couldn't avert his gaze. Furthermore, in her human guise, she had blossomed into a statuesque, alluring, and captivating young woman. Her presence left no one in the clearing unmoved. More than just indifferent, it was challenging to articulate the seamless blend of draconic and human characteristics in her visage. She was simply put flawless. Upon completing her metamorphosis, she instantly darted towards her cherished father, embracing him tightly. "Daddy," she exclaimed joyfully, "I've returned." As she embraced and jostled her supposed father, she reiterated the success of the hunting technique he'd imparted to her. In her eyes, she possessed the world's greatest dad. However, the floral being, still flustered by what she'd witnessed, wasn't thrilled with such a forceful hug. In his characteristically irritable and surly manner, he cautioned her to be more gentle, lest she fracture his aging back. His protest notwithstanding, his outburst aside, he was secretly delighted by her affection. After all, a beautiful girl's embrace isn't unpleasant. Upon reflection, such intimacy with a girl was unprecedented for him. Considering it further, he'd never experienced such closeness with a female before. This reverie was abruptly shattered by the realization of its impropriety. Why were such thoughts occupying his mind? She was his supposed daughter. The moment he regained his composure, he disentangled himself from her embrace. He hastily began explaining to his child that she had blossomed into a young woman. Embracing her father as she once did was no longer appropriate. Yun was perplexed by the situation. She was unsure of her transgression. She inquired why she was forbidden from hugging her beloved father. He lacked expertise on the subject. He was generally unversed in the nuances of fatherhood. Nevertheless, he attempted to clarify that as daughters mature, they become more reserved with their fathers, much like sons distance themselves from their mothers under certain conditions. Upon hearing this, she was utterly bewildered, her eyes welling up with tears. She questioned her father's sudden anger. She insisted she had done nothing wrong. Wu was now forced to awkwardly console his little girl. Ultimately, his intention wasn't to inflict pain, and he harbors no resentment towards her. She simply needs to recall her father's guidance and refrain from repeating such actions. The blade Yun had brought with her, concealed within the shrubbery all along, proved invaluable in de-escalating the tension and diverting the conversation. Capitalizing on this opportune moment, Sun inquired about the present his daughter had brought for him. Yun's spirits instantly lifted. Beaming with pride, she declared she had brought a magnificent sword. She had secreted the weapon in the bushes to surprise her father. Her only remaining concern was whether her father would appreciate her present. Our little blossom possessed keen intellect, and reassured her that it would bring him joy, especially since it came from his beloved daughter. He understood that a gift's true value lies not in the object itself, but in the thoughtfulness and the giver's affection. However, this particular present surpassed all his anticipations. It was far more than a mere trifle. When Sun attempted to extract the sword from the earth using his vines, its considerable weight didn't deter our protagonist. He exerted immense effort to discern the sword's nature. He finally triumphed, hoisting the blade above his head. Examining it, he observed its impressive appearance. The sword trembled, seemingly on the verge of plummeting. Thus, the dragoness, and particularly the gecko, maintained a cautious distance. Sun scrutinized the weapon more closely. He deduced that it belonged to the duo, who had ventured into the clearing months prior. They had become victims of the dragoness's wrath. They had attempted to pilfer her egg. This suggested the presence of other valuable items in that location. Our floral companion inquired about the sword's discovery. He questioned if anything else remained there. He speculated that those adventurers likely possessed a multitude of useful possessions. Recalling her observations, Yun responded, "Two human skeletons lay at the mountain's base, and a blade resting squarely amidst them. Alongside the sword, a small trowel lay nearby. Two knapsacks and a poniard were positioned at the far end." She pondered whether her father wished her to retrieve all these items. After contemplating the matter, Wu swiftly determined he only required the spade and the dirk. The remaining trinkets were unnecessary. Yun eagerly offered assistance, vowing to deliver everything the following day. Following the expedition, amidst all this, a single detail marred the otherwise splendid sunny day for our protagonist. Those two skeletal remains were likely the culprits who pilfered the dragon's egg, and he himself played a role in their demise. The notion that he caused the death of living beings haunted him relentlessly. However, observing Yun frolicking joyously through the meadow with the lizard, he deduced that he had no alternative. The peril endangered not only himself, but also his supposed offspring. The fate of the egg in those individuals' hands remains uncertain. Following the theft, Yun was likely in peril. She faced potential consumption or hatching into servitude. Every conceivable outcome was a tragedy for her. Therefore, his actions were justified. They left him with no alternative. Given another chance, he would eliminate them again without hesitation. However, the sword's fate remained undecided. Its weight was excessive for him. It repeatedly slipped from his vines. Our floral friend was growing weary. A few swings of the cumbersome blade exhausted him, and this despite utilizing two vines simultaneously to grip and wield it. Previously, even a simple action, like tugging a person's leg, proved challenging. His vines strained, nearing their breaking point. Strengthening his vines became imperative. He needed to brandish the sword effortlessly. Employing a solitari vine, he concluded that practice was the optimal approach. He commenced his training, endeavoring to lift his blade once more. Meanwhile, Yun and the gecko were already savoring their midday meal. They were perplexed as to why their floral companion hadn't joined them. Had he lost his appetite? Wu soon reassured them he would dine later. For now, father required further instruction. Following several days of rigorous practice, he was prepared to exhibit his progress. Exclaiming cheers, with a swift motion, he brandished his sword, which he could now wield effortlessly with a single vine. In one fluid movement, another hyena provided by Yun was severed. Creatures of hyena proportions no longer posed a threat, even in Yun's absence. The sword offered a considerable advantage against any adversary. Wu soon possessed a complete cheering section, a duo of enthusiastic supporters, Yun and the gecko. They marveled at how he bisected the hyena. A single stroke, how remarkable and formidable he was, all due to his rigorous practice and numerous enhancements and metamorphoses. He could now effortlessly brandish the blade, employing each of his 4 tendrils, further dissecting the hyena into fragments. He beckoned everyone, announcing it was time for a proper feast. Father was preparing the meal. Wowzen deemed it stylish to utilize the sword as a culinary tool, but concealing it within the shrubbery was even more prudent. It would serve as a hidden advantage, a contingency for unforeseen circumstances, should humans or sizable creatures venture close and foolishly attempt to pluck a random blossom. He could ambush and vanquish them, sustained by a substantial diet of hyenas and lesser local wildlife. Our protagonist amassed 5 enigmatic coffers, each demanding 1,000 evolutionary points for access. As Ruhua consistently reminded him, based on his outward form, his congratulations to our protagonist on obtaining the treasure seemed disingenuous. His words lacked authenticity. But Wu Sun had long since disregarded the unpleasant system prompt. He continued to peacefully savor his meal. Only after everyone had finished eating did he choose to open a couple of containers. However, he preferred not to make the selection himself. He delegated the choice of one chest to Gecko and the other to Yun. It was an opportune moment to assess their fortune and mathematical aptitude. Each had to select a digit between 1 and 5 and announce their selection, observing their floral companion's actions. Yun pondered why, after every meal, her father engaged them in numerical games. He'd subsequently exhibit either elation or frustration, disputing with thin air. In essence, his conduct was exceedingly peculiar, even for a blossom known for its volatile temperament. Yet, it was inconsequential to her. As long as her father remained content, she decided to humor his eccentric game. This round, she selected number 5, while the gecko picked 2. Following our floral friend's directive, Ruhua unsealed chests number 2 and 5. What treasures will Wisun reveal today? A valuable upgrade, or just another worthless trinket? In a heartbeat, Ruhua declared the unveiling of the 5th chest. A radiant golden glow emanated from within. As always, the system promptly lauded our protagonist for acquiring a B-class plant gene. As it happened, it was a duplicate of a gene he already possessed. The system instantly recognized this redundancy and presented 2 alternatives for enhancing the existing gene. The initial choice involved amplifying the thorn's strength and potency, which he dismissed. The second option granted the ability to augment their quantity. After all, currently, his daily usage was restricted. It wasn't a particularly challenging decision. Wu Sun found himself lost in contemplation. Ultimately, he deduced that the optimal course of action was to amplify Kong Air's power. The best approach was to bolster Kong Air's capabilities. He promptly relayed his determination to the system spirit. The system spirit responded with fervent enthusiasm, declaring its readiness to commence the merging process. A brief moment later, our protagonist radiated a brilliant luminescence. This signified the successful completion of the fusion. The system interface materialized once more before our hero's eyes. However, no fresh data was presented to him. Consequently, Ruhua was instructed to unseal the subsequent container. Contrary to the previous receptacle, this instance bestowed upon Wusun a novel genetic code, the grapevine gene. Classified as a C-class gene, it belonged to the grape plant. This ancient vine was among the most venerable fruit-bearing species on the planet. It was renowned for its nourishing properties. Yet, this knowledge wasn't what captivated our hero's attention. Upon observing the details, he discovered that the amalgamation involved a segment of the fruit. He pondered the potential implications of this revelation. Ruhua clarified that this signified his potential to flourish. He would thrive and yield results post-fusion. A designated amount of evolutionary credits could then be allocated to cultivate grapefruit. Upon learning of the expenditure requirement, Wisun's spirits dampened further. But the system's intelligence held encouraging tidings. The fruit possessed not just exquisite taste, it proclaimed, but also restorative properties. It offered revitalization, blood replenishment, and amplification of related enhancements. Moreover, consumption wasn't limited to himself. He could also provide it to others. This revelation greatly delighted our protagonist. He could now provide for both himself and mend his companions. He eagerly urged Ruhua to commence the merging process. Moments later, a novel gene joined his repertoire. The system window detailed its capabilities, enabling the generation of a pristine grape cluster at minimal expense. It was not only nutritionally rich, it also boosted blood regeneration by 15%. The inscription indicated that drying it into raisins could yield a vintage bottle of 1982 Lafite. While the possibility of winemaking was alluring, Wusun prioritized more immediate concerns, specifically how to employ his newfound ability. Luckily, as usual, the system's spirit offered assistance. Despite its grotesque and irritating nature, it proved helpful. It clarified that the process resembled how he stored nourishment in his roots. He simply needed to mentally envision himself flowering and fruiting. Heeding this guidance, our protagonist attempted to focus. He pictured himself blossoming and bearing fruit. Instantly, a system notification materialized before him. It declared the cost of a grape cluster to be 5,000 evolution points. Wusun was appalled by the exorbitant price. He even contemplated abandoning the idea. Yet his inner voice, his spirit guide, instantly persuaded him of the skill's value. For the time being, grapes were his only option, but undoubtedly his choices would expand in due time. Moreover, the cost of 5,000 points seemed insignificant. If it had the potential to preserve a life, our protagonist couldn't deny the logic. His decision solidified. Wu promptly implemented the new ability. In the following instant, his vine's foliage started to expand. A few moments later, blossoms unfolded on his vines. The rapid progression of events left our hero without a chance to observe the emergence of clusters of grapes. These nascent bunches swiftly matured into plump, succulent grapes. Yun and Gecko marveled at the astonishing speed of the transformation. Wu, however, felt more gratification than astonishment. He realized that accumulating sufficient evolutionary credits could potentially enable him to establish a vineyard. Yet, there was a drawback. The clusters were so weighty that lifting his head proved challenging. Nevertheless, this issue was insignificant compared to the grape's potential advantages. Since our protagonist finally cultivated them, it was time to sample his harvest. After all, he needed to determine whether cultivation should continue. They turned out to be quite delicious. He promptly offered them to Yun and Gecko. As anticipated, they thoroughly enjoyed the taste. Their expressions revealed they could devour them endlessly. Our hero was concerned with more than just the flavor. He was also interested in the purported effects. He immediately inquired with Gecko and his daughter if they experienced any unusual sensations after consuming the grapes. However, it appeared, aside from the delightful taste, they detected nothing out of the ordinary. Upon hearing this, Wusun conjectured that the absence of any noticeable effects stemmed from their lack of injuries. In typical circumstances, however, it remained a common fruit, distinguished only by its exorbitant price. Conversely, our protagonist found solace in the notion of cultivating other fruit varieties once he acquired the necessary genetic material. But upon envisioning a massive durian sprouting from his head, Wusun pondered his personal safety. He deferred these concerns, however, as durian cultivation was currently beyond his capabilities. Moreover, by the time he possessed such an ability, he would likely possess significantly greater strength. After some time, Yun returned from another hunting expedition, carrying 2 hyenas as trophies. She was lauded for her impressive bounty. Our protagonist observed that she had completed her task much quicker than normal today. But, as it became apparent a moment later, there was a clear explanation for her haste. The dragoness, in a state of distress, explained that during her return journey, she spotted 5 individuals on the far side of the mountain. This was unwelcome news for our protagonist. Given his previous experiences, he had no desire for human interaction in this realm, at least not for the time being. He desperately clung to the hope that his daughter was simply mistaken. After all, she had never encountered humans before. However, there was no error in her observation. Since Wasun frequently described humans to Inyun, she understood that only humans were capable of erecting tents, and only they could be responsible for burying the two unearthed skeletons. The circumstances were deteriorating rapidly. These individuals were likely more than mere wanderers. They were potentially acquaintances of the deceased, and considering their companions had been slain, their resolve to apprehend the culprits was evident. Our protagonist instantly inquired if Inyun had been detected. In answer, she shook her head in the negative, confirming she had been soaring at a great altitude. This was favorable news. Nonetheless, peril still lingered. Consequently, Wu soon promptly cautioned his daughter against hunting on that particular mountain slope. Henceforth, after all, if she were to be sighted and pursued, the outcome would be dire. Even though Inyun didn't completely grasp the threat humans presented, she dutifully agreed to comply. Our hero deduced an eventual human encounter was probable. Therefore, he swiftly portioned the meat and beckoned the gecko and his daughter to dine. Strength would undeniably be required to confront humans. This instance, he resolved to consume a hearty meal himself. As everyone observed him with perplexed expressions and attempting to ascertain the source of the disruption, Wusun directed Ruhua to unlock all of his coffers. Ruhua obeyed the command. Yet, the chest yielded nothing but double points. This infuriated our protagonist, but his hands were tied. He instructed the system spirit to reserve 50,000 points and allocate the remainder to enhancing his foliage. He needed to fortify his stems and vines. The adversary's return was inevitable. By then, he had to be significantly more formidable by any means required. Fortune had favored him previously. This time, however, he required the power to safeguard not only himself, but also his cherished companions. Several days elapsed. An immense silhouette swiftly traversed the terrain. It was Inyun, relentlessly seeking quarry. As was customary, however, a recent predicament had arisen. The prey had vanished, remaining in this vicinity and beyond the mountain ridge. Her father's decree forbade her from hunting. However, it became evident that even this locale was no longer secure. For even then, someone observed her from below. A pair of men, concealed within the undergrowth, they watched the dragon soar. Recognizing its youth, they envisioned the potential financial gain, the reward they would reap. Their task was simple: await the juvenile dragon's naive approach. An arrow suddenly pierced the air, ascending skyward. Upon reaching its destination, it impaled the unsuspecting Inyun's wing. A cry of agony escaped her lips. Despite her draconian nature, the arrow inflicted significant harm. Fortunately, she maintained her composure. Unlike her encounter with the eagle, she remained airborne. Her gaze instantly sought the perpetrators. Upon observing the armed contingent, confusion washed over her as their arrival seemed inexplicable. Yet, contemplation was a luxury she couldn't afford. A volley of arrows hurtled towards her in the next instant. This time, Injun was prepared. She swiftly ascended, thwarting any chance of the archers finding their mark. Disregarding the throbbing in her wing, Injun resolved to report the entire incident without delay to her father. Observing the dragon's departure, the crossbow-wielding man chuckled. He'd successfully grazed its wing. Its flight wouldn't extend much further. The others concurred. Their course of action was simple: pursue the southward-bound dragon. The bearded, bald individual, presumably the leader of these scoundrels, directed two men to ready a dragon camp. Even a juvenile dragon possessed inherent dangers. Unpredictability was its nature. Inyuan soon reached the familiar clearing, where our protagonist awaited her arrival. He instantly noticed the arrow piercing her wing and anxiously inquired about the incident. Who inflicted this injury? Inyun sorrowfully implicated humans, adding that they were approaching. Our hero struggled to grasp the situation and the method by which humankind located them. He instantly inquired if Jin Yun had disregarded his instructions. Had she hunted in close proximity to the human encampment? She responded in the negative. Fear gripped her. She frantically recounted a sudden ambush by a trio of individuals. They had been concealed within the undergrowth. Upon hearing this, Wasun's fury was uncontainable. Rage consumed him towards the scoundrels who dared harm his beloved daughter. Requesting In Yun's patience, he commenced extracting the projectile from her wing. Despite the agony, It was an essential prerequisite to tending her injury. With this task completed, our protagonist cultivated a cluster of grapes. Within mere seconds before him materialized, plump, succulent grapes appeared. These promptly propelled themselves towards the dragoness's maw. Moments later, the restorative process commenced. Wasun marveled at the swiftness of her recuperation. As the dragon's revitalization progressed, combined with the potent effects of the berries, achieved extraordinary results. The dragoness's wing was miraculously mended in mere moments. Witnessing the successful outcome, our protagonist inquired about his daughter's well-being. A lingering unease remained with her. However, she responded that her pain had subsided. Preoccupied with Injuan's care and treatment, Wasun completely overlooked their primary concern. That concern was other people. Suddenly, a gecko frantically scurried towards them, alarmingly announcing the approach of 3 individuals. This unexpected turn of events caught our heroes off guard. While they anticipated discovery eventually, they hadn't expected it so soon. The gecko's warning proved accurate. Within moments, figures materialized on the horizon, rapidly closing the distance. Fear etched itself upon our hero's face. He deduced that a confrontation was likely unavoidable. Nevertheless, he resolved to attempt a peaceful resolution. He instructed Yun and the gecko to flee and conceal themselves in the shrubbery. He could only pray they remained undetected. Injun and the gecko reluctantly began their retreat. They were hesitant to abandon Wasun. However, they lacked alternative options. Their only hope was that their father could devise a plan. Presently, 3 poachers materialized. They proceeded with caution. They meticulously scanned their surroundings for a fallen dragon. Their hairless leader expressed astonishment that such a youthful dragon had traversed such a distance with a significant injury. Meanwhile, Wasun observed them from behind the foliage. Despite his intention to remain concealed and inconspicuous, it proved challenging. He struggled to suppress the urge to ambush and assault these villains. Abruptly, the corpulent poacher excitedly proclaimed the presence of numerous, uncommon flora in this locale. As he frantically scanned his surroundings, our protagonist's worst fear materialized. Observing Wasun, the imposing figure informed his companions of an unusual botanical discovery, a species unlike any he'd encountered before. Our hero's camouflage was compromised. Every man's gaze fixed directly upon it. To them, he appeared peculiar, perhaps even repulsive. Their leader, however, held a different perspective. He understood that a plant's unusual appearance often correlated with its value. Wasun listened to their dialogue with a look of vexation. Despite being a seemingly ordinary, unattractive flower with a gaping maw, he possessed a sense of self-respect. But ridicule of his looks wasn't his primary concern at that moment. Suddenly, one poacher spotted bloodstains nearby. He instantly deduced that it likely belonged to an injured dragon. Puzzlingly, the trail abruptly ended there. In that instant, our protagonist recognized his grave error. He had concentrated solely on Yun's injuries. He completely overlooked the bloodstains. Rectifying the situation was now impossible. The bald bandit instantly deduced that the plant likely possessed potent regenerative properties. It could potentially heal even grievous wounds. Such flora were exceptionally uncommon. He immediately approached our protagonist. His intention was to unearth and examine it. Well, the crossbowman displayed no interest in the flora. He didn't hinder the stout man. His mind was preoccupied with capturing the dragon. Meanwhile, the shovel edged closer to Wasun's roots. At that precise moment, however, our hero was more concerned for Yun's safety. He knew that witnessing this would cause her to disobey his command and rush to his aid. Precisely what transpired. Moments later, a voice boomed, commanding the bandits to halt. It was Yun, her cries filled with rage. She swiftly advanced toward the startled thieves. Wasun's darkest fears had materialized. Upon glimpsing the dragoness, the bandit chief was taken aback. He was baffled by the girl's sudden appearance. However, as she drew near and shielded the blossom, her true nature was revealed. She was far from ordinary. Draconic horns and a tail, taloned hands. The poachers instantly recognized the transformed dragon before them. She stood there undeniable. This unexpected development suited the scoundrels perfectly. Dragons capable of shape-shifting were exceptionally uncommon. Moreover, her youth indicated potential as a powerful mount. Potentially, some might argue dragons were the most wicked and terrifying beasts, but this couldn't be further from the truth. After all, humanity often proves to be the most terrifying predator, driven by avarice and self-interest. In that instant, In-yun fully grasped the profound wisdom of her father's statement. Without hesitation, the poachers charged towards her relentlessly. The young girl remained in a state of shock. The menacing glares from the bandits filled her with terror. It appeared to be her final moments. In the nick of time, courageous figures often emerge, and this occasion was no different. Just as all hope seemed lost, thorny vines obstructed the villain's path. Their hands were lacerated and pierced by the sharp thorns. The corpulent man instantly shrieked in agony. He was completely bewildered by the sudden appearance of the thorns. Capitalizing on his disorientation, Wu urgently implored his terrified daughter to flee. In-yun, reluctant to abandon her father, yearned to protest. However, our valiant hero remained resolute, prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for her safety. He instantly bellowed for her departure. He declared that he would personally handle the outlaws. He had truly matured, no longer defying his father's commands. In-yun promptly metamorphosed into a dragon. Observing their potential financial loss, the portly man succumbed to anxiety. He urged his companion to intervene. In contrast, his accomplice remained utterly composed. He possessed unwavering faith in his abilities. He was certain that such a juvenile dragon couldn't evade his grasp. With a smug grin, he swiftly released an arrow. Fortunately for the young girl, the projectile missed its mark. Undeterred, the brigand persisted in his assault. His abundant supply of arrows granted him numerous opportunities. In-yun could have easily escaped by simply taking flight. Yet, she remained grounded. The corpulent man soon recognized this peculiarity. He pondered her refusal to flee, but only evaded continuously. Their commander already suspected something. His gaze instantly fixed upon our protagonist. After assessing the situation, he deduced the dragoness was safeguarding the peculiar plant. Moreover, he had previously encountered tales of rare, mystical flora guarded by bestial protectors. Without a moment's delay, his hand reached for Wusun. The stout man, upon hearing his leader's speculation about a potential spirit plant, his eyes lit up instantly. He was astonished by the possibility of acquiring such a valuable plant. Its worth rivaled that of the dragon itself, a treasure beyond the beast. In a flash, the elder's powerful grip seized our hero's stem. Wusun was immediately racked with agony. However, the worst was yet to come. The old man's true intentions were far more sinister. Addressing In-yun, he offered her a decision with a sardonic grin. She could either descend to their level or her father would perish. However, In-yun didn't require much deliberation. With enraged cries, she instantly darted to her father's rescue. The seasoned brigand observed her nearing with a crooked smile in his eyes. She was merely a naive dragoness who had stumbled into a snare. He instructed the man with the crossbow to be patient and await her proximity. They required the dragon alive. Therefore, he must target her wings and under no circumstances terminate her. However, the crossbowman didn't need a reminder. Mentally, he was as composed and precise as possible. In that instant, victory seemed imminent to the bandits, and that nothing could impede them any further. Unfortunately for them, Wusun disagreed. Those scoundrels harmed In-yun. Subsequently, they pursued and attempted to slay them. They endeavored to coax his daughter out by jeopardizing his life. They truly crossed the line, despite his current fragile state. He resolved to battle. The bandits' transgressions had reached their limit. He would respond in kind, savagery for savagery. Meanwhile, In-yun rapidly closed the distance at a blistering pace. The blaze in her eyes betrayed her intense fury. However, the situation was more complex. Upon nearing her adversaries, she entered the crossbow's range, becoming a vulnerable mark. The crossbowman was confident in his shot. Yet in the ensuing moment, events unfolded unexpectedly. Abruptly, robust, thorny vines ensnared his arms. The man was bewildered and disoriented. Their origin was a complete mystery to him. He couldn't comprehend how he'd overlooked them. But that was no longer his primary concern. His most pressing issue was the vines' immobilizing grip. Initially, they merely impeded his actions. However, they soon exhibited a semblance of sentience and commenced directing his actions. At a certain juncture, the poacher's scheme went awry. Observing the arrow targeted at him, the elder attempted to comprehend how everything had deteriorated so drastically. The individual wielding the crossbow was incapable of resisting. The vines possessed superior strength. However, this was merely the prelude. It marked the commencement of the spectacle, a display of retribution and vengeance upon the scoundrels. The trigger was activated, independent of the bandit's volition. Yet, he was powerless to intervene. His sole recourse was to bellow a warning to the old man to evade. But it was futile. No human reflex could possibly deflect a projectile at that velocity. Judging by the expression of terror etched upon the elder's countenance, he grasped the inevitable. The unfolding events were predetermined. The launched arrow penetrated the old man's thorax. Nevertheless, the brigands remained oblivious to the true perpetrator behind this incident. The crossbowman was in disbelief, utterly stunned by the events. His commander had just collapsed, lifeless, right before his eyes. Worse yet, he felt responsible, the blame weighing heavily upon it. Witnessing the tragedy, the heavy-set man brandished his blade. He furiously demanded an explanation, his anger palpable. Yet, the man himself yearned to understand what had transpired. He only registered 2 tendrils ensnaring his hands. Then, the irreversible occurred, a moment forever etched in time. However, the ordeal was far from concluded. Trembling with terror, the brigand was horrified to realize something else was closing in, an unseen menace approaching. His face etched with dread, he spun around, seeking the source. The same sinister vines that had entrapped him, causing his leader's demise. He wouldn't have spared them a second glance before. Now, their mere presence filled him with sheer terror. Observing the scene, the stout man was also gripped by fear. Despite encountering countless peculiar and exotic plants, this was his first encounter with a sentient vine, a living entity. But the true predicament belonged to his companion. Ultimately, our protagonist's thorny tendrils had already ensnared his adversary's throat. A profusion of vines erupted from the earth. These constricted the man with increasing pressure. Powerless against such immense force, he collapsed to the ground in utter exhaustion. As he writhed and shrieked in agony, Wasun declared icily, though he couldn't hurl him into the air. As Injun could, strangulation remained a viable option. A wave of goose flesh washed over the man's skin, amplifying his terror. Was the unsettling mystery of the voice's origin. A fractured arrow materialized abruptly before him. Wasun intended to give him a taste of his own weaponry. He inquired if the man recognized the shattered projectile. The question proved futile. The man's mind was paralyzed by dread. His sole focus was identifying the terrifying voice's owner. Without pausing for the brigand's reply, our hero roared in a voice filled with rage. It was the very projectile he'd launched at his daughter's wing. It remained marred by her crimson lifeblood. Fury surged within Wasun's soul. He was consumed by a demonic rage. In a fleeting instant, the same shaft pierced the villain's abdomen. It had found its way back to its rightful proprietor. For some inexplicable reason, he seemed strangely displeased. The brigand's agonizing shriek pierced the air, but our protagonist disregarded the outcry. The scoundrel had dared to inflict harm upon his offspring. Absolution was an impossibility. The ordeal concluded swiftly. The rogue's inanimate form lay sprawled upon the earth. However, this marked the end for only one marauder. For the other, the nightmare had merely commenced. The corpulent observer, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, wore an expression of sheer terror. He couldn't fathom how their flawless scheme had been thwarted by a mere botanical specimen. He felt confronted by a monstrous being capable of consuming him. The notion of unearthing the peculiar blossom suddenly filled him with dread. The idea no longer held any appeal. He struggled to comprehend such power residing within a mere flower. Yet, the demise of his companions served as grim testament. Then, an even more bizarre occurrence unfolded. Abruptly, the flower whirled towards him, radiating fury. It hurled insults, calling him corpulent and questioning his lack of vengeance. This proved to be the breaking point. His comprehension faltered completely. His surroundings seemed to melt into a deceptive mirage, indeed a mere trick of the senses. The portly man arrived at this deduction amidst his contemplation. More accurately, no other explanation seemed plausible. Convinced that slaying the flower would shatter the illusion, he desperately lunged at our protagonist. In his desperation, it appeared the simplest solution. However, as his blade encountered unexpected resistance, the corpulent man grasped the reality of his error. He gazed at his sword, utterly perplexed, seeking to discern its origin. He never imagined a blossom possessing such capabilities. This reinforced his conviction that it was merely an illusion. He lashed out at Wasun with intensified ferocity, aiming to conclude the matter immediately. However, his intentions were thwarted. Seizing the brigand by the shoulders, Inyun vehemently demanded he leave her father alone. There she was, her father's beloved daughter. In a fleeting moment, they were both swiftly ascending skyward. The corpulent man bellowed in terror and rage, while Wussin bid them a sarcastic farewell. Legend has it that afterward, the obese individual was never sighted again. Yet, there remained eyewitnesses who observed Inyun and the outlaw take flight. It was the duo dispatched by their commander to retrieve the artillery. Witnessing the dragon abduct their companion, they were instantly gripped by panic. They were oblivious to the preceding events. The portly fellow's predicament was a mystery, but that was inconsequential at this juncture. A prime opportunity to slay the dragon had presented itself. While the stout man wasn't their primary target, striking the dragon might inadvertently save him. Acting decisively, without delay, the bandit ignited the fuse. No miraculous intervention occurred. The flames persisted. Moments later, a deafening blast resounded. A massive metal projectile hurtled directly towards our diminutive dragon. Dragons possess exceptionally keen instincts. Consequently, Injun instantly perceived the approaching threat. Observing the blazing sphere's trajectory, the small dragoness was momentarily stunned. Such a sight was entirely novel to her. Conversely, the corpulent individual grasped the situation perfectly. Despite the cannon's infrequent usage, he was acutely aware of his impending fate. Should such a missile strike him, the consequences would be dire. Wu quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The portly man's destiny was of no concern to him. His sole preoccupation was his daughter's well-being. Despite her draconian nature, even she might not endure. Panic seized him, and he frantically urged her to flee. Instantly comprehending the imminent peril, Yin Yun chose to escape. The corpulent man's weight hindered her swift movement. She promptly released him once he was weightless. He erupted in a frenzy of terror. His outburst was abruptly silenced. The projectile abruptly ended his cries. A colossal detonation illuminated the heavens. The force of the blast was immense. Wu Sun couldn't ascertain his daughter's fate. An object emerged from the smoke cloud. It plummeted earthward. From the shadowy figure, our protagonist instantly recognized Inya. He envisioned the direst outcome and succumbed to panic. The outlaws also witnessed the dragon's defeat. As it plummeted to the earth, they disregarded the corpulent man entirely. Their objective had been accomplished. They rationalized their actions, claiming his demise was inevitable. They hastily sought the dragon's remains. Their initial intention was to capture it alive. However, this alternative was also acceptable. Even a deceased creature held significant monetary value. Contrary to expectations, the young girl survived. Despite her wounds and disheveled appearance, her survival was paramount. Wasun, along with Gecko, rejoiced at Inyun's survival. Their priority now was to restore her well-being. While Gecko aided the young girl, our protagonist cultivated healing grapes. They were crucial in this moment. With preparations complete, Wusun placed a single cluster into Injuan's mouth. This was intended to expedite her recovery. Her injuries gradually started to mend. However, it was insufficient. Our protagonist had few evolution points remaining. They were barely enough for a single additional bunch. The most pressing issue were the survivors, those who could arrive at any given moment. The final cluster should enable Injun to take flight. Consequently, Wusun promptly instructed her to flee as far as possible. The young dragoness wasn't entirely convinced. She refused to abandon her father. Observing her distress, Wusun assured her there was no need for concern. As mere flora, he wouldn't draw the hunter's attention. Their sole objective was a dragon. This time, however, Injun was skeptical. She recalled him making a similar claim previously. Yet, the outlaws had managed to capture him nonetheless. She now understood the depths of human avarice and cruelty. Their dialogue continued for some time. They failed to reach a consensus. Meanwhile, two remaining poachers materialized on the horizon. Though our protagonists recognized their blunder, it was too late to rectify the situation. They were caught red-handed. Observing the unfolding spectacle, the men were aghast. They struggled to comprehend the sight before them. The gory remains of their companions were strewn across the ground. Every one of them was deceased. Behind them, a female dragon lay on the earth. The outlaws instantly suspected her of the carnage. Since the dragoness remained grounded and didn't take flight, they presumed she was gravely injured. The dragoness yet lived. This meant a chance to capture her alive remained, although considerably more perilous. They deemed it a worthwhile risk. Witnessing this, one bandit brandished a weapon-like object. Woo-sun instantly commanded Inyun to take flight. She was reluctant to abandon him, but his insistence was unwavering. With tear-filled eyes, she eventually conceded. Moments later, she soared skyward. The poachers were instantly thrown into a panic. They never anticipated the dragon's swift recovery and escape and flee. However, they had a contingency plan. Producing a firearm, the outlaw took aim at Inyun. He wouldn't let this chance slip away. In the ensuing moment, a deafening blast reverberated. The projectile launched from the rifle's muzzle was far from ordinary. It was a specialized metallic snare, designed to capture formidable beings like dragons alive. Inyun detected the imminent threat, but it was too late. The metal netting ensnared her completely, leaving her helpless. Moments later, she plummeted to the earth with a resounding crash. Despite the dire circumstances, but Woo-sung remained composed. He devised a strategy and instructed Inyun to crawl toward him. Simultaneously, the poachers advanced with smug expressions. They believed victory was assured and riches awaited. Meanwhile, our protagonist attempted to sever the net with his blade. Despite his efforts, the metal netting remained unyielding. The predicament appeared dire. The bandits were nearly upon them. However, there was no need for alarm. Hope was not lost. A gecko, concealed behind a boulder in ambush, proved this. Clutching a sharpened stick, he resolutely indicated his readiness to our hero. A mischievous grin spread across Woo-sung's face. All was in place. They merely awaited their prey to stumble into their snare. Addressing Inyun, he urged her to remain calm. He further instructed her to assume her human guise, to escape the ensnaring net. Conversely, the brigands charged forward with unwavering assurance. They remained oblivious to their shift from predator to prey. A bone spike impaled the man's foot, penetrating his boot. Having executed his clandestine objective, our diminutive yellow ninja hastily retreated to evade being crushed. The illegal hunters neglected to examine the ground beneath them, a grave oversight, for which they paid a grievous price. Now, the unfortunate man could only clutch his wounded leg and cry out, while his companion remained bewildered by the situation. He questioned his partner's lack of awareness. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Woo-sun sought to aid his daughter. However, his thorns rather than hands made him hesitant to cause her harm. He dared not remove the net. He merely suggested she assume her human form, exploiting the opportunity presented by the transformation. A surge of power materialized, effortlessly flinging the net aside. The poachers had never encountered such a maneuver. They were completely baffled by the event. Gazing at the discarded, empty net, they couldn't fathom the dragoness's disappearance. Their seemingly secured prize had vanished into thin air, only to launch a surprise assault from above on the unsuccessful hunters. The dragoness was replaced by a young woman, a girl consumed by rage and a thirst for vengeance. Mid-flight, Inyun reverted to her dragon form, intent on obliterating her tormentors. The poacher himself, he was baffled by the dragon's sudden transformation into a girl and back. His confusion was short-lived. Inyun's mighty paws slammed the poacher into the earth, eliminating any possibility of retreat. She nearly severed his head with her jaws. He narrowly evaded her bite, her teeth gnashing shut. The terrified man frantically pleaded with his companion for rescue. His partner didn't abandon him. A poacher wielding a massive, two-handed blade swung with force, aiming to decapitate Inyun. Victory seemed imminent. At the last possible instant, another sword intercepted his blow. A look of pure terror contorted the poacher's face. He was utterly bewildered. How could such a delicate-looking woman possess such swordsmanship prowess? Wu successfully diverted the attention of one poacher, providing Inyu an opportunity to confront the other. She opted for a tried-and-true tactic, a technique inherited from her birth mother. She tightened her grip on the bellowing poacher. She propelled him skyward, ever higher. His comrade as well. Powerless against his relentless adversary, he was given no quarter. Our floral friend even found time to taunt his foe. He unleashed a barrage of blows. His tendrils were incredibly nimble and swift, leaving the man utterly defenseless, completely outmatched. Finally, one of Woo-sun's strikes connected. His opponent's blood splattered across the glade. The injured trespasser posed no further danger. Agony racked the unfortunate man's body. He struggled to remain upright. However, his astonishment stemmed not from the injury, but from the flower's ability to speak. The fact that the accursed plant could talk shocked him. The man didn't appear particularly bright. He jumped to the wrong conclusions and vastly misjudged his own capabilities, especially when he threatened to obliterate the floral demon. The poacher lunged forward, aiming to deliver a devastating blow, but Wusun effortlessly parried the attack. He even lamented that he wasn't a demonic entity, but a simple man reincarnated as a blossom. Lacking brute force, the poacher resorted to subterfuge. He opted for cunning instead of strength. Following another futile sword strike, he readied a dagger behind his back. With a shriek of "Perish, monster!" he hurled it at the flower. Wusun was caught off guard by this unexpected turn. He grumbled that his adversary possessed no honor in combat. To resort to such a cowardly, underhanded tactic, our floral hero effortlessly deflected the dagger with his second sword. His gaze now held a menacing aura, terrifying the poacher. The poacher knew his demise was imminent. This flower wielded not one, but two blades. The terrified man prepared to flee, soiling himself in fear, especially when Wusun casually revealed he possessed 4 vines, not just 2. He had underestimated the flora's capabilities. Having thoroughly bewildered and intimidated his foe, our floral friend decided to conclude the encounter. From the shrubbery, he retrieved his next instrument, a crossbow. This is where the extra vines proved useful. With a menacing grin, he aimed his ultimate weapon at his petrified adversary. Terror seized the man, his eyes widening in fear. He knew his demise was imminent. This accursed flower was undoubtedly as skilled with a projectile as with a blade. The flower believed that those who dared assault Inyan forfeited their right to exist. His crossbow bolt found its mark with precision. Fatal accuracy. The unfortunate soul had no time to cry out. Before collapsing lifelessly, the arrow, a fatal blow to the head, had resulted in instant death. The other poacher met an identical end. After a brief, airborne struggle in Yuan's grasp, he now experienced the unforgiving realities of gravity firsthand, verifying if gravity's acceleration truly is 9.8 meters per second squared. Sadly, a resounding thud against the earth abruptly concluded his brief, fleeting experiment, sending only a dust cloud skyward. As it settled, it became evident the unfortunate fellow hadn't suffered extensively. He too perished peacefully, as swiftly as his companion. Injun promptly descended and commenced circling Wusun, felicitating her father on his triumph. Gecko emerged from his shrubbery concealment, joining the celebration. He exclaimed the boss and his daughter's immense power. Wusun shared the joy of victory, but recognized their near defeat. She struggled to regain her breath after the strenuous fight. He would happily avoid such conflicts in the future. Once tranquility returned, our heroine proposed tidying the battlefield and attending to the deceased, to prevent the scent of blood from attracting additional unwanted predators. The aroma of blood could lure humans, dragons, and various other creatures. Therefore, removing the remains was absolutely necessary. The only question remaining was the method of disposal. Inyan was the first to devise a straightforward yet efficient solution. She proposed consuming the adversaries. However, Wusun displayed no enthusiasm for such a proposition. Cannibalism was not part of his agenda. He countered that discarding the bodies would be more appropriate. He argued that the flesh of these foes was repulsive. This revelation greatly disheartened Inyan and the gecko. They yearned to devour the villains, but their father had prohibited it for reasons beyond their comprehension. Abruptly surveying the clearing, Wusun was filled with dread at the sight before him. There had been 3 assailants, yet only 2 corpses remained in the clearing. The demented elder's remains had vanished, leaving behind a pool of blood and a solitary arrow. Now, Wusun was consumed by his usual rage. Events were unfolding contrary to their intended course. The stubborn old man clung to life. The arrow protruding from his chest proved insufficient to end his existence. He capitalized on the momentary lapse in attention and orchestrated his retribution. Vengeance is often said to be a dish best savored cold, but this instance deviated from the norm. The elder had primed the cannon and ignited the fuse. He bellowed a curse upon the monstrous creatures, consigning them to the abyss. He intended to obliterate those diminutive miscreants with the explosive device. The rapid succession of events overwhelmed them. Our floral protagonist barely had an instant to respond. Regardless, the swiftness of his response held little consequence. Escape remained impossible. He braced himself for self-sacrifice. ensuring Yun and the gecko's survival. Mere seconds remained before the fuse reached its end. The girl resisted abandoning her father. His insistence eventually swayed her, placing the gecko atop her head. She ascended to a height beyond the barrage's reach. However, the eccentric elder made no such attempt. His primary objective was the despised bloom that nearly ended his life. The projectile, launched from the volley, now hurtled directly towards Wusan. He refused to surrender to destiny without a struggle, determined to fight even in this predicament. To intercept the incoming projectile, he cast the net before him. It was the same net the outlaws intended to restrain Yun with. Yet, the cannonball encountered negligible resistance, effortlessly ripping through the mesh. His only recourse was to trigger the cannonball's detonation. At a maximum distance from himself, his tendrils were his instruments for achieving this. He simultaneously directed all 4 vines toward the approaching cannonball. Now, the florist's fate hung precariously in the balance. The projectile struck the cluster of thorny vines and erupted in a thunderous blast. His tendrils were instantly incinerated by the fiery blast. The inferno continued, engulfing the blossom itself. Lethal flames consumed it entirely. Yun and the gecko looked on in terror. Their cherished father figure teetered on the brink of demise. Worse still, the charred remnants of the bloom appeared beyond recovery. Tears of sorrow welled up in Yun's eyes, but grief swiftly transformed into fury and a craving for vengeance. She knew precisely where to direct her wrath, toward the demented elder who now reveled in having slain at least one beast. Yun descended upon him, jaws agape, intent on ripping him asunder. Terror seized the old man, and he frantically fled, seeking refuge beneath the tree's canopy. He sought protection from airborne assault. He believed the forest would provide cover, preventing the dragoness from pursuing him. Indeed, upon reaching the wood's shelter, Yun was unable to spot him. Venturing through the dense woods would be imprudent for her. However, the young dragoness, astute and well taught by her father, immediately discerned the abandoned bombard. She quickly deduced its potential use. More accurately, she grasped how to utilize the remaining projectiles. Without hesitation, she hoisted an entire container into the air. Yun was determined not to allow her father's murderer to escape with impunity. Retribution was necessary. Exhausted from fleeing, the wicked elder sought refuge beneath a large tree. He attempted to regain his composure. He believed himself secure until he could emerge from the forest. He was mistaken. His error became evident. A whistling noise from above soon seized his attention. To his horror, he witnessed a barrage of cannonballs. They plummeted from the sky, hurtling directly towards him. This unexpected turn of events caught him completely off guard. Such a scenario was beyond his comprehension. How could dragons possess the knowledge of aerial bombardment? Evading such a relentless barrage was futile, and the elder's remains, following a series of detonations below, were propelled skyward. The woodland itself had endured significant damage. The chain of blasts obliterated everything in their wake. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the devastation of losing Yun. The vengeance she had enacted couldn't mend the void left by her cherished father's demise. Reverting to her human guise, she knelt beside his lifeless body. Accompanied by her gecko, she uttered desperate, unanswered pleas. "Father, awaken! Please wake up!" Her efforts were in vain. All seemed lost. Hope had vanished. This vibrant world would never again be graced by the grumbling and complaints of a hideous, loud-mouthed flower, a blossom with a gaping maw. Abruptly, Wusun's sweet potato roots, buried deep beneath the surface, radiated an eerie emerald luminescence, and the remnants of the blossom itself. This bewildered Yun, who was utterly perplexed. In the meantime, the injured stalks, foliage, and even tendrils miraculously restored themselves. The scorched bloom recovered its original hue and revived, until it ultimately opened its petals fully and joyfully proclaimed the sheer awesomeness of being revived. Now, its sole desire was to indulge in a proper meal. Demise had been imminent, but averted due to the nourishment stored within its roots. Replenishing them wouldn't be a bad idea. Right now, Yun and the gecko promptly embraced the flower. Their joy at its resurrection was immense. It was truly indescribable. After a prolonged embrace, Yun released Wusun, but instantly dissolved into tears. She feared she'd never see her father figure again, and she held herself entirely responsible, as she was responsible for luring these villains there. Our dear Papa Bear couldn't bear to see his precious little girl weep. He swiftly reassured her, emphasizing it wasn't her mistake. Ultimately, everything turned out all right. Those individuals were merely unscrupulous treasure hunters who reveled in stirring up trouble wherever they went. They stumbled upon their clearing independently, without Yuni's guidance. After soothing his child, he inquired about the recent detonation and the whereabouts of the elderly gentleman. Naturally, Wisun was oblivious to the events that transpired during his unconscious state. Upon hearing of the old man, Inyun's fury reignited, vowing to prevent his escape. She retaliated with an explosive device. Multiple, in fact. Our protective father surveyed the aftermath of her actions. The forest lay in devastation. This chaotic scene was the handiwork of his beloved daughter. Ironically, the elderly man perished due to one of his own explosives. Upon hearing how his offspring handled the villain and witnessing the repercussions of her deeds, their beloved daughter was utterly delighted. He commended his daughter's ingenuity. She resourcefully utilized cannonballs as makeshift bombs in the crisis, though he felt a pang of regret for the harmless trees and the ravaged natural surroundings. Retribution now held paramount importance. Tidying the battleground and the deceased was imperative. This would prevent attracting carnivorous creatures. Reconnaissance was also necessary. They had to ascertain if the detonation noises had attracted attention. Perhaps someone was coming to investigate. Further unexpected visitors were undesirable at this juncture. Inyun willingly consented to the task. As she relocated the bodies, a notion struck Wisun. Eliminating 2 adversaries implied acquiring 5 new recruits. With 5 fatalities, they would undoubtedly dispatch a larger and more formidable team to search for them. They needed to escape quickly. If not, their delicate bloom would never find tranquility. The human population would only continue to swell, until eventually he would be overwhelmed. He would be crushed and incinerated. And Ingyong would face imprisonment or even death. If he were mobile, they could all flee together. As it stands, he's rooted, unable to take a single stride. Could there be a method of relocation? Perhaps a suitable receptacle could be found. Then, Inyan could transport him anywhere. Surveying the aftermath of the conflict, his gaze settled on the useless debris. The bombard was now nothing more than a heap of twisted metal. The gunpowder and projectiles were depleted. If only they could extract their precious flour and place it within an appropriate vessel. Finally, a brilliant, albeit apparent, notion dawned upon Wisun. Upon closer inspection of the bombard's barrel, he discerned its peculiar form. It remarkably resembled the flour containers he'd observed in his mother's horticultural haven. Minimal adjustments to the cannon's barrel were needed. To craft a replica planter, Wisun deemed the notion ingenious. The crux was entering the cannon's mouth and enveloping his roots in soil. Then, Inyan could transport him to a distant location. There, in a novel environment, he could locate nutrient-rich earth. He envisioned thriving trees and a proximate water source. In this idyllic setting, he would once more request Inyan to relocate him from the pot to the ground. However, a certain aspect of this scheme evoked a slight sense of shame. During his youth, his attempts to transplant flora invariably failed. His misguided actions resulted in their demise, and his mother would invariably reprimand him afterward. Now he doubted his ability to relocate. The consequences of failure were too significant. He was consumed by anxiety, fearing something would go awry, and his fragile roots might wither or struggle to establish themselves in the foreign earth. Lost in contemplation and reminiscence, Inyan had diligently completed the task, successfully clearing the area. She informed her father of her return and successful completion. Everything was finished. The adversaries' remains were disposed of far from their location. They were now secure. However, their floral companion was clearly despondent. Inyan was perplexed by this melancholic state. They had just triumphed over 5 foes together. Joy and celebration should be in order, not sorrow. Concealing the latent menace that emerged after vanquishing the 5 adventurers was pointless, following the defeat of the 5 explorers. Thus, our floral friend attempted to elucidate with utmost clarity. Humanity wouldn't disregard such an occurrence. They'd dispatch more individuals to investigate. They'd seek answers about their companion's fate. Remaining there was no longer safe. A terrified Inyan inquired, "What course of action should we take?" The remedy was straightforward. They simply needed to gain sufficient distance their pursuers would be unable to locate them. Concealment was a precarious and unreliable tactic. Wasun dismissed it entirely. Upon hearing his plan, Injun posed a reasonable query. As a plant rooted to the earth, where could he possibly go, and more importantly, how? He lacked the means of locomotion. However, for our floral friend, the absence of legs posed no obstacle. He had already formulated a strategy. Yun merely needed to detach the cannon. She needed to bring it within Wasun's reach. The young girl complied with her father's request. However, she remained perplexed about the cannon's relevance. Following her father's exit, she pondered its intended use. Her thoughts raced uncontrollably. She envisioned a scenario where their delicate blossom had lost her mind, intending to launch herself from the cannon, replacing the cannonball with herself, hoping to achieve a safe landing far away. Yet, even to her, this notion appeared highly improbable. Upon sharing her hypothesis, Wasun merely chuckled in response. He conceded that his head was somewhat spherical, but not to the degree of functioning as a projectile. He reassured her that she had misinterpreted his intentions. The cannon served a different objective. To comprehend its true function, she needed to detach the cannon from its wooden carriage. Yun exerted all her strength. Despite her efforts, the cannon remained stubbornly fixed to the wood due to its immense weight. It refused to budge, regardless of the direction she applied force. Growing frantic, she confessed to her father her inability to make progress. But Wu quickly proposed a clever tactic. It was guaranteed to detach the cannon from its carriage. She simply needed to hoist the entire assembly into the air. She had to elevate it to a suitable altitude and release it. The cannon itself, forged from iron, would undoubtedly remain intact. However, the wooden carriage would surely splinter. Inyan complied and commenced raising the cannon skyward. Nevertheless, its weight was immense. She gritted her teeth and strained upward, perspiring profusely. Finally, when her strength was completely depleted, she released the cannon, allowing it to plummet. Upon impact, the cannon's carriage fractured, leaving only the barrel behind. It was considerably less burdensome now. And so, Inyan effortlessly dragged it toward the flower and inquired curiously, "What's the next step?" Wasun hatched a clever scheme. He envisioned transforming the cannon's barrel into a premium planter. For this endeavor, he had assembled a comprehensive array of implements. To guarantee success, these tools needed to surpass the cannon's own resilience. With relentless determination, he commenced. He worked with the frenetic energy of a multi-limbed creature. He tore into the cannon's barrel with such ferocity that emerald sparks erupted. Within moments, the cannon's barrel was significantly reduced. Wasun surveyed his handiwork, the barrel now truncated and embedded in the earth. Satisfied with the secured barrel, he was certain it would remain steadfast. The flower's contribution concluded here. The remaining tasks fell to Injun and the gecko. Completely bewildered, they had no clue what was happening. They requested explicit guidance on their roles. The flower elucidated their task: carefully excavate him. He'd prefer to do it himself, but his foliage obscured his roots. Inyan deemed this proposition unwise. She vividly recalled the flower's prior resistance to being unearthed by malevolent individuals, and couldn't grasp why unearthing it now would differ from its previous state. How could her father conceive of such a dreadful notion? Had he grown weary of existence? Wasun emitted a weary sigh and inquired, "What does she imply by suggesting he's tired of living?" She's mistaken. He's still youthful and brimming with vitality. His entire life still lies ahead of him. In reality, he simply desires to be placed in a flower pot with suitable soil. Consistent hydration and nourishment are essential. Adhering to these three principles will ensure continuous growth and prosperity. He will thrive if these conditions are met. Naturally, open soil offers greater benefits. It provides more sustenance and room for root expansion. However, this restricts the flower's portability. Currently, mobility takes precedence. Inyan finally comprehended. Her father intended to plant himself within the cannon. This would enable him to relocate freely. Wasun commended Inyan and the gecko for their cleverness and instructed them to commence excavation from both sides. He cautioned them to avoid damaging the delicate root system. They were enthusiastic to begin the task. Overly enthusiastic, in fact. Their eagerness was even suspect. The reason for their fervent dedication soon became apparent. Dust billowed high above the clearing, obscuring everything. Only the occasional gleam of their shovels was discernible. Wasun was aghast at the speed and recklessness of their digging. They were striking his roots, severing them, and yanking them with excessive force. He implored them to cease and desist, to leave him in peace. His pleas, however, fell on deaf ears. At last, the task was completed, and the flower, supporting itself on its tendrils, began to emerge from the excavated pit. His entire root system was now completely exposed. Gazing upon them, Gecko and Yun expressed astonishment at the impressive and remarkable roots. But the flower was mortified. He felt utterly vulnerable, as if exposed in public. It was as if everyone was mocking him and pointing fingers in ridicule. He barked irritably at them to turn around. He demanded they swiftly fill the cannon's barrel 2/3 full of earth. Only then could he finally be planted. They had no alternative. They promptly turned, acquiescing to all his requests. They commenced loading soil into the cannon. But a crucial question arose. What exactly did 2/3 mean? How much was that? As they puzzled over the fraction, the floral tyrant berated and bullied them relentlessly. At last, all was prepared. Yun carried a contented Wusun to his new abode. He requested they simply toss all his roots into the container. He'd handle the rest. He would arrange everything for his own comfort. Luckily, all 3 nutrient-storing tubers were depleted in the previous skirmish. His roots fit comfortably within the pot. Yun lowered him in. However, something went awry. They miscalculated the required amount of soil, only using a fraction. They merely added a small quantity. As our floral friend was placed in the container, it plummeted to the base. Wasun instantly started to complain. He lamented the meager amount of soil they had used. He felt trapped, like he was at the bottom of a deep pit. When Yun attempted to retrieve him from the cylindrical object, another obstacle arose. Our flower's bloom was excessively large. She couldn't obtain a secure grasp. He exclaimed that youngsters shouldn't be entrusted with important matters. He resolved to extricate himself. With quivering tendrils, he began his ascent towards the sunlight. However, the gleaming metal surface was slick. Ascending it proved challenging. But with all 4 vines working in unison, nothing was insurmountable. He quickly emerged and requested Yun's assistance. She aided him in securing his position at the optimal elevation and requested his patience as she supplemented the soil. She added more earth. His elevation was now ideally situated. The only remaining task was to replenish the cannon's barrel completely with dirt up to the brim. Yun accomplished this flawlessly. Their floral companion was now triumphantly rooted. In his view, the flower thrived, reveling in its existence. He could now be deemed a genuine toothy bonsai specimen. Yet, something felt incomplete. He pondered, is cultivating blossoms truly this simple? Merely adding soil seemed insufficient. He recalled his mother's practice. When relocating flora, she would generously drench them with water afterwards. This was the missing element. He inquired of his daughter if she had discarded the adversary's belongings and satchels while disposing of their remains. Yun responded negatively, confirming she had left everything within the clearing, since he had previously informed her that human tools could be utilized for their benefit. That's the reason she abandoned everything there. Wasun was overjoyed at what a frugal and industrious daughter he possessed. He then dispatched her to locate an item resembling a water pouch, a container known as a wineskin. These adversaries originated from a distant land. Therefore, they must possess it, and not just a single one. Yun, being an obedient child, promptly embarked on the search. She shortly returned with a pair of leather wineskins. Her joy resembled that of a child eager to assist her father. Wasun was equally satisfied with her discovery, and inquired, requesting her to promptly fill them with water from the adjacent pond. This would enable the soil within the pot to be moistened without delay, and the roots to be nourished with life-sustaining fluid. He urged her to hasten before her father withered from dehydration. Yun metamorphosed into a dragon and departed swiftly. Her velocity was such that only a dust cloud remained in her wake. Observing her quest for hydration, the lizard sought to assist, offering his water-laden leaf. However, the blossom had to let him down, dissuading him from such a futile notion. With such a meager leaf, even with ample water, the bloom would inevitably wilt. Quickly, Yun returned, and life-sustaining liquid filled Wasun's container, moistening his parched roots. There was only a minor issue, or perhaps more accurately a cavity, the aperture where the wick was placed, and our delicate blossom was anxious that the precious liquid wouldn't seep through. Yet, based on the lizard surveillance, everything remained arid. Shortly, those 2 basins of moisture were depleted. However, the earth within the container remained parched. Thus, we requested Inyun to retrieve more fluid. Moments later, hydration replenished his vessel, and in this instance, Wusun appeared to be the most jubilant bloom in existence. This time, there was ample dampness. Regrettably, our floral companion's elation was fleeting, for his greatest apprehension materialized. The unfortunate reptile was compelled to evade the spritz. We can all empathize with that experience. Our bloom was acutely aware of his external appearance. He irately demanded an end to the gawking and forbade any mockery. This isn't what it appears to be. He's been consistently dry at night since age 6. Fortunately, that troublesome situation was fleeting. The excess liquid quickly dissipated. One predicament was supplanted by another. Wusun felt as though he'd been relocated from a sprawling estate to cramped quarters. He was deeply uneasy, unable to extend his roots fully. The area was constricted, lacking sufficient room. He maintained hope that with a few days of patience, conditions would stabilize and the unease would subside. If not, he could request Inyun to replant him in the open terrain. However, the realization that their companions could discover them at any instant, compelled him to endure the discomfort. He accelerated all the arrangements, ensuring their collective escape from this location. Their departure needed to be swift. Regrettably, the wagon was damaged. This proved to be advantageous, however, because they'd be unable to capitalize on Inyun's aerial agility. The optimal approach was to devise a method for suspending Wusun and the artillery piece on Inyun without hindering her flight. Gazing at the satchel in his grasp, a stroke of genius struck him. He'd utilize his vines as the backpack straps, transforming the cannon into an unconventional yet secure pack. It wouldn't impede Inyun's airborne maneuvers. The only remaining task was determining how to manage the gear and weaponry. Being crafted in the clearing, currently superfluous, they held potential future value. Possessing ample equipment ensures greater defense and readiness for unforeseen circumstances. However, the backpack lacked the capacity to hold everything. Wusun instructed Inyun to gather the adversary's discarded belongings. He intended to transport everything throughout their journey. She was astonished by his ambition to carry it all. Nevertheless, she complied. A plethora of items lay before them, an overabundance, to be precise. This did not faze our flower one bit. His avarice was as immense as his unattractiveness. Wusun was undeniably on a winning streak that day. Ingenious notions filled his mind, one brilliant idea after another. He swiftly devised a method to transport everything. He resolved to secure the entire lot to his cannon using straps. He proceeded to instruct Inyun on the proper procedure. He detailed how to fasten all the necessary gear to the cannon. The obedient girl eagerly assisted her father figure. Our little flower was no longer defenseless. His formidably armed silhouette dominated the clearing. There was sufficient space for all his acquisitions. Even a lengthy blade, a crossbow, and its accompanying bolts were accommodated. Wusun now felt transformed with all this weaponry into a heavily equipped, loudmouthed flower. All foes should now cower before his imposing presence. With Wusun now flourishing within the container, these feelings evoked a vivid memory from his past. For some inexplicable reason, he felt akin to a creature from the game. A sudden rumble emanating from Inyun's stomach disrupted his thoughts. The sound originated from Inyun's belly. Neither of them had consumed any sustenance during this entire period. It was therefore unsurprising that the young dragoness was ravenous. With a sheepish grin, she inquired if the gecko and Wusun were also famished. She then declared her intention to embark on a hunting expedition. This was opportune, given their recent strenuous engagement. Replenishing their energy was imperative for all of them. However, Wusun cautioned Inyun about potential hazards. The possibility of the bandit having confederates remained unknown. Despite her majestic dragon lineage, Inyun dutifully heeded her father's guidance. She assured him she would exercise caution. Observing his daughter's departure, our protagonist made a personal vow. He resolved to intensify his own training. The recent confrontation had clearly demonstrated his current inadequacy. His quest continues. Unlock treasure chests and amass evolutionary credits. As evidenced by the previous skirmish, the grapes proved pivotal. They dramatically altered the tide of combat. The restorative sweet potato roots held similar significance. Furthermore, 4 of its tendrils were interwoven to fashion a satchel. Only by cultivating a 5th vine could he address unforeseen predicaments. Despite limited space within his new planter, preserving a few root potatoes was essential. A lengthy expedition lay ahead. Uncertain of impending challenges, meticulous preparation was paramount. The scenario was reminiscent of his mother's actions. She meticulously packed his knapsack for journeys. He once perceived her concern as excessive. Now her rationale resonated with him. Moreover, he now bore the mantle of fatherhood. This entailed responsibilities he couldn't afford to compromise. Failure was not an option. His contemplation was abruptly shattered by the sight of a lifeless hyena. The carcass plummeted to the earth. Inyan had concluded her hunting expedition. This signaled the arrival of a delectable midday meal. Shortly after, the entire clan assembled around the improvised dining surface. For the first time that day, they could replenish their depleted energy. They finally savored a tranquil repast, engaging in cheerful discourse. As the others dined, Ruhua, as customary, basked in the sunlight upon Wusun's torso. Once everyone had finished their meal, Wusun requested the remaining meat scraps. He intended to utilize them to replenish his stockpile of nourishing substances within his root system. Upon receiving the leftover flesh, our protagonist commenced his predetermined course of action. His goal, to extract the sustenance from the meat and channel it into his own root network. However, a short time later, he lamented his voracity. His container was rather constricted, leaving his substantial roots feeling quite confined. The sensation was far from agreeable. His swimming trunks appeared ridiculously undersized. They were several sizes too small, like a child's swimwear. Our protagonist's only hope lay within the treasure chests. They held the potential to alleviate his discomfort. He forewent the usual lottery this time. Urgently, he instructed Ruhua to open each one sequentially. Fortune did not favor Wusun today. Every chest yielded only evolution points. Disgruntled, he promptly bombarded the system's spirit with grievances. Instead of offering justifications, Ruhua attempted to placate him. She reassured him that hope remained, pointing to the final chest. As customary, the chest radiated a brilliant golden aura. Simultaneously, the system displayed a congratulatory notification. The chest contained a B-level plant gene, the baobab. The baobab gene had emerged from within. Agreeably surprised by this fortunate turn of events, Wusun perused the gene's description. Both the trunk and roots possessed modification potential. This genetic modification increased the trunk's diameter. It consisted of specialized wood, ideal for water preservation. This adaptation proved particularly advantageous during periods of heavy rainfall. It enabled water absorption and utilization during times of drought. Our protagonist recognized this arboreal species. The gecko had previously traversed water to reach a similar one. This genetic trait held significant value for him. However, the presence of 2 fusion sites intrigued him. The explanation was rather straightforward. It was purely for aesthetic enhancement. An overly thick trunk would be visually unappealing for our hero. Hence, the system offered this alternative. Having visualized this scenario, Wusun concurred with the system's spirit's assessment. Ultimately, he opted to merge the gene with the roots. They had no impact on his visual presentation. After a brief interval, Ruhua initiated the fusion process. The procedure concluded successfully. Our protagonist acquired the desired gene. Despite obtaining it, he was still unfamiliar with its operation. Luckily, he possessed a helpful system spirit. It graciously clarified that to contain water, a receptacle was necessary. Without rain or alternative options, our protagonist was at a loss. Acquiring the necessary amount of water proved challenging. The sole recourse was requesting Inyun's assistance. Fortunately, the hunters possessed several water-filled wineskins. The female dragon promptly departed to retrieve water. Upon her return, Wusun instantly commenced experimenting with his newfound gene. He was eager to master his latest capabilities. Despite lacking underground vision, he sensed the formation of the new root. Unlike its predecessors, this one retained water. However, the new pathway brought a familiar discomfort. The constricted sensation, though somewhat accustomed, returned. He was powerless to alleviate it. Adaptation was his only option. Having rested and prepared, the moment had arrived to embark on their expedition. Inyun and the gecko were thrilled about the prospect. They eagerly anticipated discovering new sights. After a 48-hour delay, ensuring the absence of any onlookers. Wu decided it was time to depart from his earthen vessel. Our protagonist's growth spurt necessitated the move. He was unearthed for the first time in a long while, perched on his daughter's back. His vines served as makeshift harness straps. Once securely in place, he inquired if he hindered Jin Yun's mobility. Luckily, there was no impediment. The gecko accompanied them in flight. It nestled within the cannon's muzzle. This prevented accidental slippage. Wasun would secure it with his vine. After 48 hours of diligent nourishment, our hero finally sprouted a fifth vine. Its arrival was opportune. He was no longer concerned about the vines being occupied. Everyone was in position, prepared for departure. The only remaining decision was their destination. After a moment of contemplation, our protagonist recalled the poachers originated from the southwest. An encounter with such individuals was undesirable. Thus, they opted for an eastward course. Regrettably, the poacher's belongings lacked any cartographic guidance. Wasun had to rely solely on his intellect and instincts. Inyan inquired about her father's eastward decision. Our hero proudly declared his past residency in a vast eastern nation. Its origins traced back to the New Age. This revelation, rooted in the modern era. Unluckily, this generated more inquiries than clarifications for his daughter. Consequently, Wu advised her against undue concern. She should simply heed his guidance. Understanding would come to her eventually. In a flash, they were airborne. Their grand escapade commenced at that very instant. The exhilarating journey they had eagerly awaited had begun. High above the earth, soaring through the heavens, Wu gazed around with keen fascination. Unlike Yin Yun, for whom these vistas were commonplace, this was a novel experience for Wu, and it was utterly thrilling. Even in his prior existence, he had never embarked on an airplane voyage. Never had he imagined that after reincarnation, he would be traversing the skies atop a magnificent dragon. It became apparent that all along, they had resided in a secluded haven, encircled by boundless desert terrain. The sensation of flight was undeniably delightful. However, it seemed not all shared this sentiment. For Gecko, the experience was considerably less enjoyable, perhaps due to the altitude or a touch of air sickness. He appeared quite unwell. As our protagonist attempted to reason with the distressed individual, Yin Yun's sharp vision detected activity below. Upon recognizing the source of the commotion, the young dragoness lost her composure. She instantly exclaimed in a panicked voice, "Father, there are individuals down there, a multitude of them." Before them appeared a procession of camel-like creatures, accompanied by a group of people. Wasun estimated approximately a dozen individuals. Their prior encounters with humans had been exclusively negative, instantly making him apprehensive. Uncertain of their motives or potential actions, he promptly directed Yin Yun to ascend to the greatest possible altitude. They needed to be beyond the range of any potential weaponry. Observing her father's anxiety, the young dragon inquired if these people belonged to the same group of adversaries they had previously encountered. Wasun dismissed this possibility. Unlike their former foes, this caravan journeyed eastward, mirroring their own direction. Furthermore, he observed the presence of dromedaries. This indicated a relatively short trek across the sands. Simultaneously, a member of the party detected aerial movement. A dragon. He promptly alerted their commander. He also remarked that the beasts seemed to have sensed their presence. It ascended higher. This implied only one conclusion. It wished to avoid confrontation, opting for retreat. Gazing at the magnificent creature soaring above, he responded that it was unsurprising, given the considerable size of their company. Nevertheless, something profoundly astonished the leader. Upon the dragon, he discerned a cannon barrel containing an unusual blossom. He'd encountered countless tales throughout his lifetime. Yet this was his first encounter with something so peculiar. The individual who initially spotted the wyvern eagerly inquired if he wished to fire upon it. Surely, such a rare specimen would command a hefty price. To the man's dismay, the commander descended. Their objective was not pursuit this time. Furthermore, he hadn't brought his dragon slaying gear on this expedition. Striking it from such a distance would be improbable anyway. Or else, upon receiving the response, the man could only exhale deeply and acquiesce. Meanwhile, our protagonist soared past the convoy and neared some dilapidated structures. They had been airborne for over an hour. Thus, Woo-sun proposed locating a place to recuperate. Injun felt energized and prepared to continue their flight. However, our hero was reluctant to let his daughter overexert herself. She had only recently mastered the art of flying. Transporting a hefty metal cannon was no simple feat. Moreover, their journey was far from over. Conserving their energy was prudent. After surveying the area, Woo-sun deemed the ruins the most suitable resting spot for the time being. Upon descending and touching terra firma, our protagonist requested In-yun to gather stones to support the cannon's muzzle. In mere moments, preparations were complete, and our hero settled comfortably within his cauldron. Finally, they could relax after their extended journey. Gecko, who harbored a fear of heights, was especially enthusiastic about this respite. In-yun, conversely, intended to maximize their time. She declared her intention to embark on a hunting expedition. During their flight, she observed numerous creatures in the vicinity. Their provisions could be replenished. However, Woo-sun's primary concern was his daughter's well-being. He advised her to relax and recuperate for a while longer. Suddenly, a squeak echoed nearby. Moments later, an animal's head emerged from behind cover. Our adventurers finally reached their destination, touching down safely. Despite their initial doubts, the location proved to be a true haven. A sizable and remarkably clear lake lay at its center, encircled by abundant vegetation. For our weary travelers, this was precisely what they required. Having arrived, they could finally unwind and replenish their energy. Gecko, in particular, rejoiced at this opportunity, relishing the feeling of firm ground beneath his feet. Wu instructed his daughter to bury it in the earth, and then fetch some water. Equipped with shovels, Gecko and Inyun commenced their task. Unbeknownst to them, a hidden observer had been watching. Curiously, this onlooker harbored no malicious intent. The once infamous Black Dragon became instantly smitten with Inyun. He was captivated not only by her physical attractiveness, but also by her lineage as an Eastern dragon. He realized that marrying into such a prestigious family, such a feat would undoubtedly be prestigious, elevating his standing. Yet, as he observed her, curiosity gnawed at him. Why did she carry such an unusual blossom? Moreover, despite likely parched after the journey, she prioritized burying the peculiar object. To a black dragon, this behavior was utterly baffling and perplexing. Shortly after, Inyun and Gecko completed their assignment and could finally quench their thirst. Having drunk their fill, they joyously proclaimed the delight of cool water. It was a welcome relief after their arduous trek. As they savored the water, Wusun maintained vigilance since their arrival. A persistent sensation of being observed lingered. Inyun's approach interrupted his contemplation. She offered him water, inquiring if he desired refreshment. Our protagonist wholeheartedly welcomed the gesture. With the moderate temperature of the water and earth, it proved to be the most invigorating rinse he'd experienced in some time. Beyond the cleansing, Wusun's roots received a much-needed drink, and for the first time in ages, he replenished his nearly depleted reserves. Yet, as usual, the excess water he couldn't absorb spilled from the cannon's opening. Gecko swiftly leaped away, requesting our protagonist to provide advance notice of any bathroom breaks. Annoyed, Wu soon demanded silence and an end to the foolish chatter. Meanwhile, the observing Black Dragon seethed with barely contained rage. He was baffled by the dragoness's actions, serving the peculiar plant with such a subservient demeanor. They were dragons of noble lineage, not meant to be subjugated, especially not by a grotesque flower. Abruptly, Gecko gestured, declaring he detected the scent of nourishment. Our hero was perplexed by this revelation. Upon hearing this, Inyun eagerly volunteered to investigate. Gecko's olfactory senses proved accurate. Momenslate. The female dragon located a deceased camel concealed within the shrubbery, presenting it to their companion. She gleefully declared hunting was no longer necessary. Furthermore, the ample meat ensured a plentiful meal. The dark-scaled dragon, witnessing his prize snatched before his very eyes, was consumed by fury. What he had claimed through his own might had been pilfered by another. His sole remaining option was to avoid marring his initial encounter with the she-dragon. Conversely, Wusun grew cautious upon observing the camel's carcass. The crimson stain remained fresh, indicating a recent demise. Moreover, judging by the wounds upon its body, it was evident a formidable creature was responsible. However, the most peculiar aspect was the absence of injuries on the camel's neck, with every single bone fractured. This instantly led our protagonist to suspect foul play. He surmised that someone might have employed the same tactic his offspring frequently used, specifically plummeting the quarry from a considerable altitude. Lost in contemplation, Injun and Gecko had already commenced their meal. The female dragon casually inquired why their floral companion hadn't joined them. Wu swiftly recognized the futility of intervention. They were already consuming the mysterious meat. He cautioned against consuming food of dubious origin. There was no way to ascertain the rightful owner, or if any foreign substances had been added. It could be a cleverly disguised snare. Upon hearing this, she wondered if it would upset her stomach. Our hero was at a loss for words. Furthermore, fretting was pointless at this juncture. Wusun dismissed the notion of deliberate poisoning. Moreover, all evidence pointed towards an animal attack on the camel. He chose not to interfere with his daughter's appetite. He opted to maintain a vigilant watch, anticipating the potential arrival of the deceased camel's proprietor. Meanwhile, Inyun and the Gecko continued their meal. They pondered Wusun's evident anxiety and apprehension. Our protagonist gazed anxiously at the horizon. His unease was well-founded. The freshness of the blood, indicated the creature's recent departure. But why? Had it retreated out of fear? Perhaps. Or was the adversary lying in wait? Orchestrating la surprise assaut? As our hero braced for the worst, the black dragon's fury escalated. The thieves who pilfer his meal continued to savor it without a care. They even dared to criticize its quality. He was a magnificent dragon, destined for greatness. Despite the dragoness's allure, he suppressed his affections. His sole desire was their expulsion from his domain. Having finished her meal, a contented Yun offered a bite to her father. His somber and excessively serious demeanor continued to trouble her. In an attempt to alleviate his worries, she assured him they were alone in the oasis. Anyone else would have been spotted during their flight, she reasoned. Wasun remained unconvinced by his daughter's reassurances. He suspected the creature might simply be expertly concealed. However, he also knew that having pilfered its sustenance, its emergence was inevitable. With that action taken, patience was their only recourse. Needing to replenish his own provisions, our protagonist finally conceded to eating. The moment Wasun partook of his meal, the chest materialized, accompanied by the customary appearance of Ruhua. The system spirit surveyed their surroundings with a perplexed expression. She inquired about their location. In the prevailing darkness, our hero disregarded her inquiries. He instructed him to cease chattering and commence working. His task this time involved unlocking every container, though there were a mere 3 coffers. Yet, from one, Wu swiftly acquired a novel rank B genetic trait. The fresh gene bore the designation of an unfamiliar botanical specimen. Based on the accessible data, it possessed the capacity to permeate the entire physique. Analyzing its attributes revealed this flora to be exceptionally resilient to aridity. It could generate new sprouts even after enduring years devoid of moisture. For the first time in a considerable period, our protagonist experienced genuine enthusiasm for this newfound gene. After all, upon its integration, he would no longer be burdened by the scarcity of hydration. And this had presented a rather urgent predicament, particularly during their desert traversal. Even an encounter with a reanimated corpse would pose a negligible threat. Without hesitation, he directed the system's spirit to initiate the assimilation process. As customary, he discerned no significant personal alteration. Nevertheless, the urgency for hydration seemed to have lessened. As Wasun pondered the mechanics of his genetic makeup, Inyan inquired about their plans for the surplus meat. A considerable amount remained. He instantly dismissed the notion of carrying it. It would rapidly spoil. Consuming decaying flesh was unappealing. Given the cool night air, spoilage was unlikely. Sufficient provisions would remain for the following day, enough to sustain them until their departure. Upon hearing this, the group readily concurred. Well, nearly everyone. The sole dissenter was the Black Dragon. Learning of their extended stay, his indignation finally erupted, his forbearance exhausted. He emerged from the undergrowth, emitting a furious snarl. He vehemently declared his generosity had reached its limit. He had graciously allowed them to consume his sustenance and water. Their intention to remain there, however, was already audacious enough. His sole desire was for them to vacate his property. With utmost haste, our protagonists displayed minimal trepidation at the Black Dragon's emergence. More accurately, they were merely astonished. Wasun's suspicion of being observed was validated. Addressing him directly, our hero inquired if he was responsible for the camel's demise. The Black Dragon was irked that his ferocious roar failed to intimidate. Yet he chose not to escalate his hostility. He grumbled in response that he was constantly hearing this accusation. Wasun promptly offered an amiable smile and apology. He clarified that finding no one near the carcass, they assumed it was unclaimed. Despite his reluctance to provoke the dragon, our hero felt compelled to inquire. Why the clandestine surveillance from a distance? Was a direct encounter too daunting? Or perhaps he intended a clandestine assault? The obsidian dragon remained momentarily silent. He merely cast a quiet glance towards the bewildered Yun. As if pondering a decision, he gruffly declared the territory as his own. It was Benlong's domain. Thus, he was free to act as he pleased. He wouldn't fault them for consuming his provisions. But now that their hunger was sated, they should depart his domain immediately. Yet again, his pronouncements were met with indifference. They seemed oblivious to his words. Inyan approached him eagerly, inquiring if he too was a dragon. Slightly flustered, Benglong momentarily forgot his previous topic. He affirmed her supposition. The young dragoness, perplexed, questioned his dissimilar appearance. It was an unusual inquiry for a black dragon. Nevertheless, he patiently elucidated, explaining the diversity within dragonkind. He belonged to the most distinguished lineage of all, the dark-scaled dragonkind. Yet his pronouncements of grandeur were demolished by Inyun's innocent inquiry. She observed his stoutness and diminutive wings, prompting her to question his aerial capabilities. Despite the impoliteness of the query, Ben Long maintained his composure. He simply declared himself a flight expert. However, the dragoness's inquiries were relentless. This was her initial encounter with a fellow species member. Understandably, her curiosity overflowed. Observing the dark dragon again, she inquired if all dark dragons shared his unattractiveness. Though Ben Long attempted restraint, this query proved to be the breaking point. He angrily retorted, denying any ugliness. He proclaimed himself a uniquely handsome dragon, one who captivated countless admirers in his homeland. Enraged and unrestrained, he questioned the apprehensive Inyun, demanding to know why she, a majestic dragon, was in service to a peculiar blossom. The female dragon was perplexed by his statement. Glancing at her papa, the one indicated by the dark dragon, she affirmed that it was indeed her progenitor. Ben Long was now bewildered by the illogicality of her response. He was incredulous that she could accept any kinship with this flora. They weren't even of the same classification. He'd encountered no dragon this intellectually challenged before. In the ensuing moment, however, a realization struck him. He might have presumed prematurely. His native village harbored an unusual bloom, capable of emitting mind-altering pollen. Creatures inhaling it experienced hallucinations and erratic conduct. The dragoness posed peculiar and seemingly self-evident inquiries. Referring to the bloom as her paternal figure, he deduced that she was under the sway of this unusual plant. He promptly endeavored to convey to Inyun that she was ensnared within a deceptive mirage. Consequently, she perceived the flower as her father. Fortunately, fate brought her to him, the renowned Ben Long. He possessed the ability to alleviate her tormenting visions. However, Inyun couldn't comprehend the black dragon's pronouncements. This was inconsequential to Ben Long. He not only desired to aid her, but also aspired to be the princess's valiant savior. In a flash, he lunged towards our protagonist, Jazagape. Witnessing her father imperiled, Inyun swiftly pursued the black dragon. She implored him to cease his assault on her father. This unexpected development displeased Wisun. He had no intention of engaging the dragon in combat. Unaware of their dialogue, he was baffled by the dragon's sudden aggression. Fortunately, his daughter intervened. She promptly intercepted the dragon, attempting to halt his advance. Ben Long, exasperated, questioned her interference. After all, his actions were purportedly for her benefit. Gazing at the peculiar blossom, he pondered that obliterating it might be sufficient to restore the dragoness's sanity. In a flash, he delivered a devastating blow with his tail to our protagonist. The impact launched both him and the cannon airborne. The force of the strike, coupled with a less-than-gentle landing, left Wusun severely disoriented. Regaining awareness took time. Witnessing her father struck by the dark dragon, she instantly retaliated with a swift paw to the black dragon's face. Enraged, she unleashed a torrent of questions, demanding an explanation. While Inyun confronted Ben Long, Wusun gradually recovered his senses. A genuine fury now consumed him. The black dragon had nearly ended his life moments ago. Having initiated the conflict, he must bear the repercussions of his actions. Our hero roared in indignation, proclaiming the black dragon would soon experience the might of his dragon cannon. Upon hearing the term cannon, Ben Long abruptly fell silent, his face etched with terror. He appeared to have prior encounters with human-launched projectiles. A reunion was definitely not on his agenda, despite previously observing the blossom lodged within the firing mechanism. He assumed it was obstructed by debris and non-functional. Nevertheless, he had zero inclination to verify the cannon's operational status. The potential consequences were too severe. Hence, after a brief pause, he retreated hastily. Jin Yun dismissed his departure with a contemptuous glance. Conversely, Wisun was irritated. He was reluctant to let such an insolent and disrespectful dragon escape unpunished. A harsh lesson was undoubtedly required. It appeared a misinterpretation had occurred. Our protagonist had no intention of utilizing the artillery. Such an action was beyond his capabilities. By cannon, he was referring to thorns, which moments later were launched toward the retreating dragon. This was a specialized maneuver known as the Xanium Bomb. Escape was impossible for Ben Long. The moment the barbs reached him, a cry of agony escaped his lips. The thorns truly possessed a formidable force. Yet, the dark WYRM feared a cannon blast far more. In truth, the discomfort had lessened considerably. Examining the source of the impact, he discovered it was merely a single spine. Recognizing the deception, he charged towards our protagonist with heightened rage. Such disrespect was unacceptable. However, this time Wasun was completely prepared to engage. He would not yield. While his prickles inflicted minimal harm upon the dragon, he believed the arrow would prove more effective. As Ing Yuan attempted to restrain the relentless Bentong, he continued to defy her, striving to reach our protagonist. But upon noticing the crossbow in Wasun's possession, he was taken aback. He'd previously encountered individuals wielding similar armaments, equipped with such weaponry. He'd escaped on a prior occasion, but he recognized its lethal potential akin to a cannon. It posed a grave threat. Simultaneously, our hero released the bolt. The projectile hurtled towards the black dragon with immense velocity. Being struck by the arrow would have dire repercussions, even for the formidable dragon. However, Bentong evaded it at the last possible instant. The arrow merely grazed him. Slightly infuriated, he immediately charged towards our hero, intent on tearing him asunder. Fortunately, as before, Ing Yuan intervened, holding him at bay. She vehemently demanded he stay away from her father. The dark dragon possessed a distinct advantage over their female counterpart. He was larger, more imposing, and possessed superior strength. Overpowering her and holding her down proved effortless. Exasperated by her persistent interference, he angrily questioned her obliviousness to his assistance. However, Ing Yun held a drastically different perspective. She believed Beng Long's priority should have been self-preservation. Above all else, the black dragon recognized the futility of arguing. Moreover, the peculiar blossom could unleash another attack imminently. Escaping the crossbow's trajectory became paramount. Releasing Injun, he instantly launched himself skyward. Unwilling to acknowledge his fear of the projectiles, he rationalized his actions by declaring that true dragons, as they were, should engage in aerial combat. However, Wu Sun remained unconvinced. Our protagonist instantly discerned his opponent's apprehension towards his arrows. Despite this seemingly petty incitement, the dragoness interpreted it as a dare and promptly pursued him. Retreat was not an option. Despite her rather reckless behavior, our protagonist, recognizing the danger, instantly urged her to descend. Ben Long had ascended to a significant height. His crossbow couldn't provide cover at that distance. However, Inwan was already too absorbed in her anger to stop. After striking the black dragon, she furiously demanded that he immediately apologize to her father. Ignoring her tantrum, he retaliated with a blow of his own. He had no intention of inflicting serious harm, but he believed a lesson was necessary. He felt it imperative to discipline the foolish girl. The impact left a prominent mark on Inwan's body. Benalong clearly possessed superior strength and resilience. Airborne, she was no equal to him. The folly of her anger now became apparent. Furthermore, she was completely isolated. Neither the thorny vines nor her father's projectiles could reach such a height. Yet a simple solution presented itself. She merely needed to defeat her adversary. Struck by the blow, the dark WYRM commenced its descent. It lacked the agility to swiftly recover its equilibrium, nor could it promptly launch itself from the ground. Woosen awaited it below, crossbow poised and primed. He felt a surge of pride in his daughter's cleverness. She had skillfully forced their adversary down. Belong found himself in dire straits. Bolts hurtled directly towards him. Evasion in such a precarious position proved exceedingly challenging. Our protagonist continued to unleash a barrage of projectiles. His foe had chosen conflict. Retreat was not an option. However, the black dragon possessed hidden depths. It deftly parried Wuswan's onslaught. In a flash, it lunged towards our champion, intent on delivering a decisive blow. He surmised the peculiar bloom was the root of the issue. Its destruction, he believed, would restore Inyuan's favor. Wushuan discerned the black dragon's genuine fury and unwavering resolve. Thus, Without a moment's delay, he instantly loosed an arrow directly at its head. Belong didn't evade, simply deflecting the projectile with his bare hand. Though agonizing, his resolve remained unwavering. Ultimately, Belong attained his objective. He successfully overtook our protagonist. He seized the artillery. He commandeered the cannon and launched himself skyward. His purpose was singular. He aimed to obliterate the peculiar blossom that plagued him. Usun recognized he had misjudged the Black Dragon's might. Events unfolded contrary to his expectations. Witnessing our hero abducted, the gecko frantically pursued. Inyun followed closely behind. She gave chase to the culprit, pleading for her father's release. Bong Long offered a smug grin. He mused that was precisely his intention. However, plummeting from such a precipice implied a single outcome. Imminent demise. Our protagonist had already rallied and sprung into action. He intended to strike the dark WYRM before it could react. His strategy, however, was not meant to materialize. The beast abruptly released him. This caused the projectile to stray from its intended mark. Reborn, Wusen comienza da rapid descent. He wasn't about to bid the shadowy behemoth farewell so readily, though. Survival and avoiding a collision were paramount. He also aimed to confront his aggressor in the final moments. His barbed tendrils ensnared the dragon's neck. This prevented it from plummeting earthward. Their purpose, however, extended beyond that. In a terrifying instant, Bendong realized the thorny vines were constricting, suffocating him. The dark WYRM roared in agony. The sudden proliferation of barbed tendrils baffled him. Even his thick scales offered no protection. Yet, he swiftly deduced that the accursed bloom was once again to blame. Witnessing the Black Dragon's fury, Wusun let out a derisive snort. The other dragon should now comprehend his true power. He should understand that further antagonism would lead to unpleasant consequences. This taunt only intensified Ben Long's fury. He thrashed his head wildly, striving to reach the ensnaring vines. Finally, his razor-sharp teeth clamped down on the restricting tendrils. As anticipated, severing them posed no difficulty. Liberated from the vine's grasp, he prematurely assumed victory was his. His presumption proved gravely mistaken. Our protagonist had no intention of relinquishing his hold. With the remaining vines, he swiftly lunged for the dragon. In a flash, Ben Long found his leg once again entangled. He wondered if his opponent was a blossoming flower, or perhaps a tentacled cephalopod. Such musings were irrelevant at present. The immediate predicament remained unresolved. The relentless downward pull persisted. The force remained unabated. He frantically beat his small wings with increasing desperation. Proved ineffective. Simultaneously, Inyan ascended towards them, frantically inquiring of our protagonist if any assistance could be offered. Wusun, having just passed the flight examination, urged her to make a swift exit. Ben Long, concurring with this sentiment, vehemently commanded everyone to depart and cease their interference. With a single swipe of his talon paw, he severed the vines instantaneously. As he did so, our hero involuntarily plummeted earthward. Immediately, Ben Long felt certain the blossom would descend and shatter upon impact. Triumph was seemingly within his grasp. However, he remained unaware of our hero's capabilities. Busun, displaying no confusion, promptly commenced self-mending utilizing his mystical roots. As usual, the outcome was remarkable. His wounded, thorny tendrils regenerated with astonishing speed. Yet, it proved insufficient for survival. He remained a hair's breadth from a fatal collision. Upon this realization, he commenced gathering his vines. A moment later, his purpose became evident. His objective was to construct a makeshift parachute. Wusun felt a surge of pride in successfully bringing his concept to fruition. Furthermore, within this realm, he was likely the first to devise such a contraption. However, it was not devoid of imperfections. The vine-constructed parachute was riddled with apertures. While it slightly decelerated the descent, the velocity remained considerable. Our protagonist braced himself for the inevitable impact. An instant later, a deafening detonation resounded, signifying a far from gentle landing. Witnessing this spectacle, Jean Jun instantly shrieked in alarm, inquiring about her father's well-being. The impact crater was substantial, perhaps even immense. It resembled the aftermath of a meteoroid strike. Not quite a delicate floral descent, however. Miraculously, our protagonist had survived. His survival was paramount. Any injuries could be readily mended. Nevertheless, Seeking refuge in the cannon's barrel proved a wise choice. Even after plummeting from such a great height, it remained undamaged. Witnessing her father's survival, the dragon tamer swiftly shifted her focus to the offender. Suddenly, a menacing presence materialized behind Bong. Furthermore, it emanated a palpable intent to swiftly eliminate him. Yun lashed out, raking her claws across the vile dragon's neck. She shrieked, proclaiming its vengeance for her father. No longer capable of sustained flight, they commenced their descent. However, only Bong endured a harsh impact. Yun had essentially hurled him earthward. The black dragon hadn't felt this wretched in ages. He was battered and bruised, his bones aching as if shattered. Yet, his predicament worsened when a blade materialized before his eyes. Long shrieked in absolute dread. He furiously accused our protagonist of lacking any combat integrity. Yet, what principles apply when a blossom battles a behemoth? Wu Sun silenced the dark dragon mid-sentence. He delivered a swift, light strike with his blade. It yelped in agony before falling into a hushed stillness. Pressing his sword against the dragon's throat, Wu Sun icily inquired if it truly desired death. He wouldn't show any mercy. After all, it had already inflicted considerable hardship upon them. Long, conversely, wore an expression of pure terror. He remained incredulous that he was merely a floral entity. The artillery, the ballista, the appendages, the sabers. It defied all logic. But the menacing flower wasn't his sole threat. Union remained deeply enraged. Furthermore, she still harbored murderous intentions towards him. Long had long regretted provoking the pair. Yet in this instant, he lamented not fleeing when the opportunity arose. Now, ensnared, escape seemed impossible. With a menacing, weaponized blossom on one side and an infuriated drake on the other, only one solution remained. I yield. I denounce violence. I champion global harmony. Let us reject bloodshed. Even regal and haughty WRMS sometimes concede defeat. His existence hung in the balance. Long resolved to endure, no matter the cost. Mere moments before the unavoidable, our protagonist's blade halted at the terrified black dragon's head. Wu Sun, consumed by rage, bellowed at Long, accusing him of initiating the conflict, yet now pleading for a ceasefire. The black dragon clearly sensed their lingering fury. Both remained deeply enraged. Nevertheless, he persisted, signifying a glimmer of hope remained. With a gentle grin, Long explained he merely wished to gauge their capabilities, driven by simple inquisitiveness, harboring no intentions of harming them. He vowed to provide sustenance and hydration, granting them indefinite refuge within the oasis. Upon hearing this, Wu Xuan deduced the creature must be referring to himself. He was undeniably well-fleshed, promising a magnificent barbecue feast. Long frantically interjected, claiming his hide was excessively thick and coarse, his flesh utterly unappetizing. A mischievous smirk spread across our protagonist's face as he countered. That remains to be seen. Exasperated by the endless taunts and provocations, Long snapped that ending his life was pointless, their provisions already ample. Observing his agitation, Wu Xuan offered a placating smile and urged him to calm down, clarifying his intent was merely to frighten him. However, he added with a playful glint, escaping unscathed wouldn't be so simple. He initiated the assault. Therefore, restitution was mandatory. Upon hearing this, the black dragon became silent, averting its gaze. It appeared to contemplate whether to speak. Finally, reaching a decision, Bong, with tears in his eyes, gestured towards the shrubbery. He explained that his knapsack, filled with valuable items, was hidden there. Should they locate what they required, they could consider it recompense. Our protagonists were astonished by the dragon's willingness to cooperate. Locating the rucksack proved swift. Even Yun assessed it as quite substantial. Wu Sun inquired with disdain, questioning the purpose of such a cumbersome burden. After all, flight with such weight was likely challenging. The black dragon candidly confessed his aversion to carrying such a heavy load. Nevertheless, it was unavoidable. He couldn't abandon his valuables during his journey. As the proverb states, one shouldn't keep all their eggs in a single container. Therefore, he opted to split the riches. He carried a portion with him. Even if pilfered at his residence, he would retain some valuables. Recalling a past incident from his previous existence, he observed Long's resemblance to his mother. Meanwhile, Yun grew impatient. Without hesitation, She inverted the knapsack. Its contents spilled onto the ground. Observing this, the black dragon became alarmed and urgently cautioned her. The treasures held immense significance for him. All were astonished by the plethora of glittering jewels. Only Wasun genuinely discerned their worth. He acknowledged the black dragon's affluence. Upon hearing the commendation, Belong haughtily declared it was merely a fraction of his hoard. Gold and jewels were undoubtedly desirable, but our protagonist questioned their necessity in such abundance. If they were inettable, non-pulverizable, and worthless, not even exchangeable for currency. Simply put, they were merely glittering stones. This remark instantly enraged Ben Long. Despite their lack of utility to him, he still regarded them as precious. He meticulously gathered and hoarded them. He carefully cleaned and admired them daily. Therefore, he couldn't tolerate such disrespect. As the black dragon erupted in indignation, Yin Yun spotted a scroll amidst the gold heap. It was conspicuously out of place. After examining its contents, our protagonist deduced it was a cartograph. He observed its crude and unattractive rendering. Upon hearing this observation, Ben Long explained it was replicated from his father's archives. Our hero inquired if he had simply embarked on a journey with this sketch. The Black Dragon responded with pride, stating that a man should aspire to greatness in all endeavors, journey across vast distances, and peruse countless volumes. Moreover, he yearned to explore every destination charted on the map and embark on a quest for hidden riches. Upon hearing this, Wusun mused to himself. That fortune was the true motive behind the dragon's actions. Without dwelling on this point, our protagonist gestured towards a marking on the map and inquired if a forest truly existed in that location. Bendong promptly confirmed its existence. It was known as Taiku, a vast and opulent woodland. According to ancient lore, it was revered as the divine garden of a deity. This celestial being resided in the sacred mountains, eternally cloaked in ice and snow. These peaks lay eastward of the ancient forest. After a moment of contemplation, our hero pondered that it would be an ideal location to establish a sanctuary. He still harbored numerous inquiries for the Black Dragon. His initial question concerned the desert's depiction as desolate on the map, and why it bore the ominous title of the Wasteland of Oblivion. Bendong possessed limited information on the subject. However, he'd heard rumors that despite the desolate terrain, vibrant, populous metropolises once thrived there. The dragon's utterance corroborated Wusun's hypotheses and insights. An event of significance had undoubtedly transpired in the desert. Something caused entire urban centers to vanish and become forsaken. But given the absence of further evidence, contemplating it was futile. With renewed optimism, our protagonist declared he'd take a map. He would also take some gold coinage as recompense. He had long desired the cartographic guide. Yin could barter the currency for goods in the settlement. He could achieve this by first feigning human guise. Bonglong, conversely, was displeased that the card had been taken from his possession. Seeking its retrieval, he inquired about our hero's need for it. He responded that their destination was the primeval forest. The Black Dragon instantly implored them to reconsider taking it. It held significant personal value to him. As compensation, he proposed accepting additional gold. Our protagonists vehemently disagreed with this proposition. They reminded him pointedly that he initially instructed them to select whatever they desired. Eliminating him and seizing everything was a viable alternative. Ben Long promptly ceased his resentment. Resignedly, he stated that since retaining the map was impossible, he wished to accompany them on their journey. From his perspective, the peculiar flower hadn't enthralled the dragon girl. He believed he could have simply adopted her. He contemplated this as he envisioned raising her. Wusun remained vigilant. He had observed the unusual glint in the dragon's eyes. He couldn't help but surmise that Yin Yun was its target. With a contemptuous glance towards Ben Long, our hero inquired why they would include their former assailant. He swiftly asserted his considerable strength. He boasted of his ability to assist them in perilous situations. He was also capable of preparing meals and washing dishes, maintaining cleanliness. In short, he was quite handy. Our protagonist inquired with a chuckle. This individual, who just begged for leniency, a clear coward, recognizing his prior abilities lacked persuasiveness. He added that he possessed considerable strength, capable of carrying them. Usain scoffed, stating the man was stout, not powerful. How could he be relied upon if he might drop them en route? This proved to be the breaking point. Annoyed, Ben Long questioned our hero's condescending attitude. He wondered how a young woman could be allowed to haul a cannon all day. He further declared his intention to eventually depart. Once he acquired the necessary items and crafted a new map, he would take his leave. Woosin had no objections. He consented, but only if he was allowed to depart afterward. A map duplication was his condition for leaving. Our protagonist was unaware of the Black Dragon scheme. Unsure of the dragon's intentions, he opted for constant vigilance. He also notified Belong. Belong was designated as our hero's new mode of transportation. He suggested a hearty meal. Nourishment was recommended before embarking on their trip. Belong knew the camel was the captured sustenance. However, a nagging suspicion of the flower's reward lingered. This uneasy feeling persisted as another day concluded and night arrived. Our adventurers resumed their expedition. Woosin was content with his new conveyance. Despite diminutive wings and a plump physique, Bendong possessed surprising speed, preventing Inyun's fatigue. Abruptly, the Black Dragon addressed our hero as Uncle. Annoyed, Woosin protested the title, claiming he wasn't that old. Belong was approximately Inyun's age, and since she addressed Woosin as Daddy, he felt addressing him as Uncle was perfectly acceptable. Our protagonist discerned the man's attempt to flatter him. He demanded the truth, straightforward and unvarnished. The reason: Woosin held a blade to his throat. Our hero refused to lower his weapon. He couldn't ensure his own well-being otherwise. Though Ben Long found this demeanor vexing, he had little recourse but to acquiesce. After a brief period, Inyun declared their water reserves were dwindling. Locating a source of hydration became paramount. Woosin remained utterly unaware. Acquiring the desert melon's genetic traits had completely quenched his thirst. Fortunately, Ben Long estimated they would arrive at the oasis by nightfall. Once more, our protagonist, exasperated, bellowed at the Black Dragon, forbidding him from calling Inyun's sister. He also questioned how he knew of the oasis ahead. Without possessing a map, Wesson sensed Ben Long possessed a prior familiarity with the area. He inquired if Ben Long was concealing information from them. A startled Ben Long responded, denying any secrecy or withheld knowledge. He confessed to previous presence in this location, attributing it to disorientation and wandering through the desert. Woosin lacked evidence to validate his suspicions, yet he still harbored the notion that the Black Dragon was being evasive. They soon encountered a welcome oasis. Its discovery brought them considerable relief and joy. A worried Ben Long observed something amiss. The vegetation appeared unusually large, larger than in his previous encounter. Never having encountered anything peculiar before, he conceded the possibility of error. Abruptly, Jinyan drew attention to a peculiar plant. The plant possessed a mouth and teeth. It evoked a strong resemblance to her father. Our protagonist found this comparison rather displeasing and clarified that it was merely a giant Venus flytrap. Driven by curiosity, Inyun attempted to make contact with the flora. She disregarded our protagonist's cautions. From her perspective, there was no cause for alarm. It appeared to be just a harmless plant. However, the instant she made contact with the vegetation, she was instantly ensnared. Her recklessness had consequences. Woosin urgently called out to Ben Long, imploring him to aid Inyun without delay. The predicament escalated rapidly. Vines abruptly sprouted from the earth, firmly constricting the dragoness. Our champion was perplexed by the Black Dragon's sluggishness, yet he seemed to recognize the peculiar vegetation. A moment later, the truth was revealed. The vines belonged to parasitic flora. Woosin was enraged by the relentless onslaught of unusual adversaries. Conversely, Ben Long was utterly terrified. He understood these flora propagated by embedding their seeds within living beings. After terminating the host, they manipulated it like a marionette. Our protagonist was indifferent to the specific species of these plants. His sole focus was rescuing his daughter. However, the Black Dragon dissented. Retrieving his knapsack, he attempted a discreet departure. He believed it was already too late to intervene. He feared Inyun's imminent transformation into a similar monstrosity. He urged Woosin to hasten his escape, but Woosin refused to abandon his child. He denounced Benglong as a craven, accusing him of harboring affection for Inyun. Despite these accusations, The black dragon remained averse to any risk. Our hero made no attempt to dissuade him. He commanded him to leave immediately. Ignoring Benglong's cautions, he and the gecko charged towards Inyun. Immobilized on the ground, Wusun devised a plan. He would utilize the trees as a makeshift catapult. Yanking the vines taut, he and the gecko launched themselves toward Inyun. Rescuing her was paramount. Meanwhile, a terrified Inyun struggled against the encroaching plant. Despite her efforts, the vines relentlessly ensnared her. Fortunately, her father arrived to save her. He instantly began severing the vines. He and the gecko worked together to liberate her. The obstacle was the parasitic plants were rapidly growing larger. Entrusting the dragoness's release to the gecko, our protagonist confronted the monstrous plants. Though outnumbered, he refused to yield. Safeguarding his daughter was his utmost priority. He courageously charged into the fray. Seizing the parasite's tendrils, he propelled himself forward. This was his close-quarters combat strategy. Wielding a blade gave him the upper hand. With a ferocious roar, he plunged his sword into the parasitic plant. Victory was his. The parasite was finally extinguished. It turned out the black dragon hadn't escaped after all. He continued observing from a secure vantage point. Astonishment overwhelmed him. Our protagonist possessed the might to withstand the creatures. But Wusun's situation was more precarious than it appeared. The parasites were overwhelming in number. Despite his resistance, they eventually ensnared him. Fortunately, Inyun had already broken free. She instantly raced to her father's aid. With the gecko's assistance, they liberated our hero from the tendrils. Belong, observing the events unfold, was awestruck by their valor. He was acutely aware that in comparison, he was utterly craven. Just as a glimmer of hope emerged for our protagonists, their prospects took a dire turn once more. An enormous human hand abruptly sprouted from the earth behind them. Ben Long sensed the impending danger. Conquering his fear, he sprang to Inyun and Wusun's rescue. In the nick of time, he intercepted the hand's attack. It had been aimed at the oblivious dragoness. Regrettably, the force of the blow sent the black dragon hurtling away. Grasping that Benglong had saved her, Inyun anxiously inquired about his well-being. Despite the evident blood, the black dragon displayed no inclination to flee. He declared such wounds were trivial. His fighting spirit was perfectly ignited. As the crisis escalated, a second hand materialized from the ground, followed swiftly by its possessor. A colossal monstrosity, infested by a Venus flytrap, emerged. Everyone was stunned. The emergence of such a colossal creature caught everyone off guard. Wielding a gigantic hammer and dwarfing our protagonists, it appeared to be an insurmountable adversary. Furthermore, their escape route was already obstructed by additional parasitic entities. Ben Long succumbed to panic. He lamented not fleeing when the opportunity presented itself. He believed this was their inevitable demise. Our protagonist, however, maintained his composure amidst the crisis. He urged Ben Long to fight if he desired survival. He had to fight if he wanted to live. The black dragon was paralyzed by fear. He doubted their ability to vanquish the behemoth. Having endured numerous trials together, Inyun the gecko and Wusun possessed unwavering trust in one another. They refused to yield to a mindless flora. The black dragon countered that, despite his words, he too was a botanical entity. Wusun, however, refuted this claim. He was inherently distinct from other plants. He possessed superior intellect and exceptional abilities. At this moment, he was resolute in confronting the behemoth, directing Inyun and the gecko to engage the smaller nuisances. He charged towards the colossal creature. Adhering to his strategy, the dragon tamer seized the monster and ascended skyward. His aim was to hurl it earthward. Even the dark dragon possessed dignity. It refused to allow Inyun to condescend to it. Choosing to emulate her, it advanced towards the other parasitic entity. Simultaneously, the giant assaulted our protagonist with a mallet. He had no recourse but to attempt to deflect the strike with his blade. After being propelled a certain distance, Wusun contemplated the precariousness of his predicament. Immobilized, he endured the monster's relentless onslaught. The force of another blow sent our hero hurtling towards the trees. He instantly discerned their potential for mobility, transforming into a figure reminiscent of Levi Ackerman. He instantly materialized behind the colossal titan. In a flash, he assaulted the creature's back. A verdant fluid, rather than crimson blood, seeped from the gash. This indicated the behemoth had fully metamorphosed into a plant-like entity. Simultaneously, the monstrous being regained its senses and launched another assault. Wusun deduced that attacking the giant directly was futile. He needed to neutralize the parasitic flora first, utilizing the surrounding trees and his own vines. He swiftly maneuvered and charged towards the giant once more. This time, however, his target was the parasitic vegetation. This particular plant proved to be formidable. Sensing imminent danger, it instantly concealed itself behind a barrier of vines. Our protagonist was momentarily astonished. Undeterred, he persisted in his attempts to eradicate the plant. His efforts were thwarted, and the giant renewed its offensive. Wusun deftly evaded the hammer blow. The monster's inaccurate swing struck itself instead. Our hero instantly discerned a path to victory. He advanced directly toward the creature's head. His strategy was straightforward. The beast would attempt to strike him, but would inadvertently injure itself. As anticipated, his plan proved successful. The behemoth was simultaneously vanquished. Belong and Yun also triumphed over the remaining creatures. Observing the fallen giant, the black dragon was astonished. He never imagined a blossom could conquer such a formidable opponent. Yun, conversely, remained unfazed. Her faith in her father was unwavering. However, the creature was not yet eliminated. The parasitic flora persisted, maintaining control over the corpulent being. Furthermore, the tendrils sprouting from its head presented an additional obstacle. Wusun recognized the need to penetrate the barrier of vines. Victory hinged on this crucial action. Utilizing his vines and trees as a catapult, he charged towards the creature once again with lightning speed. Yet again, his objective wasn't the protective barrier. His focus was on the vulnerable neck. His goal, to topple the behemoth. Utilizing his tendrils, he secured its limbs to the surrounding trees. With his preparations complete, he requested Yun to elevate him skyward. The colossal being began to struggle. Our protagonist's vines were on the verge of snapping. The dragoness felt a surge of anxiety. The risk was immense, but our hero remained resolute. In a flash, he plummeted downwards with tremendous velocity, his intent to obliterate the parasite definitively. As he neared the monstrous entity, he plunged his blade into its protective shell. Exerting his full strength, he cleaved the parasitic plant in two. After a grueling battle, victory was finally theirs. Yun was awestruck by her father's triumph. Meanwhile, Belong remained incredulous that a mere blossom could vanquish such a formidable beast. Remnants of the parasitic flora remained. The protagonist commanded his allies to swiftly eliminate them. After multiple blows to the creature's cranium, the parasitic vegetation was finally eradicated. Throughout the conflict, Wusun forfeited nearly all his tendrils. Yet, due to the regenerative roots, his recuperation took mere moments. The black dragon remained perpetually astonished by the protagonist's tenacity. He had willingly offered his vines to restrain the beast. Despite the agony, however, a dilemma persisted. A discreet escape seemed impossible. Simultaneously, Yun inquired about consuming the wolf. It appeared unspoiled and was no longer under control. He promptly dismissed the notion. There was a possibility of parasitic seeds lingering within the carcass. Since Wusun had depleted nearly all his root reserves, replenishing his energy wouldn't be detrimental. Fortunately, the black dragon accompanied them. It remained perplexed after such treachery. Our protagonist promptly instructed him to fetch them sustenance, given that he was the one who retreated and expended the least exertion. Unable to protest, Benlong meekly consented, precisely as our hero had anticipated. The creatures did indeed approach the water source to quench their thirst. After some time elapsed, the dark-scaled dragon successfully captured one such unwary beast. Though he was pleased with his quarry and deemed himself a masterful huntsman, Wusun remained unimpressed by his catch. The flesh of such a diminutive creature was clearly insufficient for a proper meal. Thus, he commanded him to acquire more. Although Benlong was greatly irked by this handling, he was powerless to alter the situation. His only recourse was to persist in his hunting endeavors. After a period, he returned in a foul temper, yet bearing his bounty, a pair of foxes and a lone wolf. He believed this should have sufficed. Upon his arrival, he observed the others had already commenced their repast, and he also perceived Wusun's cries of delight. He inquired about the unfolding situation with Inya. Her response was to disregard it. She explained her father frequently conversed with thin air. Bennalong was rarely astonished by anything these days. Furthermore, he believed all-powerful individuals were eccentric. The source of our protagonist's elation was a newfound A-rank genetic trait. It was a botanical parasite. Utilizing this, he could now independently infiltrate and command deceased organisms. It was an exceptionally remarkable gene. Our hero instantaneously consented to the merging process. Acquiring this gene amplified his capabilities manifold. His marionettes could now hunt and engage in combat on his behalf. They could also perform other advantageous functions. Observing our hero's enthusiasm for the gene, Ruhua acknowledged his diligence. He explained he had specifically selected such an exceptional gene for him. Usun valued his genuine gratitude for his endeavors. He was impatient to test his newfound capabilities. His first task, detach a segment of his vine. Having severed the vine, he grafted it onto the wolf's head. After a brief interval, the wolf's eyes glowed, exhibiting indications of revival. Moments later, it struggled to its feet. As the wolf resurrected, the oblivious black dragon was terrified. It assumed the wolf had merely feigned death. Belong was petrified, witnessing the wolf's return to life. He questioned if he'd truly slain it. Simultaneously, our protagonist discovered he possessed the sight of the cadaver he commanded. He relished frightening Bent Long. Presently, however, the link with the wolf dissolved, and it collapsed. Manipulating such substantial beings proved challenging. Moreover, his vines were progressively withering. This resulted in him forfeiting control over the cadaver. Meanwhile, the others gazed at the wolf's remains in astonishment. They attempted to comprehend the preceding events. Usun opted to proceed with his trials. For his subsequent endeavor, he chose the carcass of a fox. While Belong grappled with deciphering the circumstances, a revived fox materialized abruptly behind it. It emitted a ferocious bellow and, in a flash, lunged towards the startled black dragon. The latter, eyes squeezed shut in terror, flailed its paw. The fox was hurled away as the tendrils instantaneously vanished. Following the second trial, our protagonist deduced that the wolf presented a greater challenge to manipulate. This was attributed to its considerable size. Nevertheless, should he enhance his genetic manipulation, he could potentially command larger entities. Concurrently, Detective Bentong was investigating a series of resurrections. Upon observing the vines, he instantly discerned Wusun's involvement. Our protagonist didn't refute the claim. He cautioned the black dragon against any transgression. He threatened to eliminate him and transform him into a mere marionette should he dare to act out. Luckily, Bendong possessed a keen intellect when it came to survival instincts. He reassured Wusun that there was no cause for alarm. Moments later, our hero dismembered the remains and offered them as sustenance to the group. They needed to regain their vitality and replenish the nourishment within his roots. Mid-meal, the black dragon inquired about the possibility of requesting assistance. He proposed 1/10 of his gold coin reserves as recompense. Wusun's curiosity was piqued by the frugal dragon's unusual generosity. What could justify such an extravagant expenditure? Furthermore, at present, our hero had no immediate need for monetary wealth, though he might in the future. However, the black dragon persuaded him that gold represented universal currency and would undoubtedly prove valuable later on. His sole request was for our hero's aid in pilfering something from the organization. Wesson was hesitant about the proposition. He was averse to becoming a criminal. Benlong clarified that the group he mentioned was a nefarious syndicate. They employed enchanted artifacts to transform individuals and spectral entities into enslaved servants. They treated them like livestock, utterly disregarding their well-being. He had prior encounters with them. He witnessed them subjugate numerous people and ethereal beings in his native land. However, he recently observed them traversing this barren wasteland. He deemed this an opportune moment for retribution. Their ability to enslave humans and spirits stemmed from their leader possessing a potent magical artifact. Should our protagonist purloin it, the malevolent organization would cease to wreak havoc. Our hero remained dubious. A dark dragon's appearance in the desert, concurrently with discovering the gang, seemed excessively fortuitous, even for a fictional narrative. Yet, Benlong persisted. He was concerned for the vulnerable beings Those lacking their aid would face a destiny of servitude. Yet even amidst such circumstances, our protagonist held steadfast to his morals. Engaging in such illicit activities was beyond his principles. The Black Dragon held a dissenting viewpoint. He believed that acquiring an item from malevolent individuals, thereby preserving numerous lives, constituted a valiant deed. Furthermore, he proposed locating them initially to verify the truth of his claims. This notion held merit. Our hero inquired about their general whereabouts. Benlong promptly responded that he had observed their caravan journeying eastward. Their destination, a location known as Black Mountain. He asserted they would be compelled to circumvent the mountain should they desire to reach the ethereal beings. Wu Sen immediately deduced Benlong's familiarity with these individuals. He consented to the endeavor, with the stipulation of maintaining a safe distance should they encounter the organization. The Black Dragon was immensely pleased. He readily consented, showing no signs of offense. Even when our protagonist imposed further stipulations, requiring a daily bounty of provisions, he remained agreeable. However, after several hunting expeditions, he lamented his hasty acquiescence. The voracious blossom incessantly demanded sustenance. Regardless of the quantity provided, it was never enough. Moreover, the local game was dwindling. Wu Sen dismissed these as mere pretexts and commanded him to procure more nourishment. This displeased Benglong. Yet, he had no recourse but to comply with the peculiar bloom's demands. Eventually, our hero could barely consume anything. Yin Yun and Benglong were perplexed by his continuous eating. Despite his apparent satiation, Wu Sen attributed it to a ravenous hunger. However, his true desire was the treasure chests. Upon amassing a sufficient quantity, he directed Ruhua to unlock them. This time, a considerable number of genes manifested within him. However, some anticipated ones were absent from the collection. Our protagonist promptly directed the system spirit to enhance the existing genetic material he already possessed. Reinforcing his newfound genes was an immediate priority. They evidently required amplified strength to confront these adversaries. Although the Black Dragon remained unaware of the chess and system spirit, he sensed Yuzen's aura intensify. Furthermore, he acquired a sixth vine. Ben Long recognized his fortunate escape in the previous encounter. The flower lacked such robust and formidable vines then. Otherwise, his demise would have been likely. After a period of journeying, they encountered a traveling caravan. The Black Dragon instantly discerned that these were the very antagonists they sought. The procession was indeed immense. From our hero's perspective, engaging them would be suicidal. Belong suggested they avoid a direct confrontation. Instead, they should acquire the object discreetly. Suddenly, our protagonist's gaze was drawn towards the enclosure. The dragon was confined within. As if sensing a presence, it unleashed a furious roar. This instantly alerted the sentinels. As one guard approached the confinement, he discharged a bolt of lightning and commanded the dragon to be silent. The spell was remarkably potent. The dragon had no choice but to yield and compose itself. Injun and Wu Sen were astonished. These individuals had successfully subdued a fully grown black dragon. Conversely, pure fury burned in Benlong's eyes. He believed they only controlled the dragon due to possessing a unique magical artifact. Recognizing Benlong's familiarity with the dragon, our hero inquired about his connection to it. The Black Dragon revealed the imprisoned dragon was his mother. The Black Dragon vividly recalled the day his mother embarked on that expedition with him. Their destination was the eastern mountain range. They sought the hallowed realm of ice and snow. However, a surprise human ambush awaited them. Their leader's enigmatic power proved devastating. It was this force that stripped his mother of her abilities. He, too, faced imminent capture, but his mother expended her remaining energy to secure his escape. He fled like a vagrant, aware of his desperate situation. Fear prevented him from seeking his tribe's aid. He dared not request assistance from his people. Uncertainty gnawed at him. Could his mother endure? He yearned for allies he could encounter on his journey. Their timely arrival was paramount. United, they could orchestrate his mother's rescue. Thus, our protagonist became his sole beacon of hope. The Black Dragon's plight deeply moved Inyun. She extended her aid to Wu Sen. Our hero's primary concern was their well-being. The perils were substantial. He proposed a period of observation before action, and strike when the opportunity presented itself. His strategy initially involved acquiring the enchanted relic. This was crucial to revitalize the spectral entity's strength. United in their efforts, overcoming those adversaries would pose no difficulty. Suddenly, something captivated Woosen's attention. A sandstorm was rapidly approaching them. Our protagonist instantly decided to seek refuge in the adjacent ruins. Momenslate. The black dragon anxiously revealed it wasn't an ordinary tempest. It was something far more menacing. A voracious swarm of locusts devoured everything in its path. They drained the lifeblood and essence from anything they encountered. He'd faced a similar situation before, but fortunately his mother had been present. Our hero immediately commanded everyone to gather close to him. Within seconds, he conjured a protective barrier of vines to shield them from the insects, precisely as Ben Long had predicted. The locusts would devour the vines, draining them of their lifeblood. To make matters worse, they possessed venomous properties. But with ample provisions, our protagonist could endure for some time. As the predicament escalated, the locusts intensified their assault on the vines, attempting to breach Yin Yun's defenses. Ben Long and the gecko fought to repel them. Suddenly, our hero spotted a member of the caravan. Before he could conceal himself, he succumbed to the insects, transforming into an undead creature. This stark display of the insect's power heightened our hero's vigilance. Unlike the unfortunate man, however, the remaining individuals fared considerably better. Some wielded magic, others brandished swords. They not only defended themselves, as our heroes did, but also launched a counteroffensive. Mercifully, after a period, the sandstorm subsided, and the ordeal concluded. In this time frame, they eliminated several dozen insects. The caravan members, conversely, vanquished at least 1,000. Our protagonist began to harbor doubts. He questioned their ability to pilfer treasures, especially from such seasoned adversaries. Without at least a single error from their foes, enslavement seemed inevitable. The black dragon sensed his apprehension. However, he claimed to have already purloined half of the magical artifact. Noticing Woosen's confusion, Benglong clarified that his mother's strike had fractured it in two. He had successfully secured one fragment. This revelation delighted our hero. He promptly requested a viewing from the black dragon. Abruptly, Ben Long began to cough. Moments later, the artifact he described was expelled from his mouth. Woosen found this rather repulsive. From the black dragon's perspective, however, the stomach was the most secure location for such a valuable object. A simple cleansing was all that was required, although it depleted their water reserves. The artifact emitted a radiant glow upon being washed. Our protagonist was astonished. It was the quintessential steampunk mechanical heart. The artistry of its maker was truly remarkable. He inquired if the black dragon had encountered anything similar. Yet, not only was this his first encounter with such a refined metal creation, but the concept of steampunk was also foreign to him. Initially, our hero believed he had entered a realm of pure fantasy, a world governed solely by magic. However, it became apparent that mechanisms also existed within this world. This realm held the potential for astonishment, but he hoped to avoid encountering cyberpunk or mechs. Regarding the artifact itself, Woosen theorized it might be a genuine mechanical heart, yet the owner's method of utilization remained enigmatic. He inquired whether Ruhua possessed any knowledge concerning the relic. However, he received a response in the negative. Woosen's tendency to immediately consume everything manifested itself. Fortunately, the system's spirit dissuaded him. It reasoned he wouldn't transform into a mechanical being, but would merely expire. Given the uncertainty surrounding the artifact's purpose, our protagonist instructed the black dragon to conceal it once more. Consuming the artifact was deemed impossible. Woosen shifted his focus to the inhabitants. Ruhua reiterated his plea for Woosen to cease his constant preoccupation with food. Yet his words went unheeded. The venomous locust posed no threat to him. Its consumption was inevitable. Inyan also harbored anxieties regarding the toxin. However, for Woosen, it presented no difficulty thanks to the restorative roots. As it became apparent moments later, devouring the locust proved to be a brilliant notion. After consuming a mere dozen bugs, he had acquired 5 loot boxes. Woosen instantly envisioned the potential bounty if he devoured all the insects the people had slain. Regrettably, they were also gathering locusts, utilizing them to extract venom. Following the caravan's departure, Wuswan located only a handful of insects on the earth. However, he refused to relinquish even these meager remains. Belong, once more, was perplexed by his voracious appetite. The reason was quite straightforward. Our protagonist had a plan. His tactic was to seize every chance to consume and grow stronger. After devouring the final insect, Wusun directed the system's spirit to unlock all the containers. Luckily, on this occasion, besides the usual genetic material and currency, he procured a novel B-rank gene. It was designated Dong Ling Caltrip. The accompanying details indicated it was a perpetually flowering herb possessing potent toxicity. Our protagonist, true to form, was enthusiastic about the novel genetic material. He instructed Ruhua to commence the fusion process immediately. Its spines now carried venom, capable of inducing lethal poisoning. Currently, however, its potency was limited, only inflicting paralysis. Nevertheless, even this was far from inadequate. Yin Yun and Ben Long were perplexed by our hero's peculiar conduct. He directed them to make preparations for departure. Maintaining visual contact with the caravan was imperative. Eventually, the procession guided them to the urban center. All except the Black Dragon were captivated by the sight before them. Drawing from his past encounters, Belong surmised that they had halted to replenish provisions and recuperate. This faction was unfamiliar to him. Directly assaulting civilian assemblies was unheard of. They typically targeted isolated individuals, as they too were weary from their travels. Our protagonist proposed a respite at the city's periphery, an area with minimal human activity. Upon locating a deserted storage facility, they opted to remain there temporarily. As per Wusun's strategy, Yin Yun was to assume her human guise and procure provisions with the gold coins. The predicament, however, was her utter lack of experience in human interaction. Luckily, a longtime companion, also capable of human transformation, accompanied them. He offered to accompany Yin Yun. Our protagonist was astonished by Benglong's ability to shapeshift into a human. According to the Black Dragon, he possessed a striking appearance. Wusun expressed doubt regarding this claim, inquiring if he grasped the concept of attractiveness. He instructed Yin Yun to assume human form and reveal her visage. Yin Yun's human form was undeniably exquisite. Even Ben Long, acquainted with numerous dragons, was captivated. Her beauty was not her only remarkable trait. She was indistinguishable from a true human. The Black Dragon was driven by a powerful force. He declared that the time had come for him to demonstrate his prowess and prove himself worthy of Yin Yun's favor. In a mere flash, a muscular, dark-complexioned young man materialized before them. This metamorphosis astonished everyone present. Observing their astonishment, Ben Long inquired if they were captivated by his striking appearance. However, that was far from the truth. Furthermore, he was merely a half-dragon. Yet, according to Ben Long's own assertion, his physique was an ideal blend of resilience and elegance. Moreover, it was the most admired form in his hometown. Our protagonist concurred, but nevertheless, his dissimilarity to a human remained significant. Having previously visited the city, the Black Dragon and his mother possessed two sets of disguises. Yin Yun donned a hooded cloak, while Ben Long sported traditional Eastern attire and a turban. The transformation was finalized. Now, they blended seamlessly with the other wayfarers. While Husan remained unconvinced by their camouflage, their challenge remained engaging with others. Ben Long assured them he could handle such interactions. Yin Yun felt a twinge of anxiety, leaving her father and the gecko unescorted. However, our protagonist saw no cause for alarm. Retracting his head into a cylindrical weapon, he became indistinguishable from foliage. Recognizing the lack of danger, Yin Yun and Ben Long proceeded toward the urban center. They vowed a swift return. Following their departure, Wusun couldn't shake the feeling his daughter had embarked on a romantic rendezvous, and he, her father, was left home alone. The following morning, a gentleman bearing a striking resemblance to Mario's sibling, Luigi, appeared at our hero's storage facility. He detected muffled sounds and hushed voices, prompting him to investigate. A large cylindrical firearm abruptly seized his attention. Its construction materials and fabrication were of exceptional quality. However, upon noticing the harnesses, bolts, and armaments, he pondered why such a masterpiece served as a mere weapon rack. Yet what caught him off guard was the bizarre and unsettling blossom that had abruptly sprouted from the barrel. In a flash, sheer terror overwhelmed the unfortunate man, causing him to involuntarily collapse. Wasson himself was startled, as he hadn't intended to frighten the man so intensely. Our protagonist confirmed the man's survival by verifying his respiration. Examining the man's features more closely, Wasson recalled encountering him among a band of human explorers. Abruptly, the man's eyes flew open. Upon seeing our hero, he recoiled in fright. Before him was the same menacing bloom that had terrified him earlier. He mistook Wasson for a monstrous being. He pleaded for his life, offering apologies. But our protagonist had no such plans. His curiosity lay with the whereabouts of the other wayfarers. He wondered where the rest of the expedition he'd journeyed with had ended up. As fate would have it, the man recognized him as well. He too recalled witnessing the peculiar flora mounted upon a dragon.